Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan made audio stories.
Blacklight Virus Chat Group. Starting with One Punch. Part 1. A-City. The city's edge was a mess, explosions everywhere, turning tall buildings into ruins. People fled in panic, many dying in this great catastrophe. World crossing successful. One Punch World is now set as the permanent world. Amidst the chaotic explosions, a sound imperceptible to ordinary people rang out. Without anyone noticing, a glass tube appeared out of thin air. Inside the glass tube was a red liquid, like blood, with many yellow, bubble-like factors. The glass tube fell from a great height, smashing hard onto the head of a young male corpse. The glass tube shattered, and the liquid splashed across the male corpse's face. A miraculous scene occurred. The red liquid containing the yellow factors surged and seeped into the young male corpse through its pores and orifices. Subsequently, the young male corpse, dressed in a suit, underwent a transformation, becoming another young man, appearing to be in his 20s, dressed in casual clothes with black hair. Finally, I'm free. This young man, resurrected from a corpse, opened his eyes and stood up from the ground. Looking at the vast, chaotic environment around him, his eyes gleamed with intense joy. His name was Zhao Zheng. In his previous life, he was used as a speed bump by a semi-trailer, which led to him traversing worlds and binding to the Myriad Worlds chat group system. Who knew that in the world he traversed to, Zhao Zheng was reborn as the Blacklight virus, trapped in a glass bottle day after day, unable to escape. Only after the Myriad Worlds chat group finally accumulated enough energy to take Zhao Zheng out of the Blacklight zombie world did he regain his freedom. One Punch World. The world where Saitama, the One Punch Man, resides. This is a supreme feast for me. Zhao Zheng thought excitedly about the previous chat group prompt. He licked his lips, his eyes full of hunger. In One Punch Man, there are many powerful monsters. It's practically a world where demon-level monsters are common, and dragon-level monsters are everywhere. Zhao Zheng's true form is the Blacklight virus. As the most famous representative of the devouring type, as long as he devours the dead, he can not only strengthen himself but also transform into the deceased, possessing all of their skills and memories. Putting everything else aside, if I just devour one demon-level monster, I'll be able to protect myself in this world. Devour a dragon-level monster, and wow, that would be incredible. Zhao Zheng reigned in his excitement and strolled through the chaotic city, completely out of place among the people who occasionally fled around him. In the One Punch world, monsters are also called disasters, categorized from low to high as wolf, tiger, demon, dragon, and god. A wolf-level monster requires multiple heroes or armies to suppress. A tiger-level monster can threaten a localized area. A demon-level monster can threaten a single city. A dragon-level monster is even more formidable, capable of destroying multiple cities. A god-level monster can cause the extinction of all humanity. Judging by the commotion around, at least a demon-level monster is causing trouble. Zhao Zheng walked, observing the fleeing people around him, as well as the buildings turned into ruins by explosions. In the sky, glowing orbs continuously descended, blowing up one building after another, turning them into rubble. Many fragments from the exploding buildings flew towards Zhao Zheng. Zhao Zheng didn't even dodge, letting the architectural debris fall. Whip fist. At the critical moment, Zhao Zheng's hands extended, transforming into black and red intertwined long whips, smashing all the architectural debris away. Currently, Zhao Zheng is another version of Alex Mercer, possessing superhuman strength, easily lifting cars. If hit by a semi-trailer, he wouldn't be injured and could even stand still. In addition to superhuman strength, he also has superhuman speed, allowing Zhao Zheng to run rapidly on walls, surpass the fastest vehicles in history, and even reach supersonic speeds. Besides these, Zhao Zheng also possesses superhuman endurance, and the ability to absorb others, gain their memories, and ultimately achieve superhuman intelligence, among other things. Since Zhao Zheng himself is the Blacklight virus prime, he can also manipulate his body to transform into various weapons. Under the effect of superhuman strength, batting away architectural debris is child's play. My current strength in this world should be around the demon level. I just don't know how strong I am within the demon level. Zhao Zheng speculated about his own strength. As he walked, he saw many people dressed in strange clothes, as if attending a comic convention, lying on the ground. Some were wearing black bodysuits with lightning patterns on their faces, others were in red bodysuits with smiling face designs on their chests, and others were similarly dressed. But without exception, they were all lying on the ground, unconscious. Young people are great, they just fall asleep. Heroes of the Hero Association, A-Class Hero Lightning Max and A-Class Hero Smile Man. Indeed, according to the original owner of this body's memory, this is A-City. And with these heroes here, the rampaging monster must be Vaccine Man. Zhao Zheng's gaze swept over the unconscious people on the ground. In the One-Punch world, besides powerful monsters, humanity established the Hero Association to deal with monsters, categorizing heroes from low to high as C, B, A, and S. A-class heroes generally can only handle disasters below demon level. The fact that these A-class heroes were defeated indicates that the disaster has completely surpassed Tiger level, reaching demon level, possessing the ability to threaten an entire city. He really looks like the bald demon king. Zhao Zheng gazed into the distance, searching for Vaccine Man. He finally spotted a monster in a large crater, muscular, over 2 meters tall, resembling the bald demon king, but entirely purple. It was Vaccine Man, who claimed to be born from the Earth's will, dissatisfied with humanity's destruction of the environment, and intended to carry out a great cleansing of humanity. I remember that in the show, Vaccine Man was classified as a demon-level disaster by the Hero Association, but it was actually a dragon-level disaster, possessing the power to threaten multiple cities. I just don't know what level it is within the dragon level. Zhao Zheng stopped, his whips already transformed back into arms. He leaned against a broken wall, arms crossed, coldly observing Vaccine Man's destruction in the distance. Next, the bald demon king would appear and one-punch Vaccine Man. That would be Zhao Zheng's moment to reap, easily stepping into the dragon level. As for these A-class heroes on the ground, in front of dragon-level food, they were not even considered by Zhao Zheng. He was human in his previous life, and if he were to eat humans, he would always feel some discomfort. Mommy, where are you? In the city ruins, a little girl's cry echoed. A little girl, covered in dirt, stood in place, wailing. Her cries attracted Vaccine Man's attention. Vaccine Man slowly walked behind the little girl, his hand enlarging as he reached for her, intending to crush her. But he grabbed nothing. The little girl was rescued by a man in a yellow bodysuit with a white cape and a shiny bald head. The man's eyes were like duck eggs, appearing very lifeless, but Zhao Zheng was certain, the bald demon king had arrived. Finally, Zhao Zheng didn't know what the bald demon king said to Vaccine Man, but Vaccine Man immediately became enraged, his body mutating and growing colossal, becoming nearly 10 meters tall, with bulging muscles, sharp claws, 2 sharp, upward curving tusks like elephant tusks appearing from his mouth, and a green tongue protruding from his fanged maw. After completing his transformation, Vaccine Man did not attack. Instead, he was still opening his mouth and saying something. In response, the bald demon king casually threw a punch, blowing Vaccine Man's entire body apart, turning it into a mixture of purple and green flesh that rained down on the surrounding area, creating a downpour of blood and gore. The bald demon king is terrifying. After the bald demon king left, Zhao Zheng came to the scene, looking at the Vaccine Man's flesh and blood scattered everywhere, and gasped. If he had been hit by the bald demon king's punch, even with the special properties of the Blacklight virus, he might have survived, but he would have been blown into a sky full of bloody mist. Hurry up and devour it. Time is limited. It will be troublesome if an S-class hero arrives. Zhao Zheng's hands and his entire lower body transformed into countless blood-black tentacles, covering the entire area, devouring all of the Vaccine Man's flesh and blood in its path. As a low-ranking S-class hero, Zhao Zheng, with his demon-level strength, could still confidently fight him without falling behind. However, if a higher-ranked S-class hero were to arrive, they could handle not only demon-level threats but even dragon-level ones. Especially since this is City A, where the Hero Association's headquarters are located. It's very likely they'll send Tornado. Zhao Zheng thought of Tornado of Terror, the second-ranked S-class hero. When she gets angry, she can even beat up a demigod-level Saikurochi. If he were to face her now, he would surely die. This is King. During the devouring, Zhao Zheng discovered a man lying unconscious in a pool of green blood. He was wearing a white shirt, had yellow hair slicked back, and 3 scars on his left cheek. It was King, the 7th-ranked S-class hero, known as the strongest hero on Earth, the King Engine. This guy is just a mortal. Whenever the bald demon king defeated powerful monsters, he was always present. The Hero Association believed he was the one who defeated the powerful monsters, and he was praised as a hero, completely stealing the bald demon king's credit. Has he joined the Hero Association yet, and been promoted to the S-Class 7th ranked hero? Zhao Zheng asked with interest. He wasn't thinking of harming King. Although King was a mere figurehead, he was the Bald Demon King's summoner. If he were to harm King, it wouldn't be good to attract the Bald Demon King. Devouring complete. Retreat. Before long, Zhao Zheng's tentacle army had devoured all of the vaccine man's flesh and blood at the scene, even sucking up every drop of blood from King's body with his tentacles, leaving no waste. After doing all this, Zhao Zheng returned to his human form and ran at extreme speed towards the distance. The direction he was heading was City Z. To quickly devour powerful monsters and grow stronger, he needed to maintain a good relationship with the Bald Demon King and simply pick up the corpses after the Bald Demon King. After all, the Bald Demon King always encountered powerful monsters, at worst demon level. I want to be a little King Kong from Corpse Brother, picking up scraps until I'm the strongest. Saitama, I'm coming. Zhao Zheng was in a wonderful mood. Following the memories of this body's original owner, he accelerated towards City Z as a blood-red shadow, even causing a sonic boom of white mist. His speed had become supersonic. Devouring the dragon-level disaster vaccine man, even an incomplete version of the vaccine man, greatly increased Zhao Zheng's strength. All my abilities are several times stronger than before, and I'm considered quite strong among demon-level beings. Zhao Zheng felt his own power as he ran, especially since he had also gained the vaccine man's enhanced form as a trump card, which could strengthen him. At that time, his Zhao Zheng's strength would surge, becoming no weaker than a full-strength vaccine man, truly becoming a dragon-level disaster. I'm really looking forward to the Blacklight virus's enhanced form. Zhao Zheng murmured, thinking of monsters like the Asura Rhinoceros Beetle and the Deep Sea King, who all had enhanced forms. If these enhanced forms were also integrated into the Blacklight enhanced form, it would definitely make the Blacklight enhanced form even stronger. The Blacklight enhanced form is a mutated type and cannot be hidden, so it can be used when appearing as a monster. In human form, I'll be a hero, acting as a double agent to maximize my benefits. Zhao Zheng's thoughts were wonderful. Coming to the One-Punch world, for his Blacklight virus, was like coming to a dream paradise. Who said the One-Punch world was too dangerous and hard to get by in? This One-Punch world is simply amazing. The running Zhao Zheng never even considered that he would bring Blacklight infection to this world. The Blacklight virus infection in the Blacklight zombie world was purely because Alex Mercer's original body broke the bottle, was killed by soldiers, fell into the Blacklight virus, absorbed some of it, and was taken over by the Blacklight virus, believing itself to be Alex Mercer. That was only a part of the Blacklight virus. Other Blacklight viruses leaked out, which caused the Blacklight zombies and other things. Zhao Zheng himself was the Blacklight virus. The moment he left the bottle, he controlled all the liquid to rush into the corpse, without a single drop leaking out, so naturally, he would not bring the Blacklight zombie world's viral infection to the One-Punch world. Moreover, even if there were, at most it would bring some zombie monsters to the One-Punch world, which would be quickly wiped out by the heroes in minutes. Even without heroes, the military technology of this world is far more powerful than the technology of the Blacklight zombie world, making it easy to solve Blacklight zombies. City Z, uninhabited area. This area is very dangerous, with monsters frequently appearing, so residents have evacuated. Therefore, the houses here are vacant, and water and electricity are still running. Because water and electricity workers dare not come to the uninhabited area, the water and electricity in this area have always been uninterrupted. No rent, no water or electricity bills. Who said this uninhabited area was dangerous? The uninhabited area is great. And monsters pop out from time to give me extra meals. Inside a room in a large building, Zhao Zheng looked at the newly cleaned room with satisfaction. From now on, if he ever worked again, he would be a dog. Not only did he not have to pay rent or utility bills, but his original host, a white-collar worker, had saved a lot of money before his death. All the money was withdrawn by Zhao Zheng and placed in the bedroom. As long as he wasn't extravagant, it would last him for more than 10 years. However, the vaccine man's memories didn't contain much useful information. Zhao Zheng thought of the vaccine man. After devouring the vaccine man, he gained all of its memories. From its birth, the vaccine man was instructed by the Earth's will to eradicate humanity. Beyond that, there was no other useful information. It only showed that the Earth's heavenly Tao had a will. Anyway, didn't the worlds in Xuanwan and Shanja novels also have wills? Zhao Zheng was already accustomed to this. Ding. Detecting that the group owner is safe, the chat group of the Myriad Worlds will perform its first recruitment. A cold electronic voice sounded in Zhao Zheng's mind. Instantly, a light screen appeared before Zhao Zheng's eyes, imperceptible to others. Circles appeared on the light screen, indicating it was refreshing, then the circles disappeared. Welcome Nine-Tailed Fox, Agent T, and God-Slaying Sniper to the chat group. A message appeared on the light screen. This message made Zhao Zheng's eyes light up, as he knew the identities of the three new members. The nine-tailed fox must be Uzumaki Naruto, the Leaf Village's Prince the Dead Last and the King of Tak no Jutsu. Agent T is most likely Jade from Jackie Chan Adventures, whom no one can keep an eye on. The God-Slaying Sniper should be Chi Lin, the policewoman from the Super God universe. The tailed beasts, God Trees, Sharingan, and Byakugan in the ninja world, the 8 demon sorcerers, the 12 talismans, and the 9 Shadow Khan masks in Jackie Chan Adventures, these are all good food. Especially in the Super God universe, there are also alien snacks like the Teoti, and demons. Not bad, not bad. Zhao Zheng licked his lips. As the Blacklight virus, his subconscious thoughts were all about food. Even if he wanted to travel to a group member's world through the chat group would only detect a group member in danger and issue a mission. As the Blacklight virus, during the time he was trapped in the bottle, Zhao Zheng had already figured out the chat group's existing capabilities. Currently, besides recruiting people and issuing missions when group members are in danger, the chat group has no other function. He wondered if it would upgrade in the future and gain new functions. Nine-tailed fox. What happened? What happened? What is this thing? In the ninja world, 7-year-old Uzumaki Naruto, ostracized by his classmates, sat alone on a swing, enviously watching his classmates play in the distance, then noticed the light screen that suddenly appeared before him. The blonde, blue-eyed young Naruto found it very strange that everything he thought could be sent to the light screen. Agent T, how amazing, Uncle Long and the others can't see this light screen. Do I have another cheat? In the Demon Chi world, inside an antique shop, a short-haired girl who looked about 11 or 12 years old gazed curiously at the light screen in front of her, then glanced at Uncle Long and old dad beside her, who were completely oblivious. This made Jade even more interested in the light screen. It seemed this was her own secret. So cool. God-Slaying Sniper. Who are you? What kind of trick are you playing? To actually prank a police officer, do you know this is illegal? In the Super God world, inside the Juxia City Police Station, a beautiful policewoman in a short skirt uniform sternly set her pretty face, her heart astonished, but the message she sent was extremely serious. She was also surprised that her colleagues next to her couldn't see the light screen. What kind of black technology is this? How come I've never heard of it before? It's too astonishing. Blacklight Group owner. Calm down, this is not a prank. Instead, it's an unparalleled opportunity for you. We are in different worlds, and I happen to know information about your worlds. Although this might be unbelievable, there are many wondrous things in the world, and you have to believe it whether you want or not. Zhao Zheng's mind stirred, and he sent a message on the light screen. Before waiting for the 3 group members to reply, Zhao Zheng sent all the plots about Naruto, Jackie Chan Adventures, and Super God Academy from his mind. Zhao Zheng was now the Blacklight virus. His previously vague memories were now crystal clear, allowing him to do this. He had no intention of pretending to be a great immortal or a divine being to fool netizens, it was not only tiring. Once a lie is told, countless more lies are needed to cover it up, and paper cannot wrap fire. Zhao Zheng was too lazy to do that. It was simply more convenient for everyone to be open. Blacklight Group owner. With the help of the chat group, you can receive these 3 plots in your mind. Do not make a fuss after knowing the plots, lest you affect and change the future plots, and your advantage will be lost. Blacklight Group owner. Before doing anything, ask me, the group owner, and don't act rashly at 9-tailed fox. Zhao Zheng sent 2 more sentences on the light screen, mainly targeting Uzumaki Naruto. Lest this kid, after learning about the various darkness of the village, run to the 3rd Hokage and make a fuss. The 3rd Hokage might not attack Naruto, but if Danzo, the shadow of the pot, gets the news, he might secretly make a move, putting Naruto in danger. Naruto had great use in Zhao Zheng's heart, and he couldn't afford to have anything happen to him now. After doing all this, Zhao Zheng saw that the 3 group members in the chat group light screen hadn't replied for a long time. He presumed they were receiving the plot, caught in shock and complex emotions. So, Zhao Zheng put away the light screen. Just then, a knock came at the door. Hello, are you the new neighbor? My name is Saitama, nice to meet you. Zhao Zheng opened the door, and outside stood the bald demon king Saitama, dressed in casual clothes. At this moment, the bald demon king Saitama, with his lifeless, dead fish eyes, looked at Zhao Zheng with immense curiosity. In these past few days, besides him, Saitama, Zhao Zheng was the second person to move into the uninhabited area. Hello, my name is Zhao Zheng. We'll be neighbors from now on, please take care of me. I bought a lot of vegetables and meat, don't leave at noon, stay and eat. Zhao Zheng smiled very gently, extended his hand to shake Saitama's, and then pointed to the large pile of vegetables and meat on the sofa behind him. Before he became truly powerful and possessed dragon-level crushing strength, he still needed to rely heavily on Saitama and mooch off the bald demon king. He had to be gentle, this was simply a free benefactor. Then I won't be polite. Saitama, seeing his neighbor so polite, a brilliant smile appeared on his duck egg-shaped face, especially after seeing the large pile of expensive vegetables and meat on the sofa. His smile was almost splitting open. There was no other way, Saitama, in order to be a hero, had quit his job and lived off his savings. He usually saved as much as he could and even moved to an uninhabited area to save money. And Saitama, as a hero, had no income. Watching his savings dwindle, his personality naturally became more and more frugal, often traveling to several cities to buy discounted vegetables. Now that there was a chance for freebies, Saitama certainly wouldn't let it pass. The two enjoyed the meal, both host and guest delighted. Saitama, contentedly clutching his round belly, returned to his home next door. It seems he didn't notice anything wrong with me, and I've also built some rapport with Saitama. Those dishes I specifically bought weren't in vain. Zhao Zheng closed the door, his hands transforming into blood-black tentacles as he cleared the dishes from the table. Although he was essentially the Blacklight virus, in human form, he was genuinely human, so it was normal that Saitama wouldn't notice anything. Just like Sweet Mask, the number 1 A-class hero of the Hero Association, who was actually a monster, hadn't he been hiding for years? He had even met Saitama, yet Saitama still hadn't recognized him. Even if Saitama knows I'm a monster, as long as I don't do evil, he won't act. In the future, I can appropriately display some of my strength in front of him, as long as it doesn't lean too much towards being a monster. Zhao Zheng also thought about Saitama's personality. While laid back, he didn't have an absolute aversion to monsters. And for human criminals like Hammerhead, Saitama wouldn't kill them if he encountered them. How are the three group members doing currently? Zhao Zheng's mind stirred, and the chat group light screen appeared before his eyes. After the duration of a meal, the chat group finally had news. A large portion of it consisted of messages tagging him, Zhao Zheng, the group owner. God-slaying sniper. At Blacklight group owner, is the group owner not ready yet? I believe this is a chat group that can cross different worlds. According to the information you gave, are the three of us all anime characters? Then what meaning does our life have? On the chat group light screen, Qilin was clearly unwilling and tagged Zhao Zheng again. It made sense, the other party could casually produce plots about herself, and they were even anime. It was possible that in the other party's world, everything she lived was predetermined, it was all anime. Anyone who knew this would naturally be unwilling, and most would even despair. Blacklight group owner. At God-slaying sniper, what's there to be afraid of? There are countless worlds, and they might have connections to each other. These connections, when they reach another world, inspire and become film and anime works. Perhaps in my world, the story of me, this person, is also the plot of some book or anime in another world. Zhao Zheng replied, appearing quite open-minded. Even if all this was predetermined, what of it? Was he going to hang himself? Knowing the originally predetermined ending now was precisely what allowed people to change it and live a different outcome. There was no need to be unwilling about such a thing. On the contrary, one should be happy. Did I think too much? Is it really as the group owner said, that my world, through some connection, traveled to other worlds and was recorded? Qilin, in the Super God World police station, was somewhat lost, but with Zhao Zheng's explanation, her confusion lessened. The group owner wasn't worried about this, indicating that it wasn't important, and she, Qilin, was overthinking it. Agent T, even if all this is predetermined, it's fine. I didn't expect that I, Jade, would experience so many wonderful things in the future. Not just the current talismanic incantation, but also the 8 demon sorcerers, the 12 Chinese zodiac animals, the shadow masks, and the 8 demon chi. It's simply amazing. In the chat group light screen, Jade sent a message, clearly showing her excitement. Indeed, Jade's personality was already clever and mischievous, and she loved adventure. Knowing from the plot that she would experience many things in the future, she couldn't help but be happy. Nine-tailed fox, group owner brother, is everything you sent real. I have parents, I'm not a reincarnation of the demon fox, my father is the 4th Hokage, and my mother is very gentle. In Konoha, Ninja World, inside the first floor bathroom of the Ninja Academy, the small Uzumaki Naruto's eyes were red, tears streaming down and being wiped away by his small hands. He had skipped class, afraid he wouldn't be able to hold back his tears in the classroom. Recalling the plot that Zhao Jung had sent to the chat group, especially seeing his own story, little Naruto was crying and laughing, then laughing and crying again. This is great. He, Naruto, wasn't a born demon fox, he had parents, and his father was the famous 4th Hokage, regarded as Konoha's hero by the villagers. He, Naruto, wasn't the son of a demon fox, but the son of a hero. In the future, he wouldn't be lonely anymore, making many close friends and being accepted by the villagers. Nine-tailed fox, but why didn't Grandpa Third tell me about my parents? Was it really to protect my Jinchuriki status from being discovered? Little Naruto was puzzled and sent another message in the group. If it weren't for that, he wouldn't have suffered the villagers, cold stares, curses, and ostracization since childhood, nor would he have ended up in his current predicament. The only thing Uzumaki Naruto could think of was that Grandpa Hiruzen Sarutobi hid his parents' identities to protect his Jinchuriki status. After all, the Hokage plot shared by group owner brother fully explained the importance of a Jinchuriki's identity. Agent T, protect what? Has your brain been kicked by a donkey? Your demon fox identity is common knowledge in Konoha, is that what you call protection? Enemies don't even need to investigate to know you're the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. That old 3rd Hokage looks kind, but he's actually very sinister. You need to be careful. Xiao Yu from the antique shop sent a message, speechless. She had accepted all 3 plots, so she was extremely knowledgeable about the ninja world. The plot said Uzumaki Naruto was naive, but she didn't expect him to be this naive. Is the Ashura chakra really that brainwashing? Almost all the people possessed by its successive reincarnations have the same personality. God-slaying sniper. The 3rd Hokage's personality does have major contradictions. He's both like a good person and a hypocrite. I still think he hid your parents' identities to protect you. After all, your father was the 4th Hokage and had many enemies in the ninja world. God-slaying sniper. But no matter what, the 3rd Hokage poses no danger to you, Naruto. You need to be careful of the one-eyed Danzo. That person is very dangerous, and it's possible he's responsible for the exposure of your Nine-Tails Jinchuriki identity. Chi Lin from the police station also spoke to Naruto, her thoughts more meticulous. According to the Hokage plot, no matter how contradictory the 3rd Hokage was, he wouldn't pose a threat to Uzumaki Naruto. Instead, it was Danzo Shimura, hidden in the shadows as the darkness of Konoha and Root, who was an extremely dangerous individual. Blacklight group owner, Naruto, I know you're very wronged. No matter how much you know, don't show it. Live your normal life. Once you change too much or reveal too much of what you know, you'll at least be taken away by the Anbu, or even Root, for investigation, because your identity is too important to Konoha, and they won't let you get out of their control. Zhao Jung further cautioned Uzumaki Naruto. He still hoped to gain many benefits by having Naruto go to the ninja world. Moreover, when Zhao Jung watched Hokage in his previous life, he felt both pity and helplessness for Naruto, pity for Naruto's treatment and helplessness for Naruto's good guy personality. Although the Ashura chakra heavily brainwashed Naruto, it did create a succubus in the ninja world. If it weren't for the Ashura chakra, it's unknown whether Naruto could have made as many friends as he did in the original work. Nine-tailed fox, thank you, I understand. Little Naruto's happy face was flushed again. The concern from the 3 strangers in the group made him extremely happy inside. After all, in this school, he, Naruto, hadn't made a single friend. The concern from the 3 strangers in the group made little Naruto instinctively believe he had made 3 friends. Oh, right, I seem to have other friends too. Shikamaru and the others are all my friends, but our memories were altered by Yoda, and we became strangers to each other. Thinking of this, little Naruto's smile brightened. From the plot, little Naruto knew that he had met Yoda, whom Orochimaru brought back with impure world reincarnation, shortly after starting school. Because of Yoda, he and Shikamaru, Sakura, and the other future Konoha 12 formed a bond and became friends. Unfortunately, Yoda later left, and everyone's memories were wiped, turning them from acquaintances into strangers. Even so, it reignited little Naruto's confidence. He had already made friends with Shikamaru and the others once, he didn't believe he couldn't make friends a second time. Blacklight Group Owner. At 9-tailed fox, Naruto, how old are you now? Are you 7 yet? Has Sasuke Uchiha's clan been massacred? If you don't want Sasuke to lose his family and clan members, you can ask me for help. As a group member, I will help you. Zhao Jung smiled and sent a message, his appetite surging again. Among the most impressive things in Hokage, the Sharingan was undoubtedly one of them. Who among those who watched Hokage didn't want to possess the Sharingan? If the Uchiha haven't been massacred yet, it means Naruto is still very young. If he can make the chat group issue a mission, I can get involved in the night of the Uchiha clan massacre, and the Sharingan will be mine in minutes. Even the Uzumaki bloodline and Senju bloodline are within reach. Zhao Jung thought deeply, which is why he asked Uzumaki Naruto, all for the sake of obtaining the Sharingan. A Sharingan from 1 Tomo to 3 Tomo level, the disaster level would at most be demon level. Only after advancing to Mangekyo level and even Eternal Mangekyo level can one reach demon level powerhouses, or even dragon level. And the Sharingan's final form, the Rinnegan, is also a powerhouse among dragon level. Zhao Jung couldn't possibly refuse such a freely obtained ability. His only hope was that Uzumaki Naruto would be capable enough to trigger a chat group mission. 9-tailed fox, I'm 7 years old. Sasuke is 2 months older than me. His family is still alive. I'll pay attention to Sasuke's situation these days and report it to group owner brother as soon as something is wrong. Thank you for helping me, group owner brother. Little Naruto in the bathroom readily agreed. Although he disliked Sasuke very much, from the original plot, the two became true friends who faced life and death together. This led little Naruto to now view Sasuke as a friend, not wanting the somewhat arrogant little Sasuke to become the Sasuke from the original plot, filled with deep hatred and focused on revenge due to his clan's destruction. Blacklight Group Owner. Good, don't forget it. Oh, and Xiao Yu and Qi Lin, you two are also familiar with your own plots. You must not be careless. Knowing the plot is already a butterfly flapping its wings, the future plot might change. Report any dangers. We are all group members, and we should help each other. Zhao Jung sent another message in the group, reminding Qi Lin and Xiao Yu. Qi Lin's awakening of her super soldier gene of the Divine River generation happened when she was shot by a Teoti and was on the verge of death. Now that Qi Lin knew the original plot, it was hard to guarantee that there wouldn't be an accident during her subsequent awakening. Even if it happened as in the original plot, being shot by a Teoti, what if she didn't survive and died? And Xiao Yu, following Jackie Chan, fought against the Dark Hand and Shendu for a long time, experiencing danger many times. It's hard to guarantee that she wouldn't get complacent after knowing the plot and then have an accident. Xiao Yu has stumbled many times when she was complacent. God-slaying sniper. Okay, group owner, I'll remember that. Agent T. Don't worry, even if there's danger, Xiao Yu, can still get through it. Qi Lin, of course, knew what Zhao Jung meant. Her pretty face paled, and the relaxed feeling she had from knowing the plot turned serious. Xiao Yu, on the other hand, patted her flat chest, looking nonchalant. A warmth still rose in both women's hearts, the warmth of being cared for. It seems this group owner is very easy to get along with. Ninja World, Konoha Ninja Academy. Naruto, where have you been? You skipped class again to go play, didn't you? Inside the first grade classroom, a ninja with a pineapple-shaped hairstyle looked at the young Naruto who had burst in, erupting in anger. His eyes were filled with disappointment, like a good teacher seeing a bad student, expressing helpless fury at his lack of effort in studies. I'm sorry, Uruka-sensei, I won't skip class again. From now on, I will study hard. The young Naruto bowed apologetically, under the surprised gazes of his classmates. Having seen the storyline, the young Naruto fully knew that Uruka treated him differently from others. He was one of the few people in the entire Konoha who was especially good to him. As a boy, Uruka's parents sacrificed themselves during the nine-tailed fox's rampage, causing Uruka to initially resent Naruto, who sealed the nine-tailed fox. But Uruka eventually let go of his resentment and patiently taught Naruto. Unfortunately, neither the previous young Naruto nor Uzumaki Naruto in the storyline ever realized this until he was about to graduate from the Ninja Academy. Now, the young Naruto had awakened. He understood Uruka's heart and naturally wouldn't let Uruka down, he would study hard. Next to appear would be an Uzumaki Naruto who studied harder than in the original story. Uruka sensei. All the classmates. Was this still the mischievous, defiant Uzumaki Naruto? Had he been possessed? How did he become so well behaved? It's good that you know. Go back to your seat and listen carefully. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask your classmates, or come directly to my office after class. No matter how surprised Uruka was, his expression softened a bit. It was good that Naruto knew his mistake. To know one's mistake and be able to correct it is a great virtue. He just didn't know if this correction was permanent or would only last for a while. Even if it only lasted for a while, it still made Uruka much happier. Yes, sensei. The young Naruto nodded obediently, returned to his seat, ignored the strange looks from his classmates, sat up straight, and listened attentively. But as he listened, the young Naruto's eyelids gradually grew heavy. For a poor student, it was truly difficult to make him listen carefully. No, I can't sleep. I can't let Uruka sensei down. In his daze, the young Naruto seemed to see a disappointed expression on Uruka sensei's face at the podium. He twisted his thigh hard, immediately clearing his head, and continued to study diligently. Naruto really seems to have changed. That's great. Uruka's heart leapt with joy, and he finished the lesson before he knew it. Oh, right, the whole class is staying behind tonight for revision. Near the end of class, Uruka said something that made the students groan. Even the young Naruto, who genuinely wanted to change, was no exception. He wanted to study hard, but only during class. He didn't want to keep studying after school. Nine-tailed fox, it's so annoying. We have to stay after school to revise. There haven't been any exams recently, so why do we need to revise? Amidst his annoyance, the young Naruto complained in the chat group. Blacklight group owner. Agent T. God-slaying sniper. This child Naruto is adorably naive. Agent T. Why revise? You ask why revise? You already said there aren't any exams recently. Do you remember what the group owner told you before? The Uchiha clan massacre night has begun. God-slaying sniper. Given Naruto's personality, he probably won't find out about the Uchiha clan massacre until the next day. Blacklight group owner. +1. Nine-tailed fox. Ah. What should I do then? Uruka sensei told us to stay behind for revision. Does he know about the Uchiha clan massacre? No, Uruka sensei isn't that kind of person. Upon seeing the chat group message, the young Naruto's face showed a big embarrassment character, then he thought of something, his face turned grim and he shook his head. Uruka sensei is so good, he absolutely couldn't do such a thing. Blacklight group owner. Your Uruka sensei is indeed not that kind of person. He's just a pawn who doesn't know what's happening. The higher-ups ordered him to make the whole class stay for revision, and Uruka couldn't refuse. Nine-tailed fox. Ah, what should I do then? Agent T. What else can you do? Use your brain, okay. You and Sasuke should just ask for leave together, and have Sasuke take you back. Then, when Sasuke's older brother makes his move tonight, you can ask the group owner for help. Before Zhao Jung could offer a solution, the clever little Jade had already spoken it out. Nine-tailed fox. Okay, I'll take Sasuke to Uruka sensei to ask for leave. Agent T. You idiot, is it necessary to ask for leave now? Don't you think that as soon as you ask for leave, the higher-ups will immediately know and prevent you two from leaving school? Inside the antique shop, little Jade, who was helping to polish antiques, was furious, almost dropping an antique. Her father at the front desk watched in terror, his old heart almost giving out. Agent T. Listen to your older sister. Prepare your leave slip in advance. When school ends, have Sasuke come with you, whether by persuading him or provoking him, it's up to you. Agent T. Then put the leave slip on your and Sasuke's desks, and return to the Uchiha clan compound. This is a temporary change, the massacre operation won't change because of you. Then you'll be able to participate in the night of the Uchiha clan massacre and have group owner brother stop the night of the Uchiha clan massacre. You idiot. Little Jade sent 2 messages in the chat group in one breath. The young Naruto was truly the dumbest boy she had ever met. Even Pakun is smarter than Naruto. Blacklight group owner. This little Jade is a bit irritable. It always feels like a border collie and a husky together. God-slaying sniper. Agreed. Zhao Zheng and Qi Lin watched the chat group, their faces twitching. They always felt like little Jade was the clever border collie and Naruto was the foolish husky. The smart, calm border collie often got so angry at the husky's stupidity that it stomped its feet. Their intelligence was simply not on the same level. Nine-tailed fox, that makes sense. Thank you, little Jade sister. The young Naruto scratched his hair awkwardly while thanking her, then his big eyes lit up, and he took a pen to write a crooked leaf slip on a piece of paper. He wasn't angry with little Jade, in fact, he was very grateful to her. After all, she was helping him, Naruto. Although her tone was impulsive, the young Naruto had long been used to it. The villagers' words were even harsher than little Jade's, and they would never help him, the young Naruto. The night of the Uchiha clan massacre is coming so soon. It seems I can't devour more monsters to strengthen myself, my current strength is enough. I wonder if I can bring people over. If I can, bringing Saitama directly, wouldn't that be too much bullying of the white-eyed wolves? Inside the room, Zhao Zheng sat on the sofa, deep in thought. The main forces of the night of the Uchiha clan massacre were the two white-eyed wolves, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Obito. One massacred the ordinary clan members, and the other was responsible for dealing with the Uchiha's combat forces in the Konoha military police force. Their combined efforts led to the Uchiha's downfall. Outside the Uchiha clan compound, Danzo Shimura's root ninjas stood guard to prevent any surviving Uchiha members from escaping. At this time, Uchiha Itachi had just awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan not long ago. I wonder if he can use Susanoo. Even if he can, it would only be the first few stages. Uchiha Obito, with only one Mangekyo Sharingan left, relies purely on his spatial ninjutsu and would release cells to show off. Both of their strengths are at the demon level. If I use my reinforced form, I should be able to brutally beat and crush them, but I might not have a way against Uchiha Obito, he would hide in another dimension if things went south. Zhao Zheng thought more and more, making thorough preparations. If he could bring Saitama, it would be great. Even if Uchiha Obito hid in another dimension, with Saitama's strength, one punch would turn Uchiha Obito, the person in the other dimension, into dust. Saitama had completely reached the level where one force could break all techniques. Especially in his battle with Cosmic Garo, he could kick away Cosmic Garo's spatial teleportation, destroying space with his power was nothing. Saitama could even use his strength to break into the monster Phoenix Man's spiritual world, he was truly a bug-like existence. This also meant that any genjutsu would have no effect on Saitama at all. Not only the two Uchiha white-eyed wolves, but also Danzo Shimura and the third Hokage. Danzo Shimura has long coveted the Sharingan and also greatly desired to destroy the Uchiha clan. The third Hokage appears to be a good Hokage, outwardly completely unaware of the clan annihilation, but he definitely saw it. Otherwise, with such a huge commotion, if Danzo Shimura could hide it from the third Hokage and carry it out, let alone seize the Hokage position, then why would he have been suppressed by the third Hokage for so many years? I remember in the official Naruto settings, after the Uchiha clan was destroyed, Danzo Shimura's root was immediately disbanded by Hiruzen Sarutobi, and only re-established after Hiruzen Sarutobi's death. This indicates that Hiruzen Sarutobi had immense control over Root, so currently Hiruzen Sarutobi must be aware of Uchiha Itachi's clan annihilation and is tacitly approving it. These two, their strength is probably demon level. As for the other two high-ranking Konoha officials, they are not to be feared. Thinking this, Zhao Zheng was completely relieved. With his strength, dealing with a demon level was easy. But he still had to be careful of those sealing jutsus that could allow the weak to defeat the strong. Most of the nine-tailed beasts in Naruto were demon level in strength, with the strongest reaching dragon level. Even so, they were sealed by weaker individuals using sealing jutsus. Sealing jutsus should not be underestimated. Knock knock. Brother Saitama, there's a big sale at a supermarket in D-City. Want to go check it out together? A knocking sound rang out, and Saitama's voice came from outside the door. D-City. Supermarket big sale. Could it be that the Biceps King is about to appear? Excellent. Zhao Zheng's eyes flickered, as if he had thought of something, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He got up and opened the door. After devouring the Biceps King, the Uchiha clan annihilation would no longer be an issue. Let's go. We're almost out of ingredients anyway, so let's buy some at the supermarket. Zhao Zheng wore a gentle smile, even more enthusiastic than Saitama. Especially when he saw Saitama change into a yellow battle suit, his smile became even more pure. Another feast was coming. Alright, let's go. Why don't you take a taxi? I always run there. If you take a taxi, you can keep up with my speed. Saitama looked at Zhao Zheng's smile, finding it a bit strange, but still suggested. Saitama was short on money, so he had noted down the times of big supermarket sales in various cities. Whenever there was a sale, Saitama would run there with his super strength, arriving in no time. Wearing a battle suit made it more convenient to run. If he wore regular clothes, they would have been torn to shreds by the strong winds long ago. Don't underestimate me, brother Saitama. My strength isn't weak either. Otherwise, how do you think I dared to come to the uninhabited zone? Zhao Zheng patted Saitama's shoulder, intentionally revealing some information. Since he was going to expose some of his strength to Saitama, he could do it now to avoid future trouble. Alright then, let's go. Saitama wasn't overly curious after hearing that. The two walked down the stairs and arrived on the deserted street. Instantly, the two stirred up a white sonic boom, transforming into a yellow light and a blood-black light, piercing through the uninhabited zone and heading towards D-City. The yellow light in front was the bald demon king, Saitama. The blood-black light was, of course, Zhao Zheng, following closely behind, with the distance between him and Saitama growing wider and wider. Brother Saitama, your strength is quite good. Saitama, for Zhao Zheng's sake, intentionally slowed down and ran alongside him. Brother Saitama, your strength is unfathomable. Even if I go all out, I can't catch up to you. Zhao Zheng smiled bitterly. At least in his human state, he was going all out. To go any faster, he would have to use his black light enhanced form. Even with the black light enhanced form, he couldn't catch up to Saitama. There was no helping it, the bald demon king was terrifying. Keep it up, brother Saitama. If you train more, you can also reach my level. Saitama gave Zhao Zheng a thumbs up, cheering him on, which made Zhao Zheng speechless. Did he really think everyone could be like the bald demon king, completely breaking their limiter and remaining invincible forever? We're here. This is the big sale supermarket. In D-City, the yellow light and the blood-black light stopped at the entrance of a supermarket. It was Saitama and Zhao Zheng. Saitama was slightly excited, pulling Zhao Zheng into the supermarket to look around. The Biceps King should be appearing soon, right? Zhao Zheng accompanied Saitama through the supermarket, while also anticipating the appearance of a powerful monster. In the One Punch World storyline, when Saitama was shopping in D-City, he encountered a giant of immense size. The giant was the younger brother of the human scientist Fukoj. He drank the Biceps King potion developed by Fukoj, causing his body to undergo giant transformation. He was known as the giant with the strongest physique. In the show, he was officially classified as demon level, but that was only when the giant first appeared and the disaster hadn't fully escalated. Once the disaster escalated, the giant would be upgraded to a dragon-level disaster. Purely the same treatment as Vaccine Man. The scientist Fukoj, who could create a dragon-level monster, his technology is clearly formidable. The House of Evolution, after so many years, only created one dragon-level monster. Fukoj's intellect is no less than that of Geros, the creator of the House of Evolution. Zhao Zheng pondered the information about the upcoming enemy. Whether it was the giant or Fukoj, Zhao Zheng wanted to devour them both. He wanted to acquire the giant's dragon-level strength and Fukoj's brilliant mind. After this, I'll go to the House of Evolution and devour Geros or his clones to gain his scientist's brain, along with all the technologies stored in his mind, especially the cloning technology. Then, through the chat group, I'll get all the various bloodline limits from the Naruto world and the various warrior genes from Qilin's world, replicate them, and then devour them. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Zhao Zheng thought far ahead, not just about the two worlds of his group members, but also the genes of the heroes in the One Punch world. Such as Tatsumaki's psychic genes, Zombie Man's infinite regeneration genes, Pig God's devouring and digestion genes, and Metal Bat's gene that increases combat power with increasing fighting spirit. Zhao Zheng wanted all of these. As for the genes of Puri Puri Prisoner, Superalloy Darkshine, and Tanktop Master, they were also good. They possessed great talent in body tempering, and he could try to acquire and replicate their genes later. Saitama's genes, let's just forget about them. Zhao Zheng glanced at Saitama, who was intently staring at the discounted beef, and sighed in his heart. First, obtaining Saitama's genes was difficult, he couldn't even break through his defenses. Even if he obtained Saitama's blood, what he would replicate would only be the ordinary Saitama, not the Saitama who had broken his limiter. The limiter in this world was very profound. Everything in the world had a limiter. Even genetically replicated bodies had limiters. An existence like Saitama, who was so incredibly unique, could not be replicated through technology. It could only be achieved by breaking through one's limits amidst endless life and death crises. Unless it was an existence that was naturally born with a broken limiter, then scientific genetic replication would be possible. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Suddenly, a strong tremor interrupted Zhao Zheng's thoughts and Saitama's beef selection. The two looked around and found that the intense earthquake was causing the shelves in the store to fall, and the ceiling light bulbs were flickering. Oh no, an earthquake. Run. The customers and staff in the store, terrified, immediately fled, leaving only Zhao Zheng and Saitama inside. What's happening? What's happening? Saitama wondered, a big question mark seemingly appearing on his bald, lightbulb-like head. Everyone left. Did that mean he didn't have to pay? That's awesome. Before Saitama could rejoice, the supermarket roof was torn open by strong winds, scattering the fallen shelves everywhere. The two looked up and saw a bald, muscular giant. The giant was about 1,000 meters tall. Skyscrapers were like ants before him. One step was enough to crush a section of buildings into a depressed ruin. Brother Saitama, I'll go first. If I can't beat him, then you make your move. Zhao Zheng's voice came. Saitama looked to his side and found that his neighbor was already gone, transformed into a blood-red shadow, using his super high jumping power to chase after the giant. This size is definitely the animated version of the giant. Only the animated version is so exaggerated. The manga version of the giant is nearly 300 meters tall and is a true demon-level entity. Although the animated version of the giant is demon-level, its true strength is dragon-level. Just based on its performance in the anime, the giant is not weak even among dragon levels. Only someone like Elder Centipede could compete with it. On the ruined ground, Zhao Zheng, transformed into a blood-black shadow, desperately chased the towering giant, whose body was filled with muscles. The closer he got, the more awe-inspiring the giant's size became. It was too big, so big it brought despair. Among the wolf to god levels, each level has its strong and weak points, especially the dragon level. Bakuzan, a human martial artist who ate monster cells and transformed into the monster Bakuzan, although a dragon level, was a weaker existence among dragon levels. Facing Gukutsu, who was also a dragon level, Bakuzan couldn't even withstand a single punch. And this giant, over 1,000 meters tall, created by Fukoge, is probably comparable to Gukutsu and Elder Centipede among dragon levels. I'm getting more and more interested in Fukoge. Zhao Zheng's eyes showed hunger. He licked his lips with his tongue and, after approaching the giant at supersonic speed, leapt high with his super jumping ability, landing on the giant's body and heading towards his shoulder. The stronger the giant, the more it proved the power of his brother Fukoge. Zhao Zheng was increasingly greedy for his brain. Fukoge's original fate was to be crushed to death by his own brother, not even a paste, at most a little bloodstain. According to the original plot, no matter how powerful Zhao Zheng's Blacklight virus was, he wouldn't be able to completely devour Fukoge once he became a bloodstain. He could only change his plan and strike first. Roar. The giant, currently moving towards City B, roared skyward. With a casual wave of his massive palm, he stirred up winds more powerful than a typhoon, destroying large swaths of buildings. He didn't notice Zhao Zheng jumping around on his body, just as humans don't notice fleas on themselves unless they attack. You're amazing, little brother. Just your palm wind destroyed an entire area. Little brother, you already possess the strongest physique in the world, and with my strongest brain. We brothers are destined to become kings of the world. Let's keep going like this, head to City B, and destroy City B2. On the giant's shoulder, a disheveled middle-aged man wearing glasses and a white lab coat excitedly looked down, cheering joyfully. He was Fukoge, who had developed the King of Biceps serum, transforming his brother into a towering giant. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Future king, look here. Blacklight. Blade. Before the giant could say anything, a mocking dog calling sound came. Fukoge instinctively turned his head. A flash of blade light. Fukoge felt himself flying into the air and spinning. While spinning, Fukoge saw a headless corpse in a white lab coat. That looks like my body. Was my head chopped off? Fukoja's mind was confused. At the same time, he saw a black-haired young man in casual clothes standing in front of his headless body. The young man's right arm had become massive, covered in blood-black, grotesque armor, and his right hand had transformed into a thick, gleaming giant blade. There wasn't a drop of blood on the blade, but Fukoj knew it must have been that blade that beheaded him. Thank you for the feast. The young man whose arm had transformed into a blade was, predictably, Zhao Zheng, who had arrived. After successfully ambushing, a slight smile played on his lips. His right arm's blacklight blade transformed into a tentacle. The tentacle extended, enveloping Fukoj's headless body along with his head, refining it in an instant. Although Zhao Zheng felt a bit squeamish about devouring humans, it depended on the person. For a mad scientist like Fukoj, his death was a great thing. As for the ability to turn his hand into a blade, Zhao Zheng didn't acquire it by absorbing blacklight. Hunter like Alex Mercer, but he could imitate it, using his blacklight body to transform into a blade just like he would transform tentacles. Similarly, Zhao Zheng could transform into Alex Mercer's other weapon abilities. Brother. No. How dare you kill my brother? Give me back my brother's life. The giant hadn't expected his brother to die the moment he turned his head. This caused him immense pain, and his voice thundered. He raised his palm and swung it like lightning, striking at Zhao Zheng on his shoulder. Blacklight. Dash. Zhao Zheng had been watching the giant's every move. The moment the giant roared, he sprinted across the giant's body at extreme speed, dodging the giant's palm strike. The palm strike, upon hitting the giant's shoulder, unleashed a storm powerful enough to destroy buildings, but it couldn't destroy Zhao Zheng, who possessed demon-level strength. Instead, it made Zhao Zheng even faster. Blacklight. Claws. Dash slice. Blacklight. Blade. Dash frenzy kill. Zhao Zheng moved across the giant's surface. His left hand transformed into slender, gleaming claws, his left arm also covered in blood-black armor. His right hand, meanwhile, transformed back into a blood-black armored blade. In an instant, Zhao Zheng's claws and blade waved, continuously attacking the giant's skin while he moved. However, the giant's defense was formidable. Even his skin only sparked under Zhao Zheng's cuts, causing the giant slight pain but failing to break his defense. Zhao Zheng wasn't surprised. The giant had the achievement of remaining fully intact even after a single punch from Saitama. Any other dragon-level monster would have been pulverized into a mist of blood by Saitama's punch, or at least lost half its body if it were stronger. Fool little bug. Don't run. The giant roared, pain racking his body, fueling his already furious heart like oil on a fire, making it burn even more fiercely. He sped up his palm strikes, repeatedly hitting himself, but still couldn't hit Zhao Zheng, who was like an annoying fly. A scientist's brain is indeed useful. I can multitask and use different abilities. Otherwise, with the original owner's brain, I estimate I'd only be able to use one skill, like Alex Mercer in the game. Regarding the Blacklight virus, with Fukoj's brain, I've also gained more inspiration for development. Zhao Zheng ignored the giant completely. While dashing and attacking, he carefully felt the changes within himself after devouring Fukoj's brain. First, his intelligence significantly increased, now belonging to the super intellect category. His brain was much more capable than before. He also gained a lot of scientific research knowledge. Zhao Zheng could easily become a replica of Fukoj, the scientist, if he wished. If you can withstand my next 3 moves, I won't play with you anymore. Zhao Zheng moved back to the giant's shoulder, then leapt high with his super jumping ability, reaching above the giant's head. Blacklight. Energy blast. Zhao Zheng raised his claws and blade. Between the claws and blade, a massive energy orb, a mix of blood red and deep black, appeared. Zhao Zheng swung it down fiercely, sending it directly towards the giant's head. That was an ability the original Blacklight virus didn't possess. It was a new ability Zhao Zheng gained after devouring Vaccine Man and acquiring Vaccine Man's energy blast skill. Vaccine Man had used this ability to cause widespread destruction in City A. A mere trick, daring to show off before an expert. The giant swung his palm upwards, directly hitting the Blacklight. Energy blast. An explosion sounded, creating a huge cloud of smoke. His palm felt immense pain, but his defense still wasn't broken. For a demon level, a dragon level monster is a true monster, and the giant was an even stronger dragon level. Blacklight. Hammer fist. High altitude hammer strike. Blacklight. Gravemaker. From the smoke, Zhao Zheng used bullet dive, quickly bursting out of the smoke, accelerating his descent towards the giant's head. During the descent, his right-hand blade transformed into a blood-black armored giant hammer, resembling an irregular meteor hammer. The hammer's power was amplified by the falling speed, striking the giant's head with a resounding thud, causing the giant's body to sway. The gleaming claws also stabbed fiercely into the giant's head, but still failed to break the giant's defense. In fact, cracks quickly appeared on the surface of the claws. It didn't even break through. Zhao Zheng's eyes widened, and he blurted out an expletive in his urgency. His powerful healing ability activated, rapidly repairing the cracks in his claws. His meticulously prepared Blacklight tomb spike annihilation had failed. He couldn't penetrate the giant's defenses, let alone get the attack inside the giant's body to attack from within. Not only did his left claw fail, but the power of his right hammer falling from high altitude also caused no damage to the giant. There wasn't even a dent on its head, it merely made the giant sway. In this case, even the incredibly penetrating black light fatal pain would likely be unable to break through the giant's defenses. Die. The pain in its head enraged the giant, causing its muscles to swell even further, and its veins to bulge like fierce dragons coiling across its body. It sped up its hands, creating a sonic boom, and clapped them together above its head at supersonic speed. Zhao Zheng had anticipated this, leaping off the giant's head and jumping into the endless sky below. He glided through the high altitude like a bird, soaring into the distance. It was high altitude gliding. This wasn't the ability of the first-generation protagonist, Alex Mercer, but the second-generation protagonist's ability. As the Blacklight virus prime, and having consumed Fukoge's brain, Zhao Zheng had developed his Blacklight virus to the point where he could use all the abilities of both the first and second-generation protagonists in a short amount of time. In the future, his potential would be even higher than the first and second generations, because Zhao Zheng was in the One-Punch world and had access to endless worlds connected by the chat group. Rumble. Die. Give me back my brother's life. Its palms clapped onto its head, unleashing a violent tornado. The giant's head spun, but it still targeted Zhao Zheng, who was like an aerial target in the sky. It threw a punch, and its massive fist engulfed Zhao Zheng. A life-or-death crisis enveloped Zhao Zheng's heart. If he were hit by that punch, he wouldn't die, but he would suffer severe injuries. Brother Saitama. Zhao Zheng roared to the sky, even activating black light. Superpower armor and black light shield. His body was covered in blood black, ferocious armor, and his arms came together, forming a giant shield in front of him. Among demon-level powerhouses, Zhao Zheng could contend with peak ghost-level experts. Against a dragon-level monster like Bakuzen, he could even kill him by fighting above his level, thanks to the Blacklight virus. But to truly fight dragon-level powerhouses like the Giant or Elder Centipede, it seemed that Zhao Zheng would currently need to use the black light-enhanced form he gained from consuming Vaccine Man. Once he used the black light-enhanced form, Zhao Zheng would completely transform into a monster in the eyes of others, which would be a net loss. It was better to call out to the bald Demon King, who was surely watching from somewhere. I'm here, brother Zhao Zheng. Just as the giant's fist was about to smash onto Zhao Zheng's shield, a yellow light flashed in front of Zhao Zheng. The bald Demon King, Saitama, appeared. His eyes were no longer listless, they had become sharp, triangular. To protect his friend, he would just have to show a little bit of his strength. Saitama threw a punch, his small fist incomparable to the giant's enormous one. Yet, it was this small fist that blasted the gigantic fist into oblivion. Not only that, the damage from being blasted into oblivion spread from the giant's fist to its arm, and then to its entire upper body. The dragon-level powerhouse, the giant, who had evolved after consuming the Biceps King serum, was defeated. Only its lower half, over 500 meters tall, remained standing in the ruins of D-City. Brother Saitama, you really arrived in the nick of time. Zhao Zheng and Saitama landed. Zhao Zheng exited his armored form, returning to normal and gasping for breath, looking regretfully at the giant's severed body. He had forgotten to tell Saitama to leave the giant's body intact. Before leaving, he was so focused on Fukoge that he forgot to instruct Saitama to go easy. Now, the giant's value has been greatly reduced. Zhao Zheng shook his head. Even a half-giant was still dragon-level strength, at most comparable to the monster Bakuzen. In the original story, the giant survived Saitama's punch with its body intact because Saitama wasn't trying. It was normal for Saitama to inflict more severe damage than in the anime if he used a little more force. Brother Zhao Zheng, what were those abilities you used earlier? Are you a monster? Saitama looked at Zhao Zheng curiously. Zhao Zheng's arms transforming into tentacles, blades, hammers, and other forms was certainly not what a normal person could do, it seemed like a monster. After all, no human could transform their flesh and blood into hard weapons. I'm not a monster. I'm a gene warrior, which is why I have these abilities that look similar to those of monsters. Zombie Man, ranked 8th among S-class heroes, is also a gene warrior, possessing powerful regenerative abilities. Zhao Zheng's heart skipped a beat, but he calmly shook his head and gave the excuse he had already prepared. Since he decided to expose his strength, the various abilities of the Blacklight virus were unavoidable. Moreover, if he was going to be Saitama's neighbor, after a while, these abilities would be impossible to hide. Gene Warrior was a particularly good excuse. Furthermore, those infected by the Blacklight virus were, to some extent, indeed Gene Warriors. As for the Blacklight enhanced form, again, when used, it didn't just resemble a monster, it was a monster. Explaining that with Gene Warrior would be too far-fetched. Besides, Zhao Zheng had big plans for the Blacklight enhanced form. Only a double agent could reap more benefits. I see, it's similar to those robots. Saitama nodded thoughtfully, no longer suspicious. While Gene Warriors were rare in this world, robots were not. Many heroes were cyborgs. Zhao Zheng's explanation was very reasonable. After escaping that lab, though I was free, I was undocumented, which is why I lived in the uninhabited zone. Zhao Zheng continued to add more fabricated details to his story, transforming into a blood-black shadow and leaping onto the giant's lower half. His hands transformed into blood-black tentacles, reaching into the large wound at the giant's waist, frantically devouring its flesh and energy. Don't be surprised, this is also my ability as a gene warrior. To become stronger, I must consume superior life forms, acquire their genes, gain their abilities, and then sort them by superiority to make myself stronger. Zhao Zheng turned to explain to Saitama, who had also arrived beside him. Then, he opened his mouth wide, and countless blood-black tentacles emerged from his throat, slimy, and entered the giant's lower half, joining the ranks of the devourers. Although he was lying, there was also truth in his words. For example, the Blacklight virus needed to consume powerful life to become strong. A lie mixed with truth was harder to expose. Gene warriors are too terrifying, aren't they? Saitama sighed, his listless eyes showing interest. Zhao Zheng's words made him feel as if he was witnessing a powerhouse rapidly rising. Once Zhao Zheng became truly strong, perhaps he, Saitama, would finally have a true opponent to fight against. Then, he, Saitama, would no longer be lonely due to his invincibility. My strength is increasing. As he devoured more of the giant's flesh, Zhao Zheng felt his strength rapidly growing, and a look of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. But this rate of consumption was still too slow. Zhao Zheng's entire body directly dropped into the wound at the giant's waist. Black light. 1,000 tendrils. End all. Zhao Zheng's body spewed countless blood-black tentacles, densely shooting into the giant's internal flesh. The coverage area was much larger than before, and the speed of absorption and consumption was many times greater than before. As the consumption time lengthened, Zhao Zheng's strength soared. More tentacles extended, and the power of the tentacles, consumption also grew stronger, allowing them to devour the giant's super strong epidermis and bones. Finally, the giant, still massive in size despite being only half a body, disappeared from its spot, leaving only Zhao Zheng and Saitama. My normal state strength has definitely reached dragon level. After activating the Blacklight enhanced form, I can certainly contend with dragon level powerhouses like the giant and elder centipede. Zhao Zheng, in human form, raised his hands, experiencing his own strength, and casually waved them to the side. A surge of palm wind emerged, leveling an already ruined building. Zhao Zheng felt his own life form had entered a new level. His current strength could definitely contend with a newly entered dragon-level monster like Bakuzan, and due to the Blacklight virus's unique properties, beating him up would not be an issue. He could even fight above his level against dragon-level powerhouses like the giant and elder centipede. Then, by activating the Blacklight enhanced form, he would completely become a dragon-level powerhouse, and could even become a high-ranking executive within the Monster Association. Your strength has indeed increased significantly. If I had known earlier, I would have gone easier and left the giant whole so you could have become even stronger. Saitama looked at Zhao Zheng displaying his strength, his lifeless large eyes brightening slightly, mixed with a hint of regret. It's fine, there will be plenty of powerful monsters in the future. I'll have to trouble Brother Saitama to help me out more often. Zhao Zheng also felt a moment of regret, but it quickly faded. He would encounter a large number of monsters later on. The giant was merely a minor general among them. There were plenty of monsters comparable to the giant. Was he afraid Zhao Zheng wouldn't have ingredients to grow stronger? True. Come on, let's go home. It's a shame that discount supermarket was destroyed. We won't be able to buy cheap groceries now. Saitama's regret deepened, feeling sad for the lost discounted groceries. The roof was just ripped off, and the contents were scattered. It's not like they're inedible. Let's go, we're going, $0 shopping. The supermarket has insurance anyway, they can just file a claim. They won't regret the lost produce, they'll just assume it was destroyed by the monster. Zhao Zheng pulled Saitama, running toward the former supermarket, brainwashing Saitama as they ran. He successfully convinced Saitama, making him feel completely justified, and his lifeless large eyes became bright and spirited. That makes sense. Let's hurry. In his excitement, Saitama hoisted Zhao Zheng onto his shoulder, buttocks forward, head backward, and turned into a flash of yellow light, speeding toward the supermarket. There were certainly many people with the idea of $0 shopping. If they arrived late, the supermarket might not have any products left. This time, Saitama was determined to acquire all the expensive groceries he usually couldn't afford and could only stare at. In the center of City A, there stood a black rectangular building, its exterior appearing to be made of black gold. This was the Hero Association headquarters, managing heroes from C rank to S rank. Of course, the stronger the hero, the less they cared about or listened to the Hero Association's management. As the main base for heroes, the Hero Association headquarters was structurally sound and permanently guarded by two S-rank heroes, meaning its strength should not be underestimated. Is this the extent of the disaster caused by the monster in City D? Inside the monitoring floor of the Hero Association headquarters, a male executive in a suit, with a middle-part hairstyle and glasses, watched the large monitoring screen. The large screen displayed the scene of City D being destroyed by the giant. With one stomp, a large area turned into ruins, and further destruction was caused casually by the giant as it walked. This destruction alone caused severe damage to City D. This destructive power is absolutely not demon level, it's dragon level. Immediately raise the disaster level to dragon level and issue a notification, summoning multiple S-rank heroes to confront it. The middle part executive pushed up his glasses, giving urgent commands. No need, the monster has already been dealt with. It was eliminated by an unknown entity while en route to City B. This is the video taken by a witness. The young miss operating the computer spoke in shock, her pretty face stunned as she uploaded a video to the large monitoring screen. On the large monitoring screen, the video speed was slowed down, allowing them to see a blood-black shadow moving around the giant, constantly fighting it. Although his attacks did not immediately cause damage to the giant, everyone watching the video knew this person was extraordinary, definitely possessing S-rank strength. Finally, the blood-black shadow leapt into the air. Just as the giant's punch was about to strike, the giant died instead, its entire upper body reduced to ash. At this point, the video cut off. Such powerful strength. He definitely possesses top-tier S-rank ability. We must investigate this person. The fact that he can fight a monster indicates a good heart nature. We need to recruit him as an S-class hero for the Hero Association. Allowing such power to roam outside our control is simply too dangerous. The middle part executive's tone became excited and urgent as he issued orders. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding staff members cast strange looks at him. He seems to be a monster. He can transform into various weapons, a human couldn't do that, right? Letting a monster become a hero. I fear there will be much controversy within the Hero Association. The computer young miss couldn't help but speak up, mentioning that the video showed the blood-black shadow transforming its hands into blades, claws, and hammers. Such a person, let alone being a hero, would be lucky not to be labeled a terrifying monster. Monster. Is there really a difference between RS-class heroes and monsters? The middle part executive countered with a question, leaving everyone present speechless. Indeed, the general public might not understand the true value of S-class heroes, but shouldn't those working for the Hero Association understand their true nature? S-class heroes possess abilities that surpass mortals, they could be called humanoid monsters with immense power. Initially, the hero ranks didn't even include S rank. The reason S rank appeared later was that the Hero Association High Command discovered certain individuals were so powerful that their strength far surpassed A-class heroes, allowing them to defeat monsters that A-class heroes struggled against even when fighting together. Therefore, the High Command gathered these individuals, and they became the S-class heroes. When facing someone powerful, what if he is a monster? As long as his heart is dedicated to the people, he is a hero. Conversely, if a hero is strong but evil in nature, how is he different from a monster? Furthermore, whether this person is a monster has not yet been clearly investigated, so we cannot jump to conclusions. What if he is like Zombie Man? The middle part executive pushed up his glasses again, and his words caused the staff present to nod in agreement. It was indeed reasonable. Even if that person was a monster, as long as he was dedicated to the people, with the help of the Hero Association, he would simply become another hero. At most, he would be an unconventional hero possessing extraordinary strength. Report. Witnesses claim that the remaining half of the gigantic monster's body has vanished, likely taken by the figure we saw earlier. The computer young miss received a message and reported it to the middle part executive. Good. Then fully investigate this person. Report any information immediately, do not overlook even similar individuals. With the middle part executive's order, the massive machine of the Hero Association began to operate, extending its reach across the 26 cities of the entire supercontinent. Brother Zhao Zheng, come eat at my place tonight. I want you to try my cooking. In the unmanned zone of City Z, Saitama, carrying large bags of groceries, extended an invitation to Zhao Zheng. His bags contained expensive ingredients he usually couldn't bear to buy or afford. He was determined to enjoy himself thoroughly tonight. All right, I'll be your assistant. Zhao Zheng said with a smile. He was also carrying large bags. Who would refuse free items? The two entered Saitama's apartment and began preparing dinner. How are things going with little Naruto? Although he's unreliable as a protagonist, he's quite effective when it matters. While preparing, Zhao Zheng thought of Naruto. He was still obsessed with the Sharingan. Especially now that he possessed dragon-level strength, Zhao Zheng had greater confidence regarding the night of the Uchiha clan massacre. At worst, he could use the Blacklight enhanced form to crush the enemies with absolute power, giving them no chance to use sealing techniques. And in terms of mental power, my current abilities rely purely on physical strength, making my mental level weak. The genjutsu of the two white-eyed wolves is a huge threat, especially Tsukuyomi, and the Koto Amatsukami that Uchiha Shisui gave to Itachi. I must achieve a quick victory. Zhao Zheng tidied up on the surface while mentally preparing for battle. If he had Tatsumaki's psychic powers, he wouldn't need to fear Itachi's genjutsu. After all, genjutsu is a manifestation of mental energy. No matter how heaven-defying the skills Tsukuyomi and Koto Amatsukami are, the disparity in strength between the two parties must be considered. Tatsumaki's strength, placed in the ninja world, would easily be at the powerful six-path sage level. Here, six paths refers to the ability to move mountains, fill seas, and change the face of the land. Not the Otsutsuki in Boruto era, who are as weak as dogs. Most of those Otsutsuki are powerful but lack combat experience, only able to display cage level or even super cage level strength, making it difficult to deal with Naruto and Sasuke without the six-path sage's blessing. If the Otsutsuki in Boruto truly possessed strength comparable to Otsutsuki Kagaya in Shippuden era, taking down Sasuke and Naruto during the Boruto era would be effortless, and they certainly wouldn't ignore the sealed Otsutsuki Kagaya. But they didn't, indicating they still feared the immensely powerful Otsutsuki Kagaya. As for the subsequent individuals separated from the Ten-Tails spawns, who transformed into corresponding bodies by consuming ninja chakra, they claimed to possess six paths power individually. In reality, they did not. Back then, Otsutsuki Kagaya, relying on the incomplete but fully mature Ten-Tails God Tree, plus the chakra of the entire ninja world, still did not exceed the six paths level. The Ten-Tails spawns were inherently weaker than the incomplete, yet fully mature, Ten-Tails, and the more they separated, the weaker their individual strength became. A few weak individuals separated from the Ten-Tails spawns claimed to have six-path strength. Their true power was unknown, but after consuming the chakra of a few ninja, they were merely barking like mad dogs, unaware of their own limitations. As for the Boruto-era protagonist group fighting the Ten-Tails youngling group, it wasn't because the opponents were strong, but because the protagonist group was too weak. Currently, it seems that aside from a few heaven-defying skills originating from the Otsutsuki god, and the Otsutsuki god himself, the demonstrated combat power in Boruto is far inferior to the Shippuden era. Zhao Zheng thought to himself, if it had been Boruto who entered instead of Naruto, then by simply consuming the Otsutsuki, he would obtain the Sharingan, Byakugan, and everything else. Then, with a thought, the chat group light screen appeared before Zhao Zheng's eyes. In the chat group, only Qi Lin and Xiao Yu chatted occasionally. Naruto hadn't posted any messages, presumably preparing to convince Sasuke to leave. In the ninja world, it was almost dismissal time. However, not a single student at the Konoha Ninja Academy was happy. The air was filled with their complaints, and the entire atmosphere was negative. Due to the impromptu remedial class, the school has prepared dinner for everyone. Please collect it on the playground, Uruka announced to the whole class after finishing the last lesson. The Ninja Academy did not provide meals, students brought their own bento boxes for lunch. Since lunch wasn't provided, dinner naturally wouldn't be either, and students usually ate at home after school. Even for remedial classes, notice would be given a few days in advance, and students would bring their own dinner on that day. Today's remedial class was a last-minute arrangement, so to prevent student complaints and parental objections, the school prepared dinner. As soon as he finished speaking, Uruka led the students towards the door. Hearing there was food, the students' bad moods improved somewhat. Sasuke, let's eat together. Sasuke, don't eat with those little hussies, come eat with me. At the front of the classroom, a group of little girls surrounded a handsome black-haired boy, chattering excitedly. They vied for the black-haired boy's attention, their eyes sparkling with admiration as they looked at him. Who could blame them? The black-haired boy was the most handsome in the class and did well in his studies. The black-haired boy was usually quiet, but in the eyes of his peers, he was indeed very handsome. This made the black-haired boy the class heartthrob, adored by all the girls and envied by the other boys in the class. And this black-haired boy was none other than Uchiha Sasuke, the future best friend Naruto needed to save. It's time, little Naruto thought from the back row. Seeing Uruka leave, he immediately slapped a leave request on his desk, held it down with stationery, and then walked towards little Sasuke, who was surrounded at the front, forcing his way into the group of girls. What are you doing? Stinky Naruto, why aren't you eating? What are you doing here? Boys and girls shouldn't be too close, stay away from us. The little girls, annoyed by being pushed, scolded little Naruto. Originally, they had developed a slight liking for little Naruto due to his changes, but now it seemed Naruto was still Naruto, annoyingly so. I need to talk to Sasuke. Sasuke, come with me. Using his boyish strength and the Uzumaki bloodline boost, little Naruto successfully squeezed next to little Sasuke, slapped another crooked leave request on the desk, also held it down with little Sasuke's stationery, and then grabbed the bewildered little Sasuke, intending to leave. What are you doing? Let go of my Sasuke, you stinky sewer rat who causes trouble all day, you're not worthy of touching my Sasuke. Before little Sasuke could speak, the group of girls became upset again, blocking Naruto and preventing him from leaving. Now it wasn't just girls fighting over Sasuke, were boys going to start too? Why should I go with you? Little Sasuke said coldly, shaking off little Naruto's hand. He and little Naruto usually didn't talk. Even when they did, it was usually little Naruto picking a fight because he couldn't stand Sasuke. As a result, their relationship was already strained. If someone you didn't get along with suddenly grabbed you and told you to go with them, no one would go. Oh no. This is too complicated to explain. Just come with me, just trust me, or you'll regret it. Little Naruto's face was filled with anxiety. He reached out to grab little Sasuke again but was shaken off. The chattering and obstruction from the surrounding girls made little Naruto even more frantic. Was he supposed to tell little Sasuke, I know your beloved Oni-san is going to kill your parents and your clan members? No one would believe that, and little Sasuke would probably chase Naruto down to beat him up. Huh. Chase him down to beat him up. Little Naruto's eyes lit up, remembering what his group friend Xiao Yu had said earlier, that he had to get Sasuke to go with him, Naruto, no matter what. If you can't give me a reason, don't expect me to go with you, little Sasuke said coldly. His strength was greater than Naruto's, it would be impossible for Naruto to drag him away if he truly wanted to. Alright, I'll tell you why. Your parents are going to die. Little Naruto's anxious expression vanished, and his words instantly silenced the chattering little girls around them. They looked at little Naruto with shocked eyes. What the heck? Was little Naruto trying to get himself killed? How dare he provoke little Sasuke like that? Wasn't he afraid of being beaten to death by little Sasuke? Say that again if you dare. Little Sasuke's face darkened. He gritted his teeth, spitting out angry words. His mother was a gentle woman. And his father was strong and powerful, someone little Sasuke greatly admired and always longed to gain his approval. Now little Naruto was saying his parents were going to die. Not to mention little Sasuke, anyone in his position would be furious. I said it, and I'll say it again, your parents are going to die. And they'll be killed by your beloved Oni-san. Little Naruto repeated his statement and added another, which made all the surrounding little girls gasp and take a step back. Who didn't know that little Sasuke and his Oni-san had the best relationship? For little Naruto to say such a thing was truly seeking death. Naruto really was still Naruto, he hadn't changed at all, and was even more annoying than before. Your parents are going to die, killed by your beloved Oni-san. Little Naruto continued his previous words, then squeezed out of the group of girls and ran. Don't run. I'm going to beat you to death. The enraged little Sasuke reacted, rushing out of the group of girls as well and chasing after little Naruto's retreating figure. Little Sasuke was still young and didn't know ninjutsu like the body flicker technique, so he couldn't immediately catch up to little Naruto, who had the Uzumaki bloodline boost. He could only chase him relentlessly. The two ran out of the school and headed towards the Uchiha clan compound. After a while, Naruto's stamina remained abundant, while little Sasuke's stamina gradually dwindled, and his speed slowed down. Think of your parents. Think of your beloved Oni-san. Little Naruto, who was deliberately waiting for little Sasuke, shouted again, reigniting little Sasuke's anger, causing veins to pop out on his forehead and bloodshot eyes to appear, almost activating his Sharingan, and his speed increased once more. Thus, the two chased each other, getting closer and closer to the Uchiha clan compound, eventually running inside the Uchiha clan compound. Madam, I'm Sasuke's friend. Could you tell me which way Sasuke's house is? Little Naruto had never been to little Sasuke's house, and he couldn't stop and wait to get a beating from little Sasuke, so he asked an Uchiha madam nearby. Sasuke-kun. His house is in that direction. The madam kindly pointed in a direction. Naruto immediately ran in that direction, and soon after, little Sasuke caught up behind him. Little Sasuke was panting, drenched in sweat, his face full of fury, as he continued to chase after Naruto's retreating figure. Uchiha madam. They don't look like classmates, do they? Oh no. Did I accidentally do something bad with my good intentions? The guilty Uchiha madam glanced around, and finding no one paying attention, she pretended to cough twice and left. What did you say? Naruto left school, and Sasuke left with him. Inside the Hokage building, a short old man in a Hokage robe stood up, his aged face fluctuating between cloudy and clear, looking at the Anbu ninja kneeling on one knee before him, giving his report. He was Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage of Konoha, and the ninja before him was an Anbu ninja he had assigned to secretly protect little Naruto. Why would Naruto leave school for no reason? Didn't I order all of them to attend remedial classes? This is bad. Uchiha Itachi is going to act tonight, and the premise is to preserve his younger brother. That's why I had the school hold remedial classes, precisely to make Sasuke miss the opportunity for Uchiha Itachi to act. Now that Naruto and Sasuke have returned to the Uchiha clan compound early, aren't they going to run into Uchiha Itachi's actions? Uchiha Itachi won't lay a hand on Sasuke and Naruto, he loves his younger brother and knows the importance of the Jinchuriki to Konoha. But what if Naruto witnesses Uchiha Itachi slaughtering the entire clan, and the shock causes the Nine Tails to go berserk? Hiruzen Sarutobi had many thoughts, pacing back and forth in the Hokage office, his face full of conflict. The Uchiha clan massacre was privately decided by Danzo Shimura and Uchiha Itachi. He, as the Hokage, should theoretically not know about it. If he were to send someone to inform Uchiha Itachi now, that would mean he, the Hokage, knew about Uchiha Itachi and Danzo Shimura's private actions, and knew but did not stop them. This would clearly damage his image as Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage. Yes, third Hokage, after Uzumaki Naruto entered the Uchiha clan compound, I was afraid of attracting the attention of Uchiha Ninja, so I didn't go in to continue following him. I returned to report to you. The Anbu Ninja, kneeling on one knee, reported loyally. Alright, you've worked hard. Just continue waiting outside the Uchiha clan compound for Naruto to come out. If you see Uchiha Itachi during this time, just tell him Naruto is in the Uchiha clan compound. No need to say too much. Hiruzen Sarutobi stopped pacing back and forth and instructed the ninja in front of him. Since things had come to this was the only way without damaging Hiruzen Sarutobi's image. Have the Anbu ninja in front of him tell Uchiha Itachi the news that the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was in the Uchiha clan compound. Then, when Uchiha Itachi made his move, he would prioritize preventing the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki from causing trouble, to prevent him from rampaging. And this also wouldn't indicate that Hiruzen Sarutobi knew about Itachi's plan to massacre the clan. After all, Sasuke and Naruto were classmates, so it could be explained as Sasuke bringing his classmate Naruto home to play. If he could gloss over the matter, with Itachi's way of thinking, he wouldn't suspect his glorious and upright third Hokage. Itachi has the Mangekyo Sharingan, he is the Nine-Tails Bane. If he hypnotizes Naruto immediately, it shouldn't cause the Nine-Tails to rampage. Hiruzen Sarutobi thought to himself. He needed to give Danzo Shimura a heads up. Lest the root ninja cause any more trouble tonight. Yes. The Anbu ninja acknowledged the order and vanished from the spot, heading towards the Uchiha clan compound. At the same time, Hiruzen Sarutobi sent a message to the root base. This old monkey, he knows everything, yet he remains silent. What a treacherous old fox. In the root base, upon receiving the message, the insidious man with bandages wrapped around his face sneered. He was Danzo Shimura, the darkness of Konoha, the root of Konoha. The dark matters that Konoha generally found difficult to resolve were handled by him, Danzo Shimura, leading the root. Regarding his old friend Hiruzen Sarutobi's true character, no one was more familiar with it than Danzo Shimura. It's good that the monkey isn't interfering. This way, I can get a large number of Sharingan immediately and give them to Orochimaru to integrate into a wood-release arm, then transplant it. My strength will completely surpass the monkey's, and the position of Hokage will be within reach. At this thought, Danzo Shimura's old face continuously sneered. Moreover, his right eye, covered by bandages, also held Uchiha Shisui's other Mangekyo Sharingan. It was a pity that this Mangekyo Sharingan, although it had Dojutsu Genjutsu, was not Uchiha Shisui's Koto Amatsukami. Otherwise, Danzo would have acted long ago, using Koto Amatsukami to modify Hiruzen Sarutobi's will, making Hiruzen Sarutobi abdicate, and he would rightfully inherit the Hokage position. However, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki actually ran to the Uchiha clan compound. For my grand plan to become Hokage, I must send Root Ninja to observe the Uchiha tonight and act if anything goes wrong. Someone, go inform Uchiha Itachi that the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is in the Uchiha clan compound, and tell him to use his Mangekyo Sharingan to hypnotize the Jinchuriki immediately. Danzo Shimura summoned a Root Ninja to act before Hiruzen Sarutobi and instruct Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi dared to guarantee to Danzo that he would eliminate the Uchiha clan, so he naturally had to demonstrate his strength. Therefore, Danzo Shimura also knew that Uchiha Itachi possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan, and it was awakened due to Uchiha Shisui's death. Although Shisui was killed by Danzo, he didn't know if Uchiha Itachi knew. Even if Uchiha Itachi knew, Danzo didn't care. If Uchiha Itachi had wanted to act, he would have done so long ago, not hidden until now. That kid's mind has been completely brainwashed by the will of fire. Killing me, the darkness of Konoha, would bring even greater losses to Konoha, which is why he's holding back. He would even kill all the clan members who are about to rebel, for the sake of Konoha. Danzo Shimura sighed. If everyone was like Uchiha Itachi, it would be easy for him to become Hokage. In the Uchiha clan compound, at the home of the clan head, Uchiha Fugaku. Sasuke, why are you bullying your classmate? Is this how you behave at school? You've disappointed your father greatly. The Uchiha clan head, Uchiha Fugaku, was at home. He had a stern face and an extremely severe tone, reprimanding little Sasuke, who had his head bowed. Beside little Sasuke was the beautiful woman, Uchiha Makoto, holding medicine and applying it to the bruised and swollen little Naruto. She was a woman with long, straight black hair, a devoted housewife who cared for her family. It was him, he provoked me first. He said you all. Little Sasuke's face was full of defiance. He wanted to tell the truth, but seeing the stern look on his father Fugaku's face, he felt wronged and dared not speak the truth. He could only pout his little mouth to express his inner defiance. During the time little Naruto arrived at his doorstep and knocked, little Sasuke finally caught up and pinned little Naruto to the ground, giving him a good beating. While he was beating him, the front door happened to open, and both his father and mother witnessed little Sasuke beating his classmate, little Naruto. And so, they had the current scene. Uncle, Auntie, it's not Sasuke's fault. I made Sasuke angry. I just wanted to come and see Uncle and Auntie, and meet Sasuke's parents, so I dragged Sasuke along to bring me here. Little Naruto scratched his golden hair, a sunny smile on his face, explaining for little Sasuke. His smile made Fugaku and Makoto momentarily dazed, as if they saw the fourth Hokage and his wife, Uzumaki Kushina. During the fourth Hokage's tenure, the Uchiha clan had the most comfortable period since the third Hokage took office. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, truly worked for the peace of the Uchiha and the village, and he was a true friend to Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Makoto and Uzumaki Kushina were also very good friends. They were two of the few people in the entire Konoha who knew the true circumstances of little Naruto's parents, but they were Uchiha, and their situation was special. They couldn't approach little Naruto, or it would increase the Hokage's wariness and make life even harder for the Uchiha. That's why they could only watch as little Naruto lived such a hard life for so many years. You've worked hard all these years, truly hard. Uchiha Makoto felt increasingly guilty. She reached out and ruffled little Naruto's hair, then stroked his little face, making little Sasuke feel a pang of jealousy. Not hard at all, I'm not working hard. Little Naruto's nose twitched, and he almost cried out of instinct. He forced himself to hold back, took a few deep breaths, and then wore a forced smile. This action made Uchiha Makoto and Uchiha Fugaku feel extremely guilty, truly feeling that they had let down their two good friends, Minato Namikaze and Uzumaki Kushina. When they died, they wouldn't know how to face their two good friends. Stay for dinner tonight. Auntie will make you something delicious. Uchiha Makoto looked at little Naruto and extended an invitation. Uchiha Fugaku, beside her, didn't refuse. The situation between the Uchiha and Konoha was becoming increasingly tense, and the Uchiha already had thoughts of rebellion and reforming Konoha. If little Naruto stayed, then so be it. After all, no matter how wary or tense the Hokage's side was, their relationship with the Uchiha was already at that point. Uchiha Fugaku had completely given up caring by now. No, we have to review at school tonight, we need to go back quickly. Little Sasuke, however, looked up and said weakly. Looking at little Naruto, who was so doted on by his mother, he really disliked him more and more and wanted to drag Naruto away from his house quickly. Lest he steal his parents. You can review anytime. What's wrong with staying for one meal? Uchiha Fugaku, seeing little Sasuke's weak demeanor, felt a surge of anger and sternly lectured him. This made little Sasuke so wrong that tears fell one by one, like a wronged little loli. He could only sulk alone, not daring to speak back. It's okay, I've asked the teacher for leave, and I also helped Sasuke ask for leave. The teacher will understand. I also want to stay and have a meal. Little Naruto quickly spoke up, not wanting his plan to be disrupted. That's great. I'll go cook right away. What does little Naruto like to eat? Auntie will make it for you. Uchiha Makoto was delighted. After applying medicine to little Naruto, she went to the kitchen, bustling about. Nine-tailed fox, plan complete. Little Naruto, who was being glared at angrily by little Sasuke, showed a cheeky yet sunny smile and sent a message in the group chat. All is ready, all that's missing is little Sasuke Oni-san. Little Naruto has handled things, now we just wait for the night of the Uchiha clan massacre to arrive. In the One Punch world, Zhao Jung, who was assisting Saitama, looked at the chat group, his heart full of anticipation. Time passed, and the moon rose into the sky. Haha, chicken soup is here. Saitama made dish after dish, smiling as he brought them out, filling the table. He and Zhao Jung drank and chatted, boasting while they drank. Saitama hadn't felt this way in a long time. Ever since he moved to the uninhabited area, he rarely interacted with people, and as his strength grew, Saitama's emotions also became increasingly light. Now, eating with his friend and neighbor Zhao Jung, that faint emotion seemed to gradually recover. At the same time, in the ninja world, which was slowly aligning its time flow with the One Punch world, the moon had also long since risen. In the Uchiha clan compound, Uchiha Fugaku's family was enjoying themselves. Uchiha Makoto kept putting food on little Naruto's plate, making little Sasuke's eyes nearly pop out. From the start of dinner until now, his mother hadn't given him a single piece of food, but instead kept putting food on little Naruto's plate, which was now piled high. Who exactly is your son, huh? As little Sasuke's jealousy grew, the dinner party neared its end. Outside, on a utility pole in the Uchiha clan compound, a young man appeared at the top. His eyes had tear troughs, and his posture was like a squatting frog. His cold gaze swept across the entire clan compound. The ninja world's famous unfilial son, Uchiha Itachi, had arrived. Uchiha Itachi's figure vanished from the utility pole, replaced by one Uchiha family after another, blood splattering, one Uchiha clansman after another falling in a pool of blood. Their eyes were wide, their faces filled with disbelief, shocked to see the clan's most proud genius turn around and kill his own clansman. As for the Uchiha children who went to school with little Sasuke and were left behind to study, when they returned after finishing their studies, Uchiha Itachi would personally send them off, carrying out the act of cutting weeds by the roots. At the same moment, within the Konoha military police force, Uchiha clansmen, who were working and possessed strong combat abilities, suddenly saw one of them fall to the ground, blood staining the floor. His chest was pierced through, and the culprit was a mysterious person in a black robe and a one-eyed mask. Who dares to trespass into my Konoha military police force and kill him? The surrounding people were greatly shocked and enraged, attacking the one-eyed mysterious person. However, their attacks could not touch the mysterious person, and they themselves were attacked by the mysterious person, dying on the spot. Your eyes, they are all good eyes. The one-eyed mysterious person was naturally the Uchiha's other great white-eyed wolves, Uchiha Obito. He sighed at this moment, his face beneath the mask filled with greed, devoid of sympathy for his clansmen. After killing one clansman after another, Uchiha Obito dug out their eyeballs and stored them in a different dimension. These were all revival coins. Itachi finally did it. Why tonight? Why on the night Sasuke came back? In the clan leader's home, Uchiha Fugaku put down the wine in his hand and sighed. Uchiha Makoto, hearing this, her pretty face darkened, and the hand that was putting food on little Naruto's plate also lowered. As parents, how could they not understand their eldest son's intentions? Initially, Uchiha Itachi was arranged by Uchiha Fugaku to join the Konoha Anbu, with the aim of planting a nail within the Konoha Anbu, who could provide feedback on Konoha's high-level information to the Uchiha at any time. It was fine for a short period, but who knew that over a longer time, Uchiha Itachi was instead brainwashed and turned by Konoha's high-level officials. At that time, Uchiha Fugaku didn't notice, but as the information Uchiha Itachi provided about Konoha's high-level officials became less and less, more and more perfunctory, and he talked back more and more, he realized his eldest son had taken the opposing side. Especially now that the Uchiha as a whole were being pushed tighter and tighter by Konoha and wanted to resist. Uchiha Fugaku had thought about a father-son confrontation, but he didn't expect it to come so quickly. Father, mother, what's wrong? Has Oni-san returned? Wasn't he not coming home tonight? Little Sasuke looked at his parents' puzzled faces, asking with both doubt and joy. If it really was his brother returning, that would be wonderful. Brother and he, little Sasuke, had the best relationship, and he definitely wouldn't be snatched away by this fool, inherently evil little Naruto. Is it coming? Only little Naruto realized something, his small face becoming anxious. Ding! Detected that group member Nine-Tailed Fox is in danger. A help mission has been issued. This is the first rescue mission. Upon completion of the mission, you will receive 1000 points and unlock the live broadcast function mode. Mission time, half an hour. In the chat group of All Heavens and Myriad Worlds, a mission from the chat group burst forth, notifying group members from the other 3 worlds. Agent T. It's a pity I'm currently with Uncle Long looking for talismanic incantation and can't leave, otherwise, with the talismanic incantation, I definitely compete with those ninjas. God-slaying sniper. I am just a mortal, I cannot help little Naruto. It's up to the group owner. After saving little Naruto, the group owner will get 1000 points. I wonder what these points are for. And that live broadcast function. Little Jade from the demonic Chi world pouted. She was currently with Uncle Long looking for talismanic incantation and really couldn't leave. Otherwise, she would have already gone to Sector 13, grabbed the stored talismanic incantation, and intervened in the night of the Uchiha clan massacre. As for Chi Lin in the Super God world, she had just finished washing up and was lying in bed. Even if her genes awakened, she still needed equipment. Without equipment, she couldn't possibly defeat those ninjas who came and went without a trace. Blacklight Group owner. Don't panic, I'm coming. Brother Saitama, you don't need to see me out, my home is next door. You should rest well. In the one-punch world, Zhao Zheng, who had finished eating, stepped out, waved to Saitama behind him, and turned to go back to the room next door. As soon as he entered the door, Zhao Zheng closed it, immediately opened the chat group light screen, sent a message, and then accepted the mission assigned by the chat group system. In an instant, Zhao Zheng's figure disappeared from the room. Greetings, father, mother. In the Uchiha clan compound, Uchiha Itachi, holding a blood-dripping long sword, burst into his home. His expression was originally complex, but he forced himself to appear emotionless and greeted Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Makoto by the dining table. As for his beloved younger brother, little Sasuke, and little Naruto, he didn't even acknowledge them. Oni-san, you're back. What happened to you? Did you just get back from a mission? Why didn't you even wipe your sword? Sasuke, seeing his beloved brother appear, happily wanted to run towards him, asking confusedly. But little Sasuke didn't reach Uchiha Itachi. Instead, little Naruto held his shoulder tightly. Don't say anything. Facing little Sasuke's angry expression, little Naruto shook his head at him with a solemn look. Coupled with the heavy atmosphere in the room, which lacked its usual warmth, little Sasuke also sensed that something was wrong. He stopped targeting little Naruto and looked at his beloved brother with a puzzled gaze. How many clansmen outside did you kill? Was it worth doing this? Uchiha Fugaku sighed, asking. His face showed no anger, not a hint of the anger that should have been present due to the death of his clansmen. Having been the clan leader for so many years, caught between the Uchiha and Konoha, he was tired. He no longer possessed the ambition he had during the time of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Uchiha Fugaku now saw everything clearly. What? Father, are you clear-headed? How could Oni-san kill clansmen? Oni-san, quickly answer father, you didn't kill clansmen. Little Sasuke exclaimed in shock, his small face instantly anxious. He spoke to Uchiha Fugaku without even bothering with honorifics, finally looking to his beloved brother for help. But his beloved brother did not answer little Sasuke. His cold, emotionless expression and the blood-dripping long sword silently answered little Sasuke. I killed a little over half of them. Someone from the police force is handling the rest. The Uchiha are a small family, but the Leaf Village is a large family. We must sacrifice the small to protect the large. If the Uchiha were to reform the Leaf Village, it would cause immense damage, inviting the greed of other ninja villages and sparking a ninja world war. At that point, whether the Leaf Village would even exist would be up in the air. For the sake of the Leaf Village, I ask the Uchiha to die. No matter how dark the village becomes, I will always be Uchiha Itachi of the Leaf Village. Uchiha Itachi replied indifferently, his heart filled with complex emotions, or perhaps a sense of guilt towards his clansmen and parents, and he spoke at length. He voiced all his inner thoughts. Even if the Leaf Village was in the wrong first, even if the Leaf Village first stripped the Uchiha of their rights, making life difficult for all Uchiha. The Leaf Village still could not afford chaos and heavy losses, only the Uchiha could sacrifice themselves. Oni-san, how can you say such things? How did you become like this? Little Sasuke's eyes widened, and he spoke in a childish voice, his small face filled with disbelief. Where had his usually gentle Oni-san gone? The Oni-san who was slaughtering his clan now felt utterly unfamiliar to him. Heh heh. Itachi, you are an Uchiha, deeply nurtured by the clan, but your heart now belongs entirely to the Leaf Village. The clan's efforts to raise you were wasted. Do it. As father and son, I don't wish to fight you. Just kill me, your father. Uchiha Fugaku had already anticipated this and closed his eyes without any emotional fluctuations. Uchiha Itachi was his proudest son. Despite Uchiha Fugaku being the clan head and usually so strict, he truly couldn't bring himself to harm his son. Itachi, spare Sasuke. Take good care of him. He is your little brother. Makoto shed tears, closed her eyes, and awaited her eldest son's slaughter. Father, mother, I'm sorry. Uchiha Itachi's lips trembled, his body felt weak, yet he forced himself to gather strength. He walked step by step towards his parents, his blood-dripping longsword in hand. No. Oni-san, you can't do this. What's wrong with you? Explain it properly to father and mother. You can't kill mother. You can't kill father. Little Sasuke forcefully broke free from little Naruto's restraint, ran in front of Uchiha Itachi, tears streaming down his small face, his arms outstretched, wanting to embrace his beloved yet now strange Oni-san. Get lost. A flicker of unbearable pain crossed Uchiha Itachi's eyes, but he raised his leg and kicked little Sasuke squarely in the chest, sending him flying to crash onto the ground. Little Sasuke lay on the ground, unable to get up for a moment, even spitting out saliva. He turned his head, painfully watching Uchiha Itachi get closer and closer to his parents. Stop. You can't do this. Grandpa Third Hokage once taught me that wherever the leaf dances, fire will burn bright, and every villager is family. The Uchiha are also villagers, also family. Now, to save one group of family, you're killing another group of family. I can't understand it, I can't understand you. Little Naruto came in front of Uchiha Itachi, his hands spread wide, baring his teeth like an enraged small beast, protecting little Sasuke's parents. He didn't understand, he profoundly didn't understand Uchiha Itachi's actions. No matter the conflict between the Uchiha and the Leaf Village, couldn't they just sit down and talk it out properly? Just like the future Uzumaki Naruto in the original story, didn't he just talk things out with all his enemies, and then they would negotiate? Why was Uchiha Itachi being so extreme? Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, you're too young, you don't understand many things. Having received the news, Uchiha Itachi naturally knew that little Naruto was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and was still among the Uchiha. Perhaps the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was too important, or perhaps it was little Naruto's Hokage-like words. It made Uchiha Itachi lower his head and answer little Naruto carefully and seriously. Now, the Uchiha clan, due to various treatments, had been stripped of their rights by the Leaf Village, and their living area had been moved from the prosperous center of the Leaf Village to its outskirts. The clansmen had always yearned to reclaim everything they once had, and the Leaf Village's higher-ups would not spit out what they had already eaten. As time passed, war between the two sides was inevitable. For the sake of the Leaf Village as a whole, Uchiha Itachi could only choose to eliminate his own Uchiha clan. The Leaf Village's higher-ups were the actual controllers of the Leaf Village. Regardless of whether they were right or wrong, once they suffered heavy losses, it would cause problems for the Leaf Village, and other ninja villages would see an opportunity, leading to war. It was because there was no one in the Uchiha clan who could become a Leaf Village higher-up. Even if the reform succeeded, they wouldn't be able to manage the Leaf Village smoothly for a while because they simply had no experience. No. Don't tell me I'm smaller than you. The truly small one is you. To wield a butcher's knife against your fellow villagers for an uncertain future, neither the third Hokage nor the fourth Hokage, not even the first and second Hokage, would forgive you. Sasuke's parents are so good, I absolutely won't allow you to harm them. You don't deserve to be their son, and you certainly don't deserve to be Sasuke's Oni-san. If you want to kill them, you'll have to step over my corpse first. Little Naruto was furious, his sky-blue eyes turning into blood-red vertical pupils, his body enveloped in sinister red chakra. His hands formed claws, his nails sharpened, and his already spiky yellow hair became even more bristly. As the Jinchuriki going berserk. Fugaku, Makoto, and Uchiha Itachi, who had opened their eyes, all looked at the enraged little Naruto. Then, the three of them breathed a sigh of relief. It was just the Nine-Tails chakra leaking due to the Jinchuriki's emotions, it wasn't a full berserk state. Naruto. Little Sasuke stared blankly at little Naruto's back, an indescribable emotion rising in his heart. Yes, you don't deserve to be my Oni-san. If you want to kill father and mother. If you want to kill Naruto. You'll have to step over my corpse too. Little Sasuke endured the pain and stood up, coming to little Naruto's side. His black and white eyes instantly turned blood red, and two black tomo rotated around his pupils within the crimson. Two tomo Sharingan. Uchiha Fugaku, his wife, and Uchiha Itachi were shocked. For an Uchiha to awaken the Sharingan, they had to be under intense emotional stress. Usually, it was a one tomo Sharingan. To awaken a two tomo Sharingan from the start was almost exclusively seen in geniuses among the Uchiha, absolute prodigies in the eyes of ordinary people. Sasuke. Little Naruto, meanwhile, looked at little Sasuke beside him in confusion. He didn't understand why Sasuke, who in the original story awakened a 1.5 tomo Sharingan due to the clan massacre, was now awakening a 2 tomo Sharingan. Were his emotions now even more intense than in the original story? I may not be a qualified clan head, but I am a qualified father. Itachi, I'm sorry, but as a father, I cannot watch you harm my son. Sasuke, you have not disappointed your father. Uchiha Fugaku sighed again, stood up, and decided to resist. For little Sasuke, he finally would not surrender without a fight. Makoto also stood up, coming to little Sasuke's side, her expression complex as she looked at her eldest son. Father. Little Sasuke excitedly turned to look at his father. His father finally acknowledged him, it was wonderful. The joyous emotion dispelled much of little Sasuke's bad mood. Since that's the case, let me test your strength as the Uchiha clan head, father. For the sake of the village, Uchiha Itachi suppressed the joy he felt for his beloved little brother. He raised his blood-dripping long sword and took a fighting stance. His black and white eyes transformed into a blood-red three-tomo Sharingan, which then changed into a triangular, curved pattern. This was Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Itachi first looked at little Naruto and little Sasuke, intending to hypnotize them so they wouldn't interfere with the upcoming battle. Tisk tisk tisk, white-eyed wolves, look here. With a bang, a wooden wall to their side exploded. A blood-black shadow flew in with a kick, instantly striking Uchiha Itachi's chest at extreme speed, sending him crashing through the wooden and earthen walls, slamming him hard onto the street, creating a large crater. Inside the large crater, the blood-black shadow stood up, juggling two eyeballs in his right hand as if they were walnuts. Under his foot, Uchiha Itachi lay, his chest caved in, spitting up large amounts of blood, his eyes empty. The blood-black shadow's left hand transformed into a blood-black tentacle, fumbling around Uchiha Itachi's body, pulling out a blood-red Sharingan. This Sharingan had a pattern different from the three-tomo Sharingan and also different from Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan, resembling four-bladed knives. It was another type of Mangekyo Sharingan. The troublesome Sharingan is mine. The blood-black shadow, clad in blood-black armor that covered even his face with a grotesque, blood-black visage, was toying with three Mangekyo Sharingan in his right hand. This was Zhao Zheng, who had arrived via the chat group. Upon arriving, Zhao Zheng appeared in the Uchiha clan compound. Facing the situation, Zhao Zheng unhesitatingly devoured the Uchiha clan members massacred by Uchiha Itachi, not only gaining the Uchiha bloodline himself, but also evolving his eyes into three-tomo Sharingan with the boost from numerous Uchiha clan members. He also gained various ninjutsu from the Uchiha clan members' memories, as well as the direction to Uchiha Fugaku's home. Thus, by surprise, Zhao Zheng successfully heavily injured Uchiha Itachi, immediately dug out his eyes, and resolved the troublesome genjutsu problem. Who are you? Uchiha Itachi, whose chest was caved in and even broken in two, coughed up large mouthfuls of blood, his vision pitch black, and asked unwillingly. He was careless and didn't dodge. Now his Mangekyo Sharingan had been dug out, and he was severely wounded, completely unable to exert his full combat power. In fact, Zhao Zheng had held back, otherwise, even a normal kick, with his dragon-level strength, could have turned Uchiha Itachi into a mist of blood. The ninja world was like that. No matter how capable you were, if you were caught off guard by a sneak attack, you would die. This was especially true for ninjas with high attack and low defense, even Uchiha Itachi couldn't avoid it. Especially since Zhao Zheng wanted a quick victory, not giving Uchiha Itachi a chance, just like how a cage-level expert could be instantly killed by a super cage-level expert. Uchiha Madara, when he didn't want to play around, would instantly kill the 5 cage with his complete Susanoo at the start. In the Warring States period, Senju Hashirama directly activated Sage Art, would release true several thousand hands, not bothering to play with Uchiha Madara, and killed Uchiha Madara on the spot. Me. I'm your daddy. Zhao Zheng laughed, his hands transforming into blood-black tentacles, not only devouring the three Mangekyo Sharingan but also consuming Uchiha Itachi's heavily injured body. In an instant, the eyes beneath Zhao Zheng's facial armor evolved from blood-red three-tomo Sharingan to Mangekyo Sharingan, identical to Uchiha Itachi's. His left eye merged two different Mangekyo Sharingan, with the four-cornered blade and triangular curve patterns interwoven, forming an even more complex design. Under the effect of the Blacklight virus, Zhao Zheng's left eye was promoted to Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Mangekyo Sharingan was not permanent. The more it was used by the host, the more the eyes would bleed, until blindness. To advance to the permanent Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, possessing stronger ocular power, one had to merge the Mangekyo Sharingan of a close relative, such as a sibling or father. But under the Blacklight virus, none of these were issues. The Blacklight virus could perfectly integrate different life forms, sorting their genes by superiority. How could it not integrate Uchiha clan members who were already blood relatives? Uchiha Fugaku and Makoto, who had just walked out. You're Itachi's dad. Then what are we? You are. Little Naruto and little Sasuke, who had returned to normal and were no longer frantic, also walked out. Little Naruto looked at Zhao Zheng with confusion. He seemed to have thought of something, his small face full of excitement and joy. That's right, I am Uchiha Madara, the ancestor of the Uchiha. Zhao Zheng interrupted little Naruto, crossing his arms, his armored head raised, his tone full of pride. Little Naruto. Uchiha Obito, who had been hiding in the shadows. You're Uchiha Madara. Then what am I? This fool imposter, actually stealing my identity. Uchiha Obito, who had teleported through Kamui space after sensing a huge commotion and was hiding in a house, gritted his teeth, his face under the mask fluctuating between anger and uncertainty. He had inherited much from Uchiha Madara and had personally witnessed Uchiha Madara's death, so he had taken on Uchiha Madara's name and laid out his plans for the ninja world. He had been acting under false pretenses for quite some time, and now to see someone else doing the same with Uchiha Madara's name truly infuriated him. Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Madara. You're boasting. How could he live that long? Uchiha Madara never returned after leaving Konoha, and he died in the Valley of the End battle with the first Hokage. If Uchiha Madara were truly alive, with his personality, he would definitely cause trouble, but he didn't. So, you are fake. Uchiha Fugaku was not so easily fooled, his face filled with indignation. Even though he was willing to fight Uchiha Itachi for Sasuke's sake, Uchiha Itachi was still his eldest son in his heart. With his eldest son dead at the opponent's hands, Uchiha Fugaku's anger inevitably burned. What kind of insignificant person are you? You don't even qualify as a clan leader. I say I am Uchiha Madara, then I am Uchiha Madara. Who are you to babble here? If not for the Uchiha clan being on the verge of extermination, I wouldn't have come out of retirement. Why should you, a dying Uchiha clan leader, spew nonsense here? What right do you have? Would Zhao Zheng humor Uchiha Fugaku? Of course not. Whether it was now or when he watched Naruto in his previous life, Zhao Zheng couldn't stand Uchiha Fugaku. As a clan leader, he didn't resist when his clan was being massacred, claiming it was for father-son affection. Did the other clan members deserve to die? Facing such a person, if it weren't for little Naruto, Zhao Zheng wouldn't bother to save him. You. Uchiha Fugaku pointed at Zhao Zheng, his chest heaving, and finally, with a poof, he spat out a mouthful of blood. And you, little bug, you've been watching for so long, come out and have a match. Blacklight. Fire release. Great fireball. Zhao Zheng turned his head to look at a house. Due to the special nature of the Blacklight virus, he didn't even need to form hand signs. The vast chakra within him, accumulated from devouring numerous Uchiha, comparable to or even greater than Akage's, was unleashed. His facial armor spewed blood-black flames, as large as a semi-trailer, destroying the house where Uchiha Obito was hiding and setting off a massive fire. Mountains do not turn, but rivers do. I, the true Uchiha Madara, will remember this grudge. Uchiha Obito's voice echoed in the fire. He didn't even appear, having been scared away by Zhao Zheng. Uchiha Itachi's strength was not weak, yet he was instantly killed, and that massive flame, everything indicated that Zhao Zheng was not simple. Furthermore, there was a perfectly intact clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Obito would be a fool to stay there. No matter how many resurrection tokens he had, he couldn't use them like this. Tonight's night of the Uchiha clan massacre was considered a failure. Another Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Fugaku's face was gloomy. Which one was Uchiha Madara after all? Was the Uchiha clan so easily toyed with now? There were suddenly one after another claiming to be Uchiha Madara. What a pity, I still wanted to get some wood release cells. Zhao Zheng shook his head, and under Uchiha Fugaku's wary gaze, he approached little Naruto, using his sharp, grotesque, blood-black armored claw to make a cut on little Naruto's arm, absorbing some blood. Uzumaki bloodline, obtained. What do you want to do? Uchiha Fugaku asked. He had intended to stop Zhao Zheng, but under little Naruto's eye signal, he held back. Now, seeing little Naruto injured, he could no longer hold back. None of your business. Zhao Zheng retorted, almost sending Uchiha Fugaku through the roof with anger. If it weren't for the other party helping them and being incredibly strong, he would definitely have been unable to resist making a move. He would let the other party see how formidable his reputation is. Fugaku of the fierce eyes, earned on the battlefield, truly was. It definitely wasn't because he feared the other party's strength. Absolutely not. There's still some time. I need to teach the Konoha higher-ups a lesson, lest they try to devour our Uchiha again, thinking our strength is greatly diminished. With such heavy losses tonight, our Uchiha no longer have the strength. If we truly want to resist reform, we must at least wait until our strength grows. It's better for both sides to remain stable during this period. Zhao Zheng stood up, his powerful physique erupting. He used an alternative body flicker technique to disappear from his spot and headed out of the Uchiha clan compound. If it weren't for little Naruto, he wouldn't bother with the Uchiha's affairs after the night of the Uchiha clan massacre. Uchiha Fugaku, still at the original spot. I am the Uchiha clan leader. That's my Uchiha clan. It's still debatable whether you're Uchiha Madara or not. Danzo Shimura, even though he handed the wood release cells to Orochimaru for research, he should still have some of Senju Hashirama's wood release cells. He also has Uchiha Shisui's other Mangekyo Sharingan. I'll get all of these before time runs out. Zhao Zheng thought, today was truly a pleasant day. In the morning, he devoured Vaccine Man, reaching a respectable demon level strength. In the afternoon, he devoured the giant, reaching dragon level. In the evening, he devoured numerous Uchiha, gaining vast chakra and Uchiha memories, allowing him to use many ninjutsu. If he could also acquire Uchiha Shisui's Mangekyo Sharingan from Danzo Shimura's eye, he would completely gather a pair of eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Zhao Zheng was confident that with his foundation, he could use a complete Susanoo. Without using his Blacklight enhanced form, he would fully step into the dragon level expert tier, possessing dragon above strength. Stop! No one is allowed out. Zhao Zheng slowed down. After exiting the Uchiha clan compound, more than a dozen root ninjas wearing masks appeared, surrounding the armored Zhao Zheng. Their voices were cold. They had received orders that tonight, no Uchiha, except Uchiha Itachi, was allowed to leave the Uchiha clan compound. Even this unfamiliar black and red armored man had to obey the command. I've been waiting for you. You tell me yourselves, where is that old dog Danzo Shimura? The blood-black Mangekyo Sharingan pattern manifested on Zhao Zheng's armored face. His left eye, with its eternal Mangekyo pattern, erupted with blood-black light. The Genjutsu Tsukuyomi unleashed its power, drawing the minds of all root ninjas present into a Genjutsu space, subjecting them to the torment of 1,000 cuts. Blacklight. Grave Spire Annihilation. At the same time, Zhao Zheng plunged one hand into the ground. In an instant, the ground shook violently, and numerous blood-black spikes pierced through the earth, impaling and absorbing all the root ninjas, turning them into nutrients for Zhao Zheng. So, the root's location is here. Based on the memories of the root ninjas, Zhao Zheng smirked and rushed towards a certain location in Konoha. The root's location was not revealed in the anime, although it appeared, its geographical position was not introduced. And given that root ninjas specialized in handling the dark, unspeakable matters, the root base must have been extremely secretive. Now that Zhao Zheng possessed the memories of these root ninjas, he naturally knew the location of the root base. As for the cursed seals Danzo placed on the root ninjas to prevent the leakage of root secrets, they were child's play in the face of the Blacklight virus, not worth mentioning. Is this the place? In a certain part of Konoha, Zhao Zheng looked at the black building before him, a naive and innocent smile appearing on his face beneath the armor. Danzo Shimura had put a lot of thought into the construction of the root building, making it not only sturdy but also capable of warding off the Byakugan and sensory ninjutsu. If I wasn't afraid of killing Danzo Shimura and potentially destroying Shisui's Mangekyo Sharingan and would release cells, I'd just smash the root with one punch. Zhao Zheng slowly walked towards the root base. Before he reached the entrance, masked root ninjas appeared to block him. Root base, unauthorized personnel keep out. He hides his face with armor, unlike an Anbu member. Could he be an enemy? Let's capture him first. The two root ninjas said coldly. As their words fell, they found the mysterious armored figure vanish from their sight. We were instantly killed. The two root ninjas looked down at themselves in shock. Countless bloodlines emerged on their bodies, and parts of their bodies began to fall off. The enemy had dismembered them instantly, at a speed they couldn't react to. Blacklight. Claws. Rapid slice. Only then did Zhao Zheng's voice emanate from behind the two piles of flesh. Both of his armored arms had transformed into long, sharp claws. Under Zhao Zheng's dragon-level strength, dealing with these root ninjas, who didn't even qualify as demon level, was effortless. Although root ninjas are weak, they are all elites among their peers, subordinates Danzo cultivated with considerable effort. They shouldn't be wasted. Two tentacles shot out from Zhao Zheng's armored shoulders, devouring the two piles of root ninja flesh completely. Blacklight shadow clone. Zhao Zheng murmured. His armored body once again sprouted a dozen blood-black tentacles, forming one blood-black armored Zhao Zheng after another. Under the guidance of Fukoja's brain, Zhao Zheng integrated all the ninjutsu acquired from devouring ninjas, as well as their understanding of ninjutsu, with himself, forming his own unique Blacklight ninjutsu. For example, these Blacklight shadow clones, which were derived from shadow clones, possessed all of Zhao Zheng's abilities, but they were all weakened versions. Yet, even a weakened version was a weakened Blacklight virus, far stronger than ordinary shadow clones. Each clone separated from Zhao Zheng as the main body possessed demon-level strength, and in this ninja world, only cage-level individuals could contend with them. Leave no root ninja alive. Find Danzo, and I'll deal with him. At Zhao Zheng's command, a dozen Blacklight clones rushed into the root base, commencing a massacre. This was a slaughter without suspense. The root ninjas died before they even had a chance to see their opponents. The root ninjas, who were often elites of their rank and used to brutalizing others, were now on the receiving end, being annihilated by the cage-level Blacklight clones. From beginning to end, not a single scream was heard from within the root base. The root ninjas didn't even have time to scream. The deceased root ninjas were devoured by Zhao Zheng's Blacklight clones, and everything they possessed became nutrients. Once the Blacklight clones returned, all of it would belong to Zhao Zheng's main body. You are Danzo. As expected of the darkness of Konoha, you look just like a rat from the sewers. On the top floor of the root building, after a report from a Blacklight clone, Zhao Zheng arrived and looked at Danzo Shimura, whose left eye was wrapped in bandages. At this moment, Danzo Shimura's right arm was not yet wrapped in bandages. He had not yet transplanted the arm combining would-release cells and Sharingan. Zhao Zheng observed the grim-faced Danzo Shimura with interest, shaking his head. Danzo Shimura had stayed in the darkness for too long. His former courage on the battlefield was now replaced by negative emotions like treachery and gloom. This man was truly old. Who are you? How dare you invade my Konoha? You show too little respect for us Konoha. Do you intend to start a great war with Konoha? My Konoha will fight to the end, even if it means initiating the Fourth Ninja World War. Danzo Shimura spoke angrily, immediately placing two large accusations on Zhao Zheng's head. This tactic was useless against some extreme enemies, but effective against most others. Most of these enemies, belonging to a certain faction, would consider this point before making a move. Thus, his moral accusations were used with masterful skill by Danzo. He had previously used these two accusations to tame strong individuals like Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi, forcing them to obediently submit to him, Danzo Shimura. You idiot. Blacklight. Bullet. Zhao Zheng scoffed. He was a virus, not a human. Although he possessed some human morality, it wasn't much, nor was he from any other power in the ninja world. Danzo's moral accusations were truly misdirected. Then Zhao Zheng raised his palm, holding back his strength, and fired his right finger bone along with the armor. It instantly struck Danzo's shoulder, embedding firmly within his flesh and blood, causing Danzo to grunt, his body swaying and nearly falling to the ground, with a large amount of fresh blood flowing from his shoulder. This was a feature not possessed by the original Blacklight protagonist and second protagonist, but Zhao Zheng could do it. All credit went to the scientist Fukoja's brain, which allowed Zhao Zheng to play with the Blacklight virus in novel ways. It was like the same ability could be developed for different uses in the hands of different people. Ordinary fire ability, in the eyes of most people, could only burn things, but in the eyes of someone with a good brain, it might even evolve towards the sun. Fukoja's brain truly brought enormous benefits to Zhao Zheng. After firing the finger bone, Zhao Zheng could also rely on the Blacklight virus's self-healing ability, plus devouring numerous entities, which made his self-healing ability stronger and stronger, allowing his finger bone to regenerate instantly, and his right hand to recover as before. Wind release. Vacuum wave. Danzo Shimura roared in anger. The opponent directly attacked, so it seemed the moral accusations were useless against him. There was no way to resolve this peacefully now. Danzo immediately attacked, his old mouth spitting out sharp gusts of wind, attacking Zhao Zheng and his Blacklight clones. However, after the sharp gusts of wind, neither Zhao Zheng nor the Blacklight clones were harmed. There wasn't even a scratch on their super-powered armor. According to the One Punch World's classification, Danzo Shimura was only demon-level strength, and whether he was considered strong among demon level was debatable, comparable to the lowest ranked S-class heroes. Zhao Zheng's demon-level Blacklight clones definitely possessed the strength of a demon-level powerhouse, practically at the peak of demon level, and with their highly defensive super-powered armor, they could completely withstand Danzo's ninjutsu without injury. As for Zhao Zheng's main body, even without using the super-powered armor, Danzo couldn't harm him in the slightest. Nani. Danzo's eyes widened, his full-powered wind ninjutsu couldn't even scratch the enemy. Could it be that he really had to use his trump card? What kind of mud? Mashed potatoes. I think we could turn him into blood paste. Zhao Zheng and the Blacklight clones laughed at each other, putting on their own show, which made Danzo's face grow even darker. The famous The Darkness of Konoha, a contemporary of Hiruzen Sarutobi, was being mocked by an unknown nobody like this. It was truly a tiger fallen into the plains, bullied by dogs. Don't underestimate this old man, you fool. This old man is the darkness of Konoha. Danzo Shimura. I inherited the will of the second Hokage, Tobirama-sensei, and strive for the growth of Konoha, and for the extermination of the inherently evil Uchiha. Danzo Shimura's blood-soaked right hand directly tore off the bandage wrapped around his right eye on his head. His right eye opened, revealing a blood-black eye with 4 sharp blades, a hollow center, and a black dot representing the pupil. That was a Mangekyo Sharingan, identical to Shisui's Mangekyo Sharingan that Zhao Zheng obtained from Uchiha Itachi. This was Uchiha Shisui's other Mangekyo Sharingan, his right eye. Koto Amatsukami. Radiance. Let your mind be destroyed by me. Danzo's right eye erupted with golden light, forming a genjutsu space that forcibly tore at Zhao Zheng's mind, attempting to pull him in and inflict devastating mental damage. As is well known, every Uchiha who awakens the Mangekyo Sharingan possesses 2 different ocular ninjutsu. Uchiha Shisui was no exception. The left eye he gave to Uchiha Itachi possessed the ocular ninjutsu Koto Amatsukami, which could forcibly alter a person's will. The right eye, which Danzo seized, contained Koto Amatsukami. Radiance, which, like Tsukuyomi, could create a genjutsu space. Within this genjutsu space, he controlled everything, dragging the enemy's mind in for destructive torment. Indeed, this is Uchiha Shisui's other ocular ninjutsu. Zhao Zheng was already prepared, and a Mangekyo Sharingan appeared on his armored mask. His right eye, not yet upgraded to an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, still bore Uchiha Itachi's triangular curved shuriken pattern. His left eye, having fused 2 Mangekyo Sharingan, an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan with a mixed pattern of curved triangular shuriken and 4 sharp blades, immediately unleashed the ocular ninjutsu Tsukuyomi. A genjutsu space was created, clashing with Danzo Shimura's genjutsu space, neutralizing each other and mutually being destroyed. A typical genjutsu must be countered with genjutsu. Uchiha Shisui's ocular ninjutsu, in the original story, only showed Koto Amatsukami. However, in official games, with the original author's input, it was stated that Uchiha Shisui's other ocular ninjutsu was Koto Amatsukami. Radiance. And this also filled a plot hole in the original Naruto story, explaining why, if Danzo's eye truly possessed Koto Amatsukami, he didn't alter the will of the Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and easily become Hokage himself. What? Danzo's eyes widened again, his face filled with disbelief. His proud trump card was completely ineffective against the enemy. Especially when he saw the Mangekyo Sharingan pattern on the enemy's armored mask. One of the composite patterns, a hybrid design, was similar to the Mangekyo Sharingan in his own right eye. If that composite pattern were broken down, the remaining pattern would be identical to his right eye's pattern. Besides Uchiha Shisui's Mangekyo Sharingan pattern, there's also Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan pattern. What did you do to Uchiha Itachi? Did he fail? How do you possess his Sharingan? And how did you fuse 2 Mangekyo Sharingan together? How did you do it? Isn't it only possible for siblings or parent-child relationships to fuse them? Danzo Shimura was filled with questions, one after another, and as his questions grew, so did the greed in his eyes. He absolutely had to kill this opponent and uncover all his secrets. Then, Danzo Shimura, let alone becoming Hokage, might even be comparable to the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara. Of course, the prerequisite was that Danzo Shimura had to be able to defeat this powerful enemy. You constantly disparage the Uchiha and want to eliminate them, but in the end, it's nothing more than greed for the Uchiha's power, to claim it for yourself. All your talk about inheriting the will of the second Hokage are just excuses to hide your dirty motives. Someone like you is truly laughable. I've never seen anyone so shameless. Zhao Zheng didn't answer Danzo's questions. Instead, he expressed his contempt for Danzo. Danzo Shimura was precisely that kind of scumbag. He looked down on the Uchiha, yet couldn't do without the Uchiha's power. He couldn't even do without the Senju's power, wanting to control both Uchiha and Senju power to make himself strong. All his reasons, such as, for Konoha, or, for the villagers, were just excuses to cover his inner greed. A young Danzo Shimura might indeed have been capable of such deeds, but not the elderly Danzo. The elderly Danzo, like Hiruzen Sarutobi, had been completely corrupted by power, no longer possessing the ambition of his youth. How I conduct myself is none of your business, you brat. You are not worthy of criticizing this old man. You sought this old man because you want to obtain Shisui's other eye, to implant it in your right eye and upgrade it to an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, didn't you? This old man will not grant your wish. With his facade torn away, his naked, dirty soul completely exposed, Danzo Shimura couldn't even look himself in the eye. His old face was grim and furious. He immediately began forming hand signs, intending to use the Uchiha Forbidden Ninjutsu Izanagi, treating his right Mangekyo Sharingan as a revival coin. That way, he could not only gain some advantage but also completely destroy the eye, preventing it from falling into enemy hands. Thinking of using Izanagi. Did you ask me first? Suddenly, Danzo's right hand, which was about to form a hand sign, trembled and stopped. His right hand was rapidly covered by blood-black armor, extending up to his shoulder. Blood-black tentacles shot out from the blood-black armor, combining to form Zhao Zheng's head. With the help of the tentacles, Zhao Zheng's head moved close to Danzo Shimura's face, smiling sinisterly. This was an evolved version of the Blacklight shadow clone. As long as Zhao Zheng's attack broke through the enemy's defense and injected the Blacklight virus into their body, the Blacklight virus could rapidly proliferate within the enemy, seizing their power, taking over their body, and quickly assimilating them into Zhao Zheng's Blacklight shadow clone. Zhao Zheng was the prime host, so even the Blacklight shadow clone differentiated from the enemy could not escape the prime host's control. Nani? A parasitic ninjutsu. Danzo was shocked, turning his head to look at the evil, unfamiliar head pressed against his face. He didn't recognize this unfamiliar head, yet it had indeed emerged from within his body, vying for control and rendering his current body immobile. The main body just couldn't stand you and wanted to torment you a bit more, to play with you. Since you want to flip the table and destroy the Mangekyo Sharingan, I have no choice but to act. The Blacklight shadow clone, which had transformed Danzo's arm, smirked evilly. Its large mouth stretched open, like a slit-mouthed woman, and bit towards Danzo's head, biting it off and devouring it in one gulp. As Danzo Shimura died, the rest of his body was quickly taken over by the Blacklight shadow clone, transforming into Zhao Zheng in human form. Main body, the Mangekyo Sharingan has arrived. This Blacklight shadow clone transformed into blood-black tentacles and merged with Zhao Zheng's main body. In an instant, the pattern on Zhao Zheng's right eye on his mask increased, displaying Uchiha Shisui's Mangekyo Sharingan pattern. The two patterns overlaid, advancing to an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, just like the pattern in his left eye. That's the end of part 1. Part 2 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories. Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan-made audio stories.
Blacklight Virus Chat Group. Starting with One Punch. Part 2. Danzo knows quite a few ninjutsu, including many forbidden ninjutsu. It seems Uchiha Shisui's father, Uchiha Kagami, was also killed by Danzo. Zhao Zheng didn't immediately focus on his new eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Instead, he delved into Danzo's memories. First, there were many ninjutsu in Danzo's memories. Besides a large number of wind-release ninjutsu, Danzo also knew many forbidden ninjutsu from the Scroll of Seals. Given Danzo's status, he certainly had the right to view the Scroll of Seals. However, the forbidden ninjutsu in the Scroll of Seals all had requirements for their users. Danzo only knew about them but hadn't learned any. Then, in his early years, Danzo Shimura killed his former friend, Uchiha Kagami, who was also one of second Hokage Tobirama Senju's bodyguards. While Uchiha Kagami was Danzo's teammate, he saved Danzo multiple times with his Sharingan. He also inadvertently exposed the forbidden ninjutsu Izanagi to Danzo, which made Danzo increasingly covet Uchiha power. Eventually, during a mission with Uchiha Kagami, he ambushed Uchiha Kagami, took his right eye, and forced him to reveal the Uchiha forbidden ninjutsu Izanagi, then transplanted Uchiha Kagami's eye into his own right eye. He publicly claimed that they encountered a formidable enemy, Uchiha Kagami died, and his own right eye was injured. Later, when facing Uchiha Shisui, Danzo Shimura initially wasn't Shisui's match and was subdued by Shisui immediately. However, Danzo had already used the forbidden ninjutsu Izanagi, sacrificing his right 3-tomo Sharingan to turn the impossible into possible. He successfully ambushed Shisui and seized his Mangekyo Sharingan. How did Uchiha Shisui die in my previous life? There was no official explanation. Only in official games was it stated that Danzo used the Sharingan to cast Izanagi, successfully ambushing Shisui and obtaining his Mangekyo Sharingan. And this raises a question: how did Danzo get his Sharingan before Shisui? Now it seems it was Uchiha Kagami's Sharingan. There has also been no official conclusion regarding Uchiha Kagami's death. The popular belief is that he was killed by Danzo, and it turns out it really was Danzo who killed him. Zhao Jung shook his head as he reviewed Danzo's memories, finally resolving a long-standing question from his past life watching Naruto. If Tobirama Senju were to know, he would be so enraged he'd resurrect from the dead. Tobirama Senju was wary of the Uchiha, but he also knew how to utilize talent. He only guarded against the radical faction within the Uchiha. He greatly admired and cultivated individuals like Uchiha Kagami, who possessed the will of fire. Otherwise, he wouldn't have recruited him into his bodyguard squad, harboring the idea of bringing the Uchiha under his control. But I never expected that Uchiha Kagami and Uchiha Shisui, such pro-Konoha Uchiha, would ultimately be harmed by Konoha. How ironic. They weren't as extreme as Uchiha Itachi. They genuinely wanted to reconcile the Uchiha and Konoha, but they both ended up dead. It can only be said that there's a reason why Konoha, once the strongest power in the ninja world, has fallen to the point where any small ninja village dares to step on it. It deserves it. All its loyal subjects were secretly harmed by its own people. Zhao Jung shook his head, thinking of Konoha's White Fang, Kakashi's father, whose immense strength still couldn't save him from being killed by his own people. Konoha is simply the biggest prodigal son in the ninja world. These events occurred under Hiruzen Sarutobi's leadership of Konoha, revealing Hiruzen Sarutobi's corruption. But what does this have to do with me? I'm not from this world. I just need to collect resources and strengthen myself within the current timeframe. Zhao Jung put aside his thoughts and focused on his new eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. His head's super armor disappeared, revealing his head, where a pair of eternal Mangekyo Sharingan emanated a mysterious, powerful, and captivating aura. Generally, when a Mangekyo Sharingan merges with a relative's Mangekyo Sharingan to evolve into an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, it only retains the original owner's two unique ocular ninjutsu, while the transplanted relative's ocular ninjutsu disappear. Under the superiority ranking of my Blacklight virus, besides merging and evolving into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, it also retained the ocular ninjutsu of both Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi, giving me 4 ocular ninjutsu. Zhao Jung manipulated the Koto Amatsukami, light ocular ninjutsu in his right eye, moving it to the Tsukuyomi ocular ninjutsu in his left eye, merging the two ocular ninjutsu to evolve into a more powerful genjutsu ocular ninjutsu. At the same time, he merged the Koto Amatsukami ocular ninjutsu from his left eye into his right eye, making it a neighbor to Amaterasu. Thus, Zhao Jung's right eye now possessed both Amaterasu and Koto Amatsukami ocular ninjutsu, while his left eye had the remaining Koto Amatsukami, Tsukuyomi, a stronger genjutsu formed by the fusion of two great genjutsu. How powerful would the two ocular ninjutsu, originally capable of creating a genjutsu space, become after truly merging? Main body, all root ninja and researchers in the base have been slaughtered and devoured. Main body, the cells have been found. Not only are there Senju Hashirama's wood-release cells, but also Uzumaki Kushina's cells, 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze's cells, Konoha's White Fang cells, and Tobirama Senju's cells, as well as cells from Konoha clans with Kekkei Genkai like the Hyuga and Kurama. Before Zhao Jung could use Koto Amatsukami, Tsukuyomi, the Blacklight shadow clones he had sent out earlier began to return, with several of them holding pieces of flesh and reporting to Zhao Jung. Zhao Jung was not surprised by this. After the death of the second Hokage, Konoha didn't have many strong individuals guarding it. The higher-ups, led by Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura, dug up the grave of first Hokage Senju Hashirama to research his cells. They attempted to create another wood-release user, but the experiments consistently failed and were eventually sealed away. However, Danzo didn't stop. He secretly collaborated with Orochimaru to continue researching wood-release cells, even later handing over the wood-release cell research rights to Orochimaru. Danzo Shimura still sent people to conduct his own research, attempting different approaches. The plan of the ox-headed Heavenly King in Boruto was a direction Danzo Shimura researched, based on the first Hokage's wood-release cells. This was why Zhao Jung had previously believed Danzo still possessed wood-release cells. As for the cells of the fourth Hokage, Uzumaki Kushina, and Konoha's White Fang, etc., they were all strong individuals, and those Konoha Kekkei Genkai clans. Given Danzo's personality and his numerous researchers, he would definitely secretly exhume their bodies, steal their cells, and research them. Zhao Jung chuckled. He learned all this from Danzo's memories. Even the revered second Hokage, Tobarama Senju, was dug up by Danzo, who always called him teacher, further proving that all of Danzo's talk about, for Konoha, and inheriting his teacher's will, was utter nonsense. Alright, come back. The main show is about to begin. After all, the Blacklight Shadow clones return to the main body, storing all the first Hokage's cells and others inside, alongside Naruto's blood. Blacklight transformation jutsu. Zhao Jung's body changed, and his clothes also transformed into the armor of the Warring States period of the ninja world. His appearance also became that of a cold man with spiky black hair, his arms crossed. That was Uchiha Madara's appearance, which Zhao Jung learned to transform into from Danzo's memories. The manga version of Uchiha Madara, after all, differed from the real Uchiha Madara. Transforming into the manga version of Uchiha Madara would reveal too much. Blacklight. Susanoo. Zhao Jung clapped his hands like Senju Hashirama, and blood-black flames burned fiercely from his body. They formed a transparent, gigantic, semi-transparent body part, with bones forming inside, possessing multiple functions such as attack, defense, and control. This was the initial form of Susanoo. The Susanoo continued to expand, lifting and enlarging Zhao Jung. At the same time, its upper body fully materialized, with bones forming its upper half, resembling a giant skeleton. This was the first stage of Susanoo, possessing even greater power than before. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The Susanoo broke through the top floor of the root base. The sturdy defenses were like paper in front of the expanding Susanoo. Subsequently, flesh and veins grew on the Susanoo's surface, enveloped in blood-black chakra. Its lower body still hadn't emerged. This was the second form of Susanoo. Its left hand held the immaterial Yata mirror, and its right hand held a long sword burning with blood-black flames. A blood-black sake gourd hung at its waist. These were the Yata mirror, renowned in the ninja world as having absolute defense, and the Totsuka blade, which could seal those it pierced into the sake gourd, trapping them in a genjutsu world. These were the accompanying divine weapons of Uchiha Itachi's Susanoo, and now they belong to Zhao Jung's Susanoo. My strength is truly growing stronger and stronger. The top floor of the sturdy and vast root base was torn open, revealing a giant Susanoo outside. Zhao Jung was located in the head of the Susanoo, feeling the immense power it brought. It truly lived up to being the ultimate manifestation of the Mangekyo Sharingan and the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. This manifestation continued to strengthen. The root base could not withstand the ever-growing Blacklight Susanoo, and the floors continued to collapse. Amidst the collapse, the Blacklight Susanoo evolved into its third form. Its body was covered in blood-black armor, with a grotesque surface, evolving towards a Blacklight super armor. It still hadn't developed a lower body, but it gained 2 more arms below its shoulders. The second pair of right hands held a spiral longsword, an accompanying divine weapon from Uchiha Shisui's Susanoo. Not only that, but the armor on the Blacklight Susanoo's chest could also open, firing a large number of blood-black long arrows made of chakra for long-range attacks, a capability also derived from Shisui's Susanoo. This ability was not shown by Uchiha Shisui in the original series, it was a patch introduced in an officially licensed Naruto game. Evolve. Evolve. Become a perfect Susanoo completely. At Zhao Jung's call, the Susanoo completely crushed the root base, its body suddenly rising and developing legs. 3 blood-black tomo appeared on its back, combining to form a 3-tomo Sharingan shape, like a divine halo behind it. This was an ability shared by both Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi's Susanoo, also possessing long-range strike capabilities. This was the 4th stage of Susanoo, not its ultimate stage. Upon reaching this form, Zhao Jung's strength increased even more fiercely. The Blacklight Susanoo's size surged, primarily fueled by Zhao Zheng's massive chakra, eventually reaching over 800 meters tall. Clad in blood black, grotesque armor resembling a super armor, two pairs of blood black, sky-obscuring wings unfurled from its back. It had 4 arms, holding 3 different weapons, and 3 rotating tomo floated behind it, like a demon lord descended, fully displaying its demonic might. This was the perfect Susanoo, over 800 meters tall. Standing in Konoha, it was like a giant in a land of midgets. On this day, Konoha experienced the terror of a giant invasion. Is this the power of a perfect Susanoo? It's indeed powerful, definitely possessing dragon-level monster strength. It can contend with Gukutsu, Elder Centipede, and the King of Biceps, the Giant. Zhao Zheng was located in a blood-black crystal on the perfect Susanoo's forehead, experiencing its immense power. A perfect Susanoo could easily cleave mountains and mountain ranges with a single strike. In the one-punch world, it not only had the strength of a dragon-level monster but was also a strong contender among dragon-level monsters. My Blacklight perfect Susanoo, in terms of height, is even taller than Uchiha Madara's perfect Susanoo. It's due to the massive chakra from devouring numerous elite root ninja and Uchiha ninja, plus the boost from my own strength and physique. Let me test your power now. Zhao Zheng controlled the Blacklight Susanoo, and with a casual swing, the arm holding the blood-black spiral sword unleashed a blood-black flame sword light, shooting towards the Hokage building. The Hokage building was instantly blown apart. Even the Hokage rock behind it suffered a heavy blow. The face carvings from the first Hokage to the fourth Hokage all exploded, leaving a huge gash. This gash extended all the way to a distant mountain, only stopping after blowing up that mountain. What happened? What happened? Such a huge commotion woke up everyone in Konoha. They ran outside, looking at the Hokage building that had exploded into nothingness, at the collapsed Hokage rock, and at the demon lord over 800 meters tall. Everyone was dumbfounded, and their stupefaction was mixed with terror, reminding them of the Nine Tails attack many years ago. Was the Nine Tails attack going to be repeated today? That giant's power seemed to be no less than the Nine Tails, perhaps even stronger. Is that a perfect Susanoo? Why would a perfect Susanoo appear? Could it be that another figure similar to Uchiha Madara has appeared in the Uchiha clan? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Such a figure is difficult to appear. Could it be that Uchiha Madara didn't die back then? And now he's reappeared? Impossible. And absolutely impossible. Uchiha Madara died in the Valley of the End battle. If he were still alive, why wouldn't he cause trouble after the first Hokage's death, but only now? This must be related to the Uchiha. What exactly is going on? Some knowledgeable or experienced ninja looked at the colossal giant with fear. They instinctively took 2 steps back, especially some elderly people who collapsed to the ground. No one understood the true power of a perfect Susanoo better than them. Among them were 2 elderly high-ranking Konoha officials, Kaharu Udatane and Homura Mitokado, who, like Danzo, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and Kagami Uchiha, were part of the second Hokage Tobirama Senju's guard unit. No one understood the terror of a perfect Susanoo better than these 2. That direction is towards the root. Is the root in danger? This Susanoo is definitely not Uchiha Madara's Susanoo, its appearance is different. But Uchiha Fugaku definitely doesn't have this kind of strength. If he did, it would have been revealed long ago. Would he still be enduring until now? Could it be a hidden force within the Uchiha? Are the Uchiha hiding so deeply? Is Itachi also in danger? Did that hidden force, after dealing with Uchiha Itachi, first attack the root, and then attack our Konoha? In the Sarutobi clan compound, Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at the perfect Susanoo in the sky, his old face so gloomy it seemed like water could drip from it. Seeing his proud Hokage building and Hokage rock destroyed, his mood was like a volcanic eruption of fury. But he dared not act. He was old. Even if he were in his prime, he would not be a match for a perfect Susanoo. In the Valley of the End battle, Tobirama Senju had shown him, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and the other guards, Uchiha Madara's perfect Susanoo, which was like a god descending, something beyond human resistance. A perfect Susanoo. Could he really be our ancestor, Uchiha Madara? In the Uchiha clan compound, Uchiha Fugaku looked at the distant blood-black Susanoo, and for a moment, he couldn't help but wonder. Could it be that the ancestor truly hadn't died? And had undergone a change, causing the Susanoo to be different from what was recorded? After all, besides Uchiha Madara, no one in the current Uchiha clan history had ever been able to use a perfect Susanoo. Ascend to the heavens, descend to the earth. I alone am supreme. For 1,000 autumns and 10,000 years. Unify the world. I am Uchiha Madara. Konoha has gone too far, attempting to usurp my Uchiha, first by gradually stripping away their treatment, and now even intending to annihilate my Uchiha clan. Today, I, Uchiha Madara, could no longer stand by. I have slain the Uchiha traitor, slaughtered the root, destroyed Danzo Shimura, broken the Hokage building, and ruined the Hokage rock. This is a lesson for Konoha. Zhao Zheng's voice, amplified through the Blacklight Susanoo, spread throughout Konoha, startling its people. The only ones who were happy were the remaining Uchiha clan members. They beamed with joy, their ancestor had returned alive, and the Uchiha would finally no longer live in bullying and humiliation. That really is Uchiha Madara. Konoha's sensory ninja, using ninjutsu, clearly saw Zhao Zheng's transformed appearance and reported it in shock to Hiruzen Sarutobi, making his old face even more sullen. But he dared not refute, not even speak out. He could only stand in the Sarutobi clan compound, staring blankly at the Blacklight Susanoo. What could he do? He wouldn't even be a match for a perfect Susanoo if he went up against it. Hiruzen Sarutobi hadn't had enough of being Hokage and wasn't willing to die. Besides, it wasn't a certain death situation right now, perhaps there was still a chance for survival. If anyone dares to bully my Uchiha again, the Shimura clan will be their fate. As Zhao Zheng's words fell, a tomo on his back moved on its own, shooting towards the Shimura clan compound, instantly destroying it and leaving a bottomless pit. All the Shimura clan members within it were instantly killed. Uchiha Fugaku, I'm giving you one last chance to fulfill your duties as clan head. Now that the Uchiha's strength has been greatly reduced, and I have also dealt with a considerable amount of Konoha's fighting power, coupled with my invisible deterrence, they will not dare to act against the Uchiha again for a short time. During this period, whether the Uchiha can achieve a satisfactory position depends on you, the clan head. In the Uchiha clan compound, Zhao Zheng, transformed into Uchiha Madara, stood with his arms crossed. After deterring Konoha, he came to the Uchiha clan compound to personally instruct Uchiha Fugaku. Behind Zhao Zheng were the remaining Uchiha clan members who had gathered. All of them looked at Uchiha Madara with fervent expressions. Ancestor, what do you mean? Are you leaving us again? If you leave, take us with you. We are willing to follow you. Ancestor, with you, we Uchiha are truly Uchiha. Without you, we Uchiha can only be bullied by others and must endure it, completely lacking the Uchiha's pride. Uchiha Fugaku hadn't spoken yet, but the surrounding Uchiha clan members grew anxious. They spoke one after another, trying to persuade Uchiha Madara to stay. Even if they couldn't persuade him to stay, they wanted to follow Uchiha Madara. Although their words didn't explicitly say Uchiha Fugaku was incompetent, the implied meaning made Uchiha Fugaku feel very displeased. Even if he had been a slacker as clan head in the later stages, they shouldn't say it so directly. When I left Konoha, no one followed me. Now that I have acted, it is only because I once originated from the Uchiha. Now, my grievances with the Uchiha are settled, and there is no longer any connection between us. You must strive for your own lives. Zhao Zheng shook his head. He was not from this world. The reason he impersonated Uchiha Madara was to distance himself from young Naruto. This was to prevent young Naruto from being feared by Konoha, leading to them taking action against him. By helping young Naruto and the Uchiha simultaneously, he also made Konoha wary of Uchiha Madara, ensuring they would not destroy the Uchiha and implicate young Naruto, thus providing young Naruto with a period of peaceful growth. Zhao Zheng was too lazy to care about other matters. As for why he had to choose Uchiha Fugaku, a clan head who did not take action, it was simply because, apart from Uchiha Fugaku, there were no other high-level combatants among the Uchiha. Ancestor, at that time, most of our clan decided to leave with you. We were all waiting for you at the back gate, but who knew you would leave through the front gate? Which rogue ninja leaves through the front gate? An Uchiha elder said, and the atmosphere fell silent. Zhao Zheng. The meme from his previous life actually came true, but unfortunately, he wasn't the real Uchiha Madara. He wondered how the real Uchiha Madara would feel if he knew about this. No matter what the reason was back then, it's too late now. I am also tired and have no intention of leading the Uchiha to charge forward again. It can only be left to you, Uchiha Fugaku. Can you truly fulfill the duties of the Uchiha clan head? Zhao Zheng shook his head, a sigh on his face, and questioned Uchiha Fugaku once more. Thank you for your help, ancestor. Fugaku has realized his mistake and will lead the Uchiha to charge forward again, reclaiming the Uchiha's rightful position. We Uchiha and the Senju were among Konoha's two original great clans, we should not have fallen to such a state. Uchiha Fugaku perked up, his eyes transforming into a Sharingan, not a three-tomo Sharingan, but a uniquely shaped Mangekyo Sharingan. His hidden trump card was finally revealed, and it was the trump card that allowed him to stand up to his eldest son for Sasuke. The clan head actually possesses a Mangekyo Sharingan. This is great. We Uchiha have another strong fighter. The Uchiha clan members were shocked, and some who had harbored resentment no longer felt it. Strength was everything. Uchiha Fugaku displayed his Mangekyo Sharingan and swore an oath in front of the ancestor, Uchiha Madara. With Uchiha Madara supervising, Uchiha Fugaku should fulfill his duties as clan head and strive for the Uchiha's strength, no longer being as negligent and derelict as before. You really do have hidden strength. Zhao Jung smiled subtly. Uchiha Fugaku did not have a Mangekyo Sharingan in the manga, but he did in the anime. However, he didn't reveal it during the night of the Uchiha clan massacre, allowing his eldest son, Uchiha Itachi, to slaughter him. Now that Zhao Jung had come to the ninja world, he wondered if Uchiha Fugaku truly possessed a Mangekyo Sharingan. It seemed he did. Perfect. An Uchiha Fugaku with a Mangekyo Sharingan would make the weakened Konoha even more wary. Given Hiruzen Sarutobi's timid nature, he would not only return the Uchiha resources he had taken but might even pretend to reconcile, shifting the blame to Danzo Shimura, and using excuses like preventing Konoha from being attacked by other ninja villages to appease the conflict with the Uchiha. Young Naruto's problem was completely resolved. He, Zhao Jung, couldn't constantly protect young Naruto. No, it's not resolved yet. Zhao Jung thought of something and glared at young Naruto with his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Instantly, within young Naruto's abdomen, in the ceiling space created by the 8 trigrams ceiling style, Zhao Jung materialized, looking at the giant fox beast confined by iron bars. This fox had crimson fur, blood-red eyes, and 9 tails behind it, exuding an extremely evil and tyrannical aura. It was the strongest of the 9-tailed beasts, the 9 tails, capable of soundly beating the 1 tails to the 7 tails with half its strength. In its complete form, it was undoubtedly a dragon-level powerhouse. Uchiha Madara. The 9 tails looked at Zhao Jung, who appeared as Uchiha Madara, its fox face enraged. It roared at Zhao Jung through the iron bars. It clearly remembered when it was living wildly in the wilderness, being controlled by Uchiha Madara's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and fighting Senju Hashirama like a dog. Eventually, it was captured by Senju Hashirama, and after a single phrase, "You are too dangerous," it was sealed inside a Jinchuriki, beginning years of confinement. The 9 tails' hatred for Uchiha Madara was so intense it was almost maddening. What are you barking about? How dare you? How dare you disrupt the Jinchuriki's chakra flow? I'm giving you one last chance. If you dare to disrupt the Jinchuriki's chakra flow again, I will seal you inside my body to keep me company, acting as my power bank. Zhao Jung stood with his arms crossed, his voice icy, displaying Uchiha Madara's arrogance to the fullest. As his voice faded, he disappeared from the ceiling space. Zhao Jung's action was also for young Naruto. Young Naruto was the result of the union between Uzumaki Kushina, an Uzumaki clan member, and the 4th Hokage. Aside from their strong physique, Uzumaki clan members were not lacking in talent, and the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, had even better talent. Naruto, born from their union, would only have better talent. The reason he was a dead last in class was entirely due to the 9 tails interference, which made it difficult for young Naruto to learn ninjutsu, making him the dead last in class. Uchiha Madara. You dare to threaten me. The 9 tails roared to the sky but obediently withdrew its chakra, no longer interfering with young Naruto. It truly dared not be captured by Uchiha Madara. Its current strength was not as strong as before, and the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan was still its nemesis. Given Uchiha Madara's personality, he wasn't just kidding around. If it were captured, life wouldn't be as good as it was now. Fugaku, take good care of the Uchiha, or I will twist off your head and use it as a ball to kick. Outside, Zhao Jung repeated himself once more and disappeared from his spot. He didn't leave through the system. Instead, Uchiha Fugaku's Mangekyo Sharingan being exposed made Zhao Jung realize there was still another Mangekyo Sharingan in Konoha that he could conveniently take. What exactly happened tonight? How did even Uchiha Madara show up? According to him, the Leaf Village moved against the Uchiha, which forced out that old monster. The foundation of a great clan is truly deep. In the dark and bustling Leaf Village, a person with spiky white hair, a Leaf Village forehead protector covering his left eye, and a mask covering his mouth stood on a rooftop. He looked towards the Hokage building and Hokage Rock, then towards the Uchiha clan compound, and then towards the Shimura clan compound. Many things happened tonight, but none of it concerned Kakashi. That's right, this person was the Leaf Village's elite Jonin, Kakashi Hatake, known as the Leaf Village's technician, copy ninja, and Uchiha ninja. In his youth, his talent was no less than that of Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Shisui, or Minato Namikaze. However, after experiencing his father's suicide, the death of his teammates, personally killing a teammate, and the deaths of both his sensei and his sensei's wife, Kakashi Hatake fell, indulged, and gave up. Now, he only wanted to complete missions for payment, eat, drink, play, and buy adult books. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Uchiha Kakashi, look here. A sound like calling a dog rang out, reaching Kakashi's ears. Kakashi, the dog lover. I'm Kakashi Hatake, not Uchiha Kakashi. And who are you calling a dog? Kakashi subconsciously turned his head, looking towards the source of the sound. A black shadow flashed by, and Kakashi felt a sharp pain in his left eye, with a large amount of blood flowing out. The greatly pained Kakashi looked at the black shadow. The shadow stopped, revealing its true appearance, which was the Uchiha Madara from the records. Zhao Zheng, disguised as Uchiha Madara, held a 3-tomo Sharingan and a Leaf Village forehead protector in his left hand. Zhao Zheng casually discarded the Leaf Village forehead protector, and a large amount of blood-black chakra was injected into the 3-tomo Sharingan, causing it to evolve into a Mangekyo Sharingan. It was a pattern of 3 curved, interconnected triangles, Uchiha Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan, which he had given to Kakashi in his youth, when it was only a 2-tomo Sharingan. When Uchiha Obito witnessed Kakashi personally kill Rin, his beloved, he and Kakashi shared the same painful emotions, causing both their Sharingan to evolve into Mangekyo Sharingan. However, at that time, Kakashi's strength was weak, and he couldn't use the Mangekyo Sharingan, causing it to regress to a 2-tomo Sharingan. Later, as his strength grew, it gradually recovered to a 3-tomo and Mangekyo Sharingan. You are Uchiha Madara, why did you attack me? Are you taking back the Uchiha eyes that have fallen into outsiders' hands? Kakashi clutched his empty left eye, his remaining eye staring intently at Zhao Zheng, or, more accurately, at the Sharingan in Zhao Zheng's hand. He was surprised that the Sharingan was actually a Mangekyo Sharingan. After he, Kakashi, obtained Uchiha Obito's eye and returned to the Leaf Village, he was pressured by the Uchiha, who forbade the Sharingan from being outside their clan. At that time, the pressure was entirely borne by the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. After Minato Namikaze's death, Hiruzen Sarutobi took over. Now, was this Sharingan finally returning to the Uchiha's hands? Kakashi was extremely reluctant. That eye was the only gift his best friend had left him before he died. But he, Kakashi, didn't have the absolute strength to reclaim the Sharingan in front of the ninja world's Asura, Uchiha Madara. The power of the perfect Susanoo was still vivid in Kakashi's mind. With his elite Jonin strength, he was no match for Uchiha Madara. Not only am I reclaiming the Uchiha Sharingan, but I am also doing this for your own good. You inherited the talent of the Leaf Village's White Fang, your achievements are far from just this. The Sharingan has held you back. My reclaiming the Sharingan will benefit you even more. Zhao Zheng said with a smile. Kakashi's talent was not weak at all, completely on par with Uchiha Itachi, Minato Namikaze, and others. So why was he so weak in adulthood? It was because he had transplanted a Mangekyo Sharingan. A Mangekyo Sharingan is like a precision sports car, it requires a large amount of fuel to start. Kakashi's chakra, as fuel, was completely insufficient for the sports car's use, and he couldn't turn off the Mangekyo Sharingan, so it was constantly being consumed. Therefore, his strength increased very, very slowly, and he was prone to exhaustion. It wasn't until the end of Shippuden, after he lost the Mangekyo Sharingan, that his true strength soared, reaching cage level, and even being strong among cage level ninja, a complete replica of Hatake Tsukumo. In Boruto, an era where everyone was weakened, only Kakashi was strengthened. Unfortunately, time is running out. Otherwise, I could have played with Uchiha Obito a bit more, and I also couldn't obtain the Byakugan, I can only rely on cell cultivation. Zhao Zheng looked at the time on the chat group's screen, only a few seconds remained. He couldn't use the Mangekyo Sharingan in his hand to connect to Uchiha Obito's alternate dimension, and then violently kill Uchiha Obito through that dimension. Wait for the next opportunity. Anyway, the protagonist encounters many disasters, so there will be plenty of chances. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Zheng's figure vanished from the spot, transported back to the One Punch world by the Myriad Worlds chat group. Hey! What Uchiha Obito? What are you talking about? Tell me quickly. Kakashi, still at the original spot, shouted excitedly, his emotions thoroughly stirred by Zhao Zheng. What happened to Uchiha Obito? Why would he play with Uchiha Obito next time? Could it be that Uchiha Obito wasn't dead at all? Then why hadn't he returned to the Leaf Village all these years? Tonight, Kakashi was destined to be sleepless, just like the terrified Leaf Village higher-ups. One Punch World, Z City uninhabited area. Finally, I'm back. It was still the familiar room. Zhao Zheng's figure appeared, with the Mangekyo Sharingan in his hand, and his Uchiha Madara disguise reverted to his original form. Blacklight Group Owner. At 9-tailed fox, little Naruto, don't think what I did was too extreme. I merely dealt with the extremist factions in the Leaf Village against the Uchiha, so that both can achieve lasting peace. Blacklight Group Owner. As for my hidden identity, it's to distance myself from you, lest you become a target of public criticism. Being too conspicuous is not a good thing, your strength is weak, and these things will only bring you danger. Agent T. God-slaying sniper. What happened? What happened? It seemed the group owner successfully rescued little Naruto, so why did he still need to explain to little Naruto? Was the group owner's method of rescue too unconventional? Nine-tailed fox. I believe in group owner Big Brother, everything you do must be right. Little Naruto, inside the Uchiha clan compound in the ninja world, expressed his unreserved trust in Zhao Zheng. The other party crossed worlds for him, so he must be good to him. Little Naruto's thoughts were incredibly naive, which also warmed Zhao Zheng's heart. Blacklight Group Owner. That's good. I also took the opportunity to deter the Nine Tails, it won't dare to disturb you again. Your future ninjutsu learning will be incredibly smooth. With your talent, you will definitely be able to restore your father Minato Namikaze's name to glory. Keep up the good work. Nine-tailed fox. Thank you, group owner Big Brother. Thank you for your help. I will definitely uphold my father's reputation, and I will also learn my father's flying Raijin Jutsu. Zhao Zheng's concern also warmed little Naruto's heart, and he made a grand vow. He would not only learn all the ninjutsu of his father, the fourth Hokage, the Yellow Flash, but also become even more powerful than his father. In the future, he would absolutely not allow extremist individuals like Uchiha Itachi to commit atrocities in front of him, little Naruto, again. Rescue mission complete. Group owner Zhao Zheng receives 1000 points. Points are currency for the point store once it opens. First rescue mission complete. Live streaming mode activated. Group members can initiate live streams to the chat group. Group members can reward points as gifts, with a 50-50 split. As soon as Nine-tailed fox sent the message, 2 announcements popped up in the Myriad Worlds chat group. Group owner Zhao Zheng receiving points and the activation of the live streaming system. Agent T. Point Store. It seems like a feature the chat group hasn't enabled yet. I wonder what 1000 points can buy there. God-slaying sniper. The live streaming mode is exactly as I imagined. A 50-50 split is quite generous. Next time there's a rescue mission, I can start a live stream. Blacklight Group Owner. More than that, you can stream at any time. The chat group has few people now, but once there are more group members and everyone has points, then when we stream, everyone can be a small streamer or a top supporter. Nine-tailed fox. Except for Naruto, Zhao Zheng, Xiao Yu, and Qi Lin were all well versed in live streaming systems. In the age of technology, even if people hadn't eaten pork, they had seen pigs run, even if they hadn't streamed themselves, they had watched others stream. The three quickly understood the chat group's new feature, while only little Naruto scratched his head, full of confusion. Next time I encounter a monster, I can start a live stream and let the group members experience the One Punch world. In the room, Zhao Zheng chuckled, looking down at the Uchiha Obito version of the Mangekyo Sharingan in his hand. Blood-black tentacles shot out from his palm, enveloping and devouring the Mangekyo Sharingan. Instantly, a pattern resembling a curved triangle once again overlapped his left eye, looking more complex than the pattern in his right eye, and gaining the Kamui eye technique. This Kamui Eye technique, within the ninja world, belonged to the same spatial eye technique as the Kamui Mangekyo Sharingan eye technique in Uchiha Obito's eye. Although both were Kamui, and both eyes connected to the same alternate dimension. However, Uchiha Obito's eye leaned towards defense, allowing him to hide himself in the alternate dimension, projecting into the real world, and immune to others' attacks. Unless the attack was powerful enough to break space. When Uchiha Obito attacked, parts of his body could unexpectedly materialize, and he could also set spatial coordinates in the real world, traveling to those coordinates through the alternate dimension, similar to spatial teleportation. Kakashi's Mangekyo Sharingan, on the other hand, leans towards offense. It can generate a spatial vortex, distorting enemies, devouring their attacks, or distorting parts of an enemy's body and banishing them to the alternate dimension. While he couldn't enter the alternate dimension himself in the early stages, in the later stages, he could distort himself and enter the alternate dimension. With my strength, which is stronger than late-stage Kakashi, I can already freely enter the alternate dimension. Zhao Zheng felt the spatial eye technique Kamui in his left eye. He was now in the one-punch world, not the ninja world, which caused his left eye's space to automatically connect to a new, uninhabited alternate dimension. Once he returned to the ninja world, it would reconnect to the alternate dimension that Uchiha Obito was connected to. Only then could he go to that alternate dimension and brutally kill Uchiha Obito. This was also why Zhao Zheng had previously told Kakashi that he could go play with Uchiha Obito. This alternate dimension came at just the right time. Using it, I can transfer the House of Evolution into it, develop it properly, and escape the Hero Association's pursuit. Zhao Zheng's eyes showed interest. He still hadn't forgotten the House of Evolution's cloning technology. Using this cloning technology, he could clone and replicate all the wood-release cells, Minato Namikaze cells, and other cells stored in his body, giving the Blacklight virus another wave of strengthening. For the Blacklight virus, devouring the genes of strong individuals was good, but devouring the genes of weaker individuals was also very necessary. Especially cells like wood release, which were weak for Zhao Zheng now, but still powerful cells for others. The Blacklight virus could perform excellent arrangements and combinations based on numerous weaker cells, combining weak genes into powerful genes, which was also how protagonists like Alex Mercer, AGE, in the Blacklight world became stronger. After all, the Blacklight world didn't have superhumans, at most some virus-infected zombie hunters and so on. Alex Mercer relied on these weaker genes to eventually grow into a human god, capable of surviving a nuclear bomb. I will devour the strong, and I cannot let go of the cells of the weak with special abilities. I will walk both the orthodox and unorthodox paths. Combining them, complementing each other, is the kingly way. Zhao Zheng's tone carried ambition, but unfortunately, he didn't know the location of the House of Evolution yet. But there was no need to panic, Mosquito Girl would likely appear soon. Mosquito Girl, with demon-level strength, was a semi-finished product of the House of Evolution. Having escaped from the House of Evolution, she must know its location. Mosquito Girl first appeared against Saitama's future disciple, Genos. Later, she was smashed in half by Saitama's palm, flew off to who knows where, and then continued to follow Geros of the House of Evolution, selling takoyaki. I need to take down Mosquito Girl before Saitama, go to the House of Evolution, and take over the House of Evolution. Zhao Zheng's plans came one after another. The House of Evolution was already being targeted by the Hero Association. Even if Genos and Saitama hadn't intervened in the original story, the Hero Association would have dealt with the House of Evolution. He wanted to take over the House of Evolution intact before Genos, Saitama, and the Hero Association. Maximize profits. As it grew later and the night deepened, Zhao Zheng simply washed up and then lay down on the bed, falling into a deep sleep. For the Blacklight virus, things like washing and sleeping were useless, but Zhao Zheng still did them, as it provided psychological comfort. As Zhao Zheng fell asleep, Xiao Yu, Qi Lin, and little Naruto were still chatting in the chat group. Not long after, they all went silent, having also fallen asleep. Before the chat group arrived, the time flow in the four worlds might have been different, but after the chat group connected, the time flow in the four worlds gradually synchronized. This was a great power of the chat group. Time came to morning, and the sun rose, bringing warmth and vitality to the earth. I'll take the surface world. All surface dwellers, die. I am the underground king, the king of the underground. Surface dwellers, prepare yourselves. Long live our king. Long live our king. Kill all the surface dwellers. The surface world belongs to us subterraneans. Long live the underground king. Long live the underground king. Early in the morning, before Zhao Zheng even woke up, a clamor from outside directly roused him. Underground king. Subterraneans. Is it that unlucky guy? Zhao Zheng was still lying in bed, opening his eyes and quickly regaining his senses, analyzing who the newcomers were based on the sounds outside. He got up and went to the window, looking down, only to see a black and white, four-armed humanoid monster, each arm holding a red longsword, roaring loudly. There were many large holes around it, and from these holes emerged many strong-looking black humanoid monsters, each with a different head. These were subterraneans, and the one holding the red longsword was the Underground King, a monster race that lived underground. It really is this unlucky guy, the one with the least screen time among the three kings of heaven, earth, and sea. On the balcony, Zhao Zheng looked at the group of monsters below, covering his forehead with a helpless shake of his head. No sooner had he spoken than Saitama, wearing a yellow jumpsuit, appeared on the adjacent balcony belonging to his neighbor. He leapt from the balcony, stomped on the Underground King's head, and easily crushed him to death. Come on, let's have a good fight. Saitama, with his foot on the dead Underground King's head, raised his fist at the subterraneans, his face full of fighting spirit. The subterraneans, terrified, immediately raised white flags, indicating surrender. Saitama. No, are they that spineless? Haha, thanks, teacher Saitama, for bringing me breakfast so early in the morning. Zhao Zheng's loud laughter came, and he likewise jumped off the balcony. His hands transformed into blood-black tentacles, devouring all the tiger-level subterraneans, not even sparing the deceased Underground King, swallowing him whole. Though the Underground King was instantly killed by Saitama, appearing weak, he actually possessed peak ghost-level strength. In the one-punch world, most monsters with king in their title or dragon level, with a few at peak ghost level. The weakest among them could still contend with, or even crush, lower-ranked S-class heroes in the Hero Association. A prime example is the Deep Sea King, one of the representative three kings of heaven, sky, and sea. In the original plot, he defeated S-class heroes like Puri Puri Prisoner and Genos, only to be obliterated by one punch from Saitama. The Underground King, who was the earliest to appear and be dealt with by Saitama, and the Sky King, who was killed by the Dark Matter Pirates, didn't display much of their strength. However, according to the author's setting, the three kings are equally matched in strength, not much different from the Deep Sea King. A full-power Deep Sea King could defeat two S-class heroes, so the Underground King and Sky King should also be peak ghost level. Zhao Zheng thought to himself, after devouring the insignificant subterraneans and the Underground King. His physical attributes in human form had improved slightly, making him even stronger among dragon-level individuals. According to the Underground King's memory, the Underground King also had an enhanced form similar to Vaccine Man and the Deep Sea King. My Blacklight enhanced form is now even stronger. This suggests the Sky King also has an enhanced form, but unfortunately, these two kings died too quickly and it wasn't shown in the original story. Zhao Zheng checked the Underground King's memories, learning about his detailed strength and why the subterraneans came to the surface world. Anyone who has watched One Punch Man knows that the Monster Association is located underground in the Z-City uninhabited zone, next to the subterranean race. The subterranean race experienced an internal strife, a new Underground King emerged, and this civil war destroyed the subterranean environment. The new Underground King led the remaining tribesmen to the surface, intending to conquer the surface world. In the Monster Association arc, Phoenix Man resurrected the subterraneans who died in the infighting, and even resurrected two dragon-level ninja monsters. Thinking of this, Zhao Zheng looked down at the ground. Below was the Monster Association. As long as Zhao Zheng wanted to, he could go to the Monster Association at any time and become a high-ranking executive. I wonder how many of the original dragon-level executives have arrived. Zhao Zheng was curious, but he had something to do now and couldn't go to the Monster Association. He could only put it aside for now. Why are they so weak? So different from my dream. Saitama didn't care about Zhao Zheng devouring the subterraneans, he just sighed, looking disappointed. He had been dreaming earlier, fighting the subterraneans in his dream. Each of those subterraneans could contend with him, Saitama, and the Nightmare Underground King who appeared at the end. Saitama felt he could fight to the death against him. However, before the two sides could have a major battle, his alarm clock rang, waking Saitama, and he heard the shouts of the subterraneans outside. He originally thought the real Underground King would be as strong as the one in his dream, but he turned out to be incredibly weak. Their strength is not weak. Ordinary subterraneans, if placed in the city, would require B-class and A-class heroes to exert great effort to defeat them. The Underground King could even defeat a low-ranking S-class hero. It's you, brother Saitama, who is too strong. Zhao Zheng patted Saitama's shoulder, speechless. He had seen the subterraneans in Saitama's dream in the original story. Those dream subterraneans, if placed in reality, would all be god level. Though not Saitama's match, they could make Saitama bleed, something even Boros and the Star Wolf couldn't do. The Nightmare Underground King, needless to say, was undoubtedly stronger than a god. But dreams are just dreams, the subterranean race in reality couldn't possibly be that powerful, otherwise, Earth would have exploded long ago. Sigh, when will I meet an enemy with whom I can fight to my heart's content? Brother Zhao Zheng, you need to get stronger soon. Saitama, hearing this, was disappointed and looked at Zhao Zheng with anticipation. Zhao Zheng's hairs stood on end, and he shivered. Was he also being targeted by the Bald Demon King? Alright, it won't be long before I let you fight to your heart's content. Let's go eat. There's still a lot of food left from yesterday, let's finish it today. Zhao Zheng coughed twice, changing the subject. Although Saitama had permanently broken his limiter, becoming stronger today than yesterday, capable of defeating his past self. But Zhao Zheng was not bad either. As the Blacklight virus, coupled with the chat group of all heavens and 10,000 realms, and with the blessings of numerous worlds, he didn't believe he couldn't catch up to Saitama. This year, a large number of mosquitoes have appeared. What is the reason? We have invited Mr. Capecchi, a mosquito expert who has published relevant collections, to explain it to us. Well, simply put, this year's mosquitoes are completely new species. I haven't seen anything like them in my experience. Oh my god, cough cough, I'm really sorry, the areas where mosquitoes have appeared cover several cities. As Zhao Zheng and Saitama ate breakfast, the TV news reported, and the host couldn't help but blurt out an expletive. The live news screen changed, showing a map of the continent, with a red area encompassing a region, and Z City was within it. Why is Z City affected too? I really hope a lot of mosquitoes don't appear, mosquitoes are so annoying. Saitama looked at the TV and said casually. No sooner had he spoken than the news broke another story. We interrupt this program with breaking news. We have just received information that a large number of mosquitoes have appeared in Z City, and all attacked livestock have turned into mummified corpses. If you encounter a swarm of mosquitoes, please do not stay, flee immediately. The news anchor's report made Saitama's expression strange. He had just said he hoped no mosquitoes would appear, and immediately a large number of mosquitoes did, which was like an invisible slap to his face. It seems a monster has appeared. I'll go meet it first. With my strength, ordinary monsters are no match for me. Zhao Zheng picked up a steamed bun, stood up, and left after speaking. Mosquito Girl had appeared, and the mosquito swarm was her masterpiece. He had to take down Mosquito Girl before Saitama to find the location of the House of Evolution. Why don't you go after eating? What's the rush? Won't this breakfast go to waste? Looking at Zhao Zheng's retreating figure, Saitama said indifferently. After finishing his hearty breakfast, he planned to water his cactus. It was about time the cactus was watered. He figured he could step in after Zhao Zheng failed to deal with the monster. Blacklight. Perception. In the uninhabited zone, Zhao Zheng's chakra surged, and an invisible ninjutsu rapidly covered the surroundings, encompassing the entire uninhabited zone and spreading beyond. In an instant, a map of the surrounding building locations and other details quickly appeared in Zhao Zheng's mind, with tiny red lights illuminating, representing the energy of life forms. Among the many ninjas Zhao Zheng had devoured, there were not a few who were skilled in perception ninjutsu. After devouring them, Zhao Zheng improvements the ninjutsu and combined it with his blacklight virus. This formed the blacklight perception technique. The higher his own strength, the wider the detection range. All life forms within the detection range would be reflected in his mind, and the stronger the life form, the more intense the red light it emitted. This was the source of Zhao Zheng's confidence in finding Mosquito Girl. With this skill, I refuse to believe I can't find Mosquito Girl. Saitama being stopped by me means he shouldn't arrive as quickly as in the original story to Genos' side. Zhao Zheng thought to himself while investigating, then his eyes lit up as he found his target. On the virtual map in his mind, there was an area where a red dot shone extremely brightly. Beside this red dot were numerous, dense small red dots, whose life fluctuations were extremely weak, like the difference between plankton and the sun in the sky compared to the large red dot. This should be Mosquito Girl. Zhao Zheng used his extreme speed to disappear from his original spot and rushed towards that location. That location was still within Z City, but on its outskirts. It wasn't far from Zhao Zheng's current position either. An emergency evacuation notice is now being issued. The disaster level is demon level. Residents, please be aware, for the safety of your lives and property, do not go outside. Repeating, Z City residents absolutely must not go outside. As soon as he left the uninhabited zone, Zhao Zheng heard alarm bells ringing all around him. The disaster is demon level, beyond the scope of what an A-class hero can handle. The Hero Association must be dispatching an S-class hero. Mosquito Girl's level is indeed demon level, but she also has a strengthened form, capable of absorbing large amounts of blood to evolve into her red mosquito form, placing her at the peak of the demon level. Zhao Zheng thought to himself that Genos, the cyborg who had just debuted, possessed the strength of a low-ranking S-class hero, yet he was still evenly matched against Mosquito Girl in her normal form. However, once Mosquito Girl evolved into her red mosquito form, Genos was immediately annihilated, a power comparable to the strengthened Deep Sea King, and even faster than Deep Sea King. And this Mosquito Girl was a semi-finished product. In the House of Evolution, only Lion King could rival her, and only Asura Rhinoceros Beetle, as a trump card, could gain an advantage over her. If Mosquito Girl were fully developed, her level might also be dragon level. Could she rival Asura Rhinoceros Beetle? Zhao Zheng accelerated, sweeping past one building after another, finally reaching his destination. Upon arrival, Zhao Zheng immediately spotted his target. In the sky, two humanoid figures were battling, a young man with golden hair and a cold expression, whose arms and neck had a mechanical feel, the cyborg Genos. Battling Genos was a curvaceous, alluring being, a seductive combination of a human woman and a mosquito. She had a sharp mosquito proboscis on her head, and long, slender, straight, and sharp mosquito limbs for her arms and legs. This was Zhao Zheng's target, Mosquito Girl. Mosquito Girl and Genos fought in the air. Genos occasionally landed and then leapt back up, using his steel body to withstand Mosquito Girl's sharp claws, and unleashing incineration cannons from his palms to attack her. However, Mosquito Girl, relying on her superhuman speed, dodged every attack, even using the sharp proboscis on her head to pierce Genos' mechanical right arm. Next, it's your leg. Mosquito Girl's seductive voice rang out, then her pretty face showed confusion as she looked at her own legs, her expression changing drastically. Unbeknownst to her, her long mosquito legs had been torn off by the cyborg Genos, who now held them in his left hand. When did that happen? Mosquito Girl was surprised and immediately flapped her mosquito wings to fly into the air, creating distance between herself and the cyborg Genos. It's no use. Genos flung away the mosquito leg in his left hand, raised his left arm, and continuously fired laser cannons at Mosquito Girl. But all were blocked by the swarm of mosquitoes Mosquito Girl summoned. Am I going to witness the birth of Red Mosquito Girl as soon as I arrive? Zhao Zheng stood on a rooftop, watching Mosquito Girl and Genos with interest. At the same time, Zhao Zheng activated the chat group live stream, allowing the three group members to witness a battle from the One Punch world. Blacklight group owner, this is one of the battles in my world. That mosquito monster, you can call her a monster, which is what we call them in my world. The person on the ground is a cyborg. Agent T. Wow. Is the live stream so exciting right from the start? That robot is too cool, and the mosquito monster is also very cool. God-slaying sniper. Both of them look extremely formidable. I wonder if thermal weapons would have any effect on them. Nine-tailed fox. She can fly. That's amazing. The three group members were completely stunned, especially Xiao Yu and Xiao Naruto, who were at an age where they loved cool things. Whether it was the highly mechanical Genos or Mosquito Girl, who combined the advantages of a mosquito, both perfectly fit their aesthetic. Only Qi Lin, as a police officer, subconsciously wondered if human thermal weapons could resolve the two of them. That guy is actually so strong, but it's a pity that everyone in Z City has gone into hiding. But for animals in nature, that's another story. Come. All of you, come here. Inject all the nectar you've stored into my body. High in the sky, Mosquito Girl looked at the empty city below. She had certainly noticed Zhao Zheng watching the spectacle, but she didn't care at all. A charming smile appeared on her pretty face. As Mosquito Girl called out, from the natural environment outside the city, swarms of mosquitoes that had drained countless animals responded, flying to Mosquito Girl and frantically injecting the blood from their abdomens into her body. More and more mosquitoes gathered, forming a mosquito swarm that blotted out the sky. With the injection of a large amount of blood, Mosquito Girl's aura surged. Her severed legs regenerated, and her black and white skin changed, becoming blood red. Nine-tailed fox. Terrifying. Too terrifying. It seems all the surrounding mosquitoes have come. Agent T. An eye-opener. A real eye-opener. The Shotokan are trash compared to this. I wonder if Shendu could beat her. God-slaying sniper. She can control mosquitoes. That's too terrifying. Blacklight Group Owner. According to the terminology in my world, she is a demon-level monster, possessing the power to paralyze and destroy a city. Not only can she control mosquitoes, but she can also use the blood absorbed by the mosquitoes to strengthen herself. She's probably even stronger now. The three group members in the chat group were shocked, especially after seeing the information Zhao Zheng sent, and they all gasped collectively. The opponent had now become stronger and possessed the power to destroy and paralyze a city, truly terrifying to the extreme. Especially Qi Lin, she thought that in her world, apart from alien technology and nuclear bombs, humans probably had no weapons that could deal with this monster. Ha 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 ha. A piercing sound came from within the massive black ant swarm, and the mosquito swarm moved instantly, like a black wave, covering the city below. It covered both Zhao Zheng and Genos. Idiot, seeing that you could speak, I thought you had human-level intelligence, but a bug is just a bug. You conveniently gathered the mosquitoes for me to incinerate. When I confirmed your presence, there were no life signs within a 500-meter radius. Incineration cannon. The cyborg Genos' mechanical voice came from the black mosquito swarm. Flames, accompanied by massive energy fluctuations, incinerated all the covering mosquito waves cleanly. The surrounding buildings, glass shattered, all turning charred black, becoming a ruin. As for Zhao Zheng, he was completely unharmed. With his dragon-level powerful physique, he remained unscathed whether under the mosquito attack or Genos' cannon fire. He still stood with his arms crossed, his clothes without a single scratch, watching the two of them. Zhao Zheng's clothes were also formed by the Blacklight virus. They appeared to be clothes, but in reality, they were part of his body, possessing the same defensive power as his body. Haha, you fool, I don't need them at all now. Mosquito Girl's voice came from high in the sky. She had completely transformed into her red mosquito form, her body at least 2 sizes larger than before. Her arms and legs were sharp and slender, even more so than before, and the aura she emitted was also stronger. Her shoulder-length, snow-white hair had turned pink and was fluttering in the air. Her alluring face was now filled with coldness, like a decisive female general on a battlefield. With a casual wave of her claws in her red mosquito form, a skyscraper below was sliced into countless fragments, scattering across the area. Nine-tailed fox. Terrifying, terrifying, too terrifying. Agent T. So cool, so cool, so cool. Is this her enhanced form? She's too strong. God-slaying sniper. It's one thing for a robot to have such powerful firepower, but this mosquito monster is also so strong, casually destroying skyscrapers. Does she really have the power to annihilate a city? The members of the chat group once again exclaimed, and then they witnessed another astonishing scene. The mosquito girl monster instantly vanished from her spot in the sky, reappearing behind the robot. With a swing of her sharp claws, she cut the robot in half at the waist. Mosquito girl then turned into an afterimage, launching a continuous assault on the robot's upper body, sending it flying into the air. She shredded its other arm and also cut open the robot's head, revealing its internal mechanical structure. God-slaying sniper. Such incredible speed, my naked eye can't even keep up. It's too terrifying. Qi Lin of Super Theological Academy gasped again at the sight. With such speed, it was debatable whether even a nuclear bomb would be effective against her. After all, launching a nuclear bomb takes time, and Mosquito Girl could completely evade a nuclear bomb attack with her current extreme speed. I wonder if this demon-level monster is the strongest in the group owner's world. Are there even stronger monsters? Could they even withstand a nuclear explosion? Qi Lin's jaw dropped in shock. She had originally thought her world was the most dangerous, with various aliens in the future, far more dangerous than the ninja world and the world where Xiao Yu resided. Now it seemed, the group owner's world was even more dangerous than hers. Agent T, group owner brother, quickly save that robot. Nine-tailed fox. That's right, he seems like a good person, a hero who wants to eliminate monsters. Group owner brother, you must save him. Xiao Yu and Xiao Naruto in the chat group called out to Zhao Zheng. They were young, and without fully understanding the situation, their sense of justice was influenced by aesthetics. Although the red mosquito girl looked cool, she was evil. The robot looked cool, but it exuded a sense of justice. Needless to say, in the hearts of the two children, the mosquito girl monster was evil, and the robot was justice. Don't worry, he's a future disciple of a friend of mine. Zhao Jung smiled and vanished from his spot. I was careless. I didn't expect her to become so strong by absorbing blood. Now that I've been defeated, even if I die, I must eliminate this monster and prevent her from harming the public. Genos, who was being tormented by Mosquito Girl's continuous slashes in the air, had an energy sphere connected by mechanical wires fall from his upper body. The energy sphere burst into light, containing immense power. Genos wanted to self-destruct, to take Mosquito Girl in her red mosquito form down with him. There's no need for that. At the critical moment, a blood-black figure appeared in front of Genos. It was Zhao Jung in his normal human form. He reached out and placed his hand in front of Mosquito Girl's forehead, flicking it lightly. Boom! A roar sounded as Mosquito Girl was flicked on the forehead by Zhao Jung, flying backward at high speed, crashing through one skyscraper after another. What? Genos's eyes widened. This person in front of him was incredibly powerful. It was one thing that he couldn't sense his life fluctuations, but to actually flick away the mosquito monster who was brutally beating him, Genos, was truly astonishing. The astonished Genos subconsciously stopped his self-destruction and fell heavily to the ground. But he didn't care, looking up and staring intently at Zhao Jung, who had just landed. Zhao Jung was wearing a black casual outfit and looked to be in his early 20s, an utterly ordinary young man, not much older than him, Genos. Why was he so strong? He didn't appear to be any of the S-class heroes on the hero ranking list either. Agent T, as the group owner's strength that great. No wonder he could deal with Uchiha Itachi. And help Naruto resolve the danger of the Uchiha clan massacre. God-slaying sniper. The group owner's strength is unfathomable. Nine-tailed fox. The group owner's strength is more than just that. I heard from people in Konoha that even the root base, Danzo Shimura, and his clansmen were all taken care of by the group owner. Xiao Naruto's words shocked Xiao Yu and Qi Lin even more. They had also seen the Naruto storyline. They knew Uchiha Itachi's strength was immense. Even the Uchiha Itachi of the night of the Uchiha clan massacre, though not as strong as the adult Uchiha Itachi, was still a young Uchiha Itachi with the Mangekyo Sharingan, and his strength should not be underestimated. Additionally, there were Danzo and a group of elite root ninjas, all of whom were dealt with by the group owner. So, it was normal for the group owner to easily deal with Mosquito Girl. We both look about the same age, so why is there such a huge gap between people? Qi Lin looked at Zhao Jung's youthful face on the live broadcast screen and sighed in her heart. She had no power whatsoever. At most, she had super soldier genes within her, and they were still in an unawakened state. And the Blacklight group owner of the chat group could casually toy with a monster capable of destroying a city. Truly impressive. You're actually this strong. I should have dealt with you first. From within the shattered skyscraper, Mosquito Girl flew into the sky, her terrifying gaze fixed on Zhao Jung. With just one strike, she, Mosquito Girl, was unable to react and was sent flying. This level of strength was definitely not something she, Mosquito Girl, could contend with. It's best to retreat first. Mosquito Girl thought, flapping her transparent wings behind her, ready to flee at high speed. Amaterasu. Zhao Jung stood still, not pursuing Mosquito Girl, but his eyes transformed into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. The right eye, with a slightly simpler pattern than the left, activated its ocular jutsu, Amaterasu. In Genos's eyes, in the eyes of the three group members, and in Zhao Jung's eyes, Mosquito Girl's wings, legs, and feet ignited with blood-black flames in their blacklight state. Ah! What kind of flames are these? Why can't they be extinguished? Mosquito Girl screamed, falling heavily to the ground. No matter how she rolled, she couldn't extinguish the blood-black flames on her wings, arms, and feet. Furthermore, after the blood-black flames touched the ground, they even set the ground ablaze. The expanding flames then began to burn and infect other parts of Mosquito Girl's body. Now you have two choices. First, surrender to me. Second, just die like this. Zhao Jung transformed into a blood-black shadow, appearing beside Mosquito Girl. Unafraid of the raging blood-black flames around him, he calmly watched the rolling Mosquito Girl. Amaterasu flames are flames within the ninja world that can never be extinguished. Although they burn slowly, they can be sealed, absorbed, repelled, blocked by ninjutsu, or countered by yin-yang release, etc. But ultimately, Amaterasu flames are extremely troublesome. Once they burn on someone's body, either they are powerful enough, like at the six paths level, to forcibly extinguish them, or they can only cut off the affected body parts, like the fourth Raikage did. Now, Mosquito Girl was afflicted by Amaterasu flames, especially her wings, completely losing her ability to fly. I surrender. Don't kill me, please don't kill me. Mosquito Girl, rolling on the ground in terror, begged Zhao Zheng for mercy. She didn't want to die, or else she wouldn't have escaped from the House of Evolution. Now, with her life in peril, she wanted to live even more and was willing to surrender to Zhao Zheng. Excellent. A smile appeared on Zhao Zheng's lips. His left Sharingan activated, and the Kamui ninjutsu was used. A spatial vortex appeared, swallowing all the blood-black Amaterasu flames, not into another dimension, but into the endless void. Currently, the Blacklight virus can only absorb flesh and blood. Only when the Sharingan evolves into the Rinnegan will the Blacklight virus undergo a complete evolution, developing the ability to absorb natural elements like fire and lightning, in addition to flesh and blood. Zhao Zheng mused that the birth of the Rinnegan required combining the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan with wood-release cells, as both contained the chakra of Indra and Ashura. Only by combining their chakra could the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan evolve into the Rinnegan. As long as he increased the wood-release cells in his hand, replicated them in large quantities, and then consumed them, awakening the Rinnegan would be just around the corner. By then, even if he encountered Logia-type devil fruit users in the pirate world, he, Zhao Zheng, would be able to devour them with the Blacklight virus, and even devour the Amaterasu flames he himself produced. Blacklight Group Owner, the livestream is over. I have other things to attend to first. Blacklight Group Owner. Oh, and don't worry about the Sharingan. It's perfectly normal for me to take a few things while helping Naruto, isn't it? Zhao Zheng sent a message in the group, and after a brief explanation, he turned off the livestream. The secrets that followed could not be known by the group members. I'll gather mosquitoes again to bring you blood so you can regenerate your severed limbs. From now on, you will follow me, be my secretary, and manage my daily affairs. Zhao Zheng looked down at the mosquito girl, who resembled a human stick, and instructed. There was no need to devour Mosquito Girl. The House of Evolution definitely had Mosquito Girl's genes, so they could just cultivate her again and then devour her. Secondly, Mosquito Girl was currently attractive and had combat power. She could serve as his, Zhao Zheng's, housekeeper, cleaning the house when there was nothing to do and providing entertainment when bored. Zhao Zheng was confident that with him around, Mosquito Girl wouldn't dare to have any other ideas. Yes, Mosquito Girl weakly replied, controlling the remaining mosquitoes to first go into nature to suck blood, and then bring the blood back to regenerate her severed limbs. As for why the Mosquito Girl in the original story, who had half her body blown apart by Saitama later on, didn't do this and instead had Geros build her mechanical prosthetics, etc. At that time, Geros had already had his worldview shattered by Saitama's beating and no longer wanted to cause trouble, desiring only an ordinary life. That's why he restricted Mosquito Girl from mass slaughter and built her mechanical prosthetics. But that didn't concern Zhao Zheng now. A complete Mosquito Girl could serve him better. Why didn't you kill him? Genos, whose upper body was tattered and whose head had a large hole, looked at Zhao Zheng, who had approached him, and asked. Genos, overflowing with a sense of justice, couldn't stand monsters who harmed citizens being alive. I have great use for her. She can help solve greater evil. Young man, do you want to become stronger? If you do, go to the uninhabited area of Z City and find a bald man named Saitama. He is a teacher stronger than me, who can make you stronger. Zhao Zheng looked down at Genos. Due to his interference, Saitama didn't come to save Genos. This prevented Genos from witnessing Saitama's strength and subsequently becoming his disciple. Zhao Zheng didn't mind pulling the timeline back to its original course, allowing Genos to continue becoming Saitama's disciple. That way, Saitama would not only have a good disciple, but Genos would also encounter various powerful monsters with Saitama, allowing him to quickly replace parts and become stronger. Stronger than you. Genos was shocked. In his eyes, Zhao Zheng was already the strongest person. Someone even stronger than this person in front of him. What kind of existence was that bald Saitama? You'll know when you meet him. Zhao Zheng finished speaking and walked to Mosquito Girl's side. Swarms of mosquitoes returned from afar, injecting blood into Mosquito Girl, restoring the body parts burned by Amaterasu. Soon, Mosquito Girl returned to her original state, exiting her red mosquito form and transforming back into her previous alluring black and white form. Greetings, Master. Mosquito Girl landed in front of Zhao Zheng, her charming face filled with fear, and she said in a low voice. She didn't dare to run. In her previous red mosquito state, she couldn't escape this person in front of her. In her normal form, it was even more impossible. You escaped from the House of Evolution. Take me to the House of Evolution. Zhao Zheng's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan returned to black and white. He wanted Mosquito Girl to lead him to officially take over everything at the House of Evolution. Even if he didn't go now, the House of Evolution had been monitoring Mosquito Girl. They deliberately let Mosquito Girl escape to observe the combat data of this semi-finished product. They must have noticed him, Zhao Zheng, through Mosquito Girl by now, and thus become interested in him, sending troops to cause trouble. It was better to take the initiative, it would save some trouble. Yes, Master. This servant will take you there now. Mosquito Girl looked at Zhao Zheng in shock. How did he know she, Mosquito Girl, came from the House of Evolution? Then, Mosquito Girl's heart was filled with joy. She was originally a woman, captured by the House of Evolution, implanted with mosquito genes, and transformed into her current appearance. Mosquito Girl harbored hatred and fear for the House of Evolution. Now, seeing that this person in front of her clearly also wanted to cause trouble for the House of Evolution. By then, no matter who won or lost, it would benefit her, Mosquito Girl. She, Mosquito Girl, might even be able to escape completely amidst the chaos. And so, Mosquito Girl flapped her wings and flew towards the outskirts. Zhao Zheng transformed into a blood-black shadow, using the body flicker ninjutsu to follow Mosquito Girl closely. There were many types of body flicker ninjutsu. According to the ninja world, whether it was using special ninjutsu to increase speed or having strong physical abilities that increased speed, these all belong to the category of body flicker ninjutsu. Simply put, as long as one was fast enough, it could be called body flicker ninjutsu. Of course, in addition to his physical speed, Zhao Zheng had also obtained many speed-enhancing ninjutsu by devouring Uchiha Itachi and numerous root ninjas. Then, through the brains of many scientists and the ninjas' understanding of ninjutsu, all these speed-enhancing ninjutsu were fused, forming a more powerful, faster, and more suitable Blacklight body flicker ninjutsu for the Blacklight virus. The Blacklight body flicker ninjutsu, combined with Zhao Zheng's inherent speed, would only make him faster. Deep in the mountains outside the city, there was a brown building, 1 to 8 stories high, generally rectangular in shape. Dr. Mosquito Girl failed. She was defeated as soon as she arrived in Z City. She was subdued by someone else and is now leading the enemy towards our House of Evolution. The brown building was the House of Evolution's headquarters. On the 8th floor's monitoring level of the base, a young man in a white coat reported to a young man in a black suit. There were also many young men in white coats around. Whether it was the young men in white coats or the young man in a black suit, they all looked identical. The young man in black was Dr. Jaros, who had used technology to rejuvenate himself and created a large number of clones to assist him in his research. These were the young men in white coats. This person seems very strong. Don't panic. Set up a large number of traps from the 1st to the 8th floor. As long as he dares to enter, he won't be able to leave. At the same time, have Beast King, Armored Gorilla, and other old model elite combat forces specialized in human hunting guard the entrance of the House of Evolution. If they can deal with the enemy, great. If they can't, then use the traps to deal with him. If both these plans fail, then release the ultimate weapon, Asura Rhinoceros Beetle. Dr. Jaros, in his black and white suit, said calmly. Especially the last sentence, which made the surrounding white-coated Jaros clones look terrified. No, Asura Rhinoceros Beetle is just a failed experiment. Although it's powerful in combat, its personality is unstable. If we release it, it will first turn on us. Right. We can't release it, absolutely can't release it. The white-coated Jaros clones all shook their heads, unanimously rejecting the last option. What are you panicking about? If 2 plans fail, then we implement the 3rd plan. No matter how strong he is, he's not Asura Rhinoceros Beetle's opponent. If it really comes to that, do we have any other choice besides Asura Rhinoceros Beetle? The suited Jaros slapped the table, his angry expression silencing the white-coated Jaros clones. The original said it right. If the first two plans failed, then they would have no choice but to use the third plan. Master, the House of Evolution is just ahead. Those monsters are all experimental products created by the House of Evolution, mechanical lifeforms combining humans and gorillas, and experimental products combining humans and marmots. The strongest among them is the Beast King. I heard that the House of Evolution also has a powerful trump card that can easily defeat the Beast King. After seeing the brown rectangular building in the distance, Mosquito Girl slowed her flight, nervously addressing Zhao Zheng, who was unhurriedly beside her. She had barely escaped the control of the House of Evolution, and now seeing it, she couldn't help but recall her days as an experiment. Especially at the entrance of the House of Evolution, there were many experimental combatants from the House of Evolution. Most of these combatants, she, Mosquito Girl, did not fear. The only one she feared was the House of Evolution's second strongest combatant, the Beast King, a fusion of human and lion, a definite peak ghost level monster. For her, Mosquito Girl, to fight him, she would have to enter her red mosquito state. Don't worry, with me here, these are all small fry. Zhao Zheng's calm demeanor reassured Mosquito Girl. Her new master could easily deal with her red mosquito state, so perhaps he could truly contend with the House of Evolution's trump card. Stop. Mosquito Girl, you traitor. It's bad enough you escaped the House of Evolution, but you actually brought an enemy to attack it. You truly deserve to die. Mosquito Girl, I, Armored Gorilla, the House of Evolution's third-ranked combatant, will judge you on behalf of the Dr. Jeros. At the entrance of the House of Evolution, a group of artificial monsters saw Mosquito Girl and Zhao Zheng approach. A humanoid praying mantis monster, composed of a human and a mantis, spoke first. Then, a massive gorilla, covered in metal armor, spoke with a mechanical voice. Beside him were numerous monsters, the small earthworm monster, a marmot monster that could burrow through the ground at will, dragging enemies underground to crush them with the Earth's gravity. There were also two equally small and seemingly weak monsters, as well as the robust Beast King, no weaker than Armored Gorilla, standing like a lion, with sharp claws and a dominant lion's face. By what right do you two dare to bark in front of me? And you even claim to be the third strongest combatant, truly ignorant of your own limitations. Master, please allow this servant to pluck off the heads of that mantis man and armored gorilla and present them to you. Mosquito Girl disdainfully spoke to the mantis man and armored gorilla. Her alluring face turned to Zhao Zheng, requesting permission. Seeing Zhao Zheng nod, her alluring face broke into a bloodthirsty smile, and she vanished from her spot as a blur. In an instant, 3 screams rang out consecutively. The small earthworm, frog man, and slug man shrieked as they were cut into minced meat by Mosquito Girl's sharp claws, dying instantly. Beast King, come help us. Watching his 3 companions die and still unable to see Mosquito Girl, the mantis man was alarmed. The reason he dared to speak disrespectfully to Mosquito Girl was entirely because the Beast King was by his side. But now, seeing that the Beast King had no intention of acting, he knew he couldn't stop Mosquito Girl. The weak have no need to live. The Lion King sneered, finally speaking, which plunged the Mantis Man into despair. After 2 desperate clashes with Mosquito Girl, his head was severed. Great Force Hammer. Only Armored Gorilla, relying on his incredibly high defense, managed to withstand a few of Mosquito Girl's lightning-fast attacks. But within seconds, Mosquito Girl used the sharp proboscis on her head to tear off his mechanical limbs, then plucked off his mechanical head, presenting it along with the Mantis Man's head to Zhao Zheng. The Mantis Man, being a living creature, was utterly dead after his head was removed. Armored Gorilla, as a mechanically modified monster, remained alive even with just his head, staring at Zhao Zheng with a face full of terror, his previous mechanical expression gone. The small fries are all dealt with. Now, let me show you the might of me, the Beast King. The Beast King moved, his fanged maw revealing a bloodthirsty grin. He unleashed his lion claws, slashing through the air. Claw light shot forth, like a swordsman's blade or a blademaster's saber, carrying ultimate sharpness and moving at a speed invisible to ordinary people, cutting towards Mosquito Girl and Zhao Zheng, intending to slice both into minced meat. Master, be careful. Mosquito Girl cried out, about to use her extreme speed to evade the Beast King's attack, when she saw Zhao Zheng neither dodge nor avoid. Instead, his hands transformed into Blacklight virus claws, which, with a swing, also unleashed Claw Light, instantly shattering the Beast King's Claw Light and flying towards the Beast King. Interesting. Lion slash. Flowing group. Seeing this, the Beast King's interest surged. His muscles bulged, tearing through his clothes, revealing his robust physique. His sharp beast claws extended rapidly, truly like an peerless blade master, unleashing endless claw light to attack Zhao Zheng's claw light. Its power was stronger and sharper than before. Even entire buildings could be easily cut open, their surfaces left incredibly smooth, like mirrors. However, to the great surprise of the Beast King, as well as Dr. Geros and the white-coated Geroses inside the House of Evolution, the Beast King's ultimate move failed to break through the claw light emitted by Zhao Zheng. It shattered upon impact, easily broken by Zhao Zheng's claw light, and struck the Beast King. How is this possible, so strong? The Beast King, in his confusion, developed streaks of blood on his body, then collapsed into fragments of flesh. The claw light emitted by Zhao Zheng dissipated after striking the Beast King, causing no further damage to the House of Evolution building. It could be said that if Zhao Zheng wished, the claw light, after striking the Beast King, could have shattered the entire House of Evolution building into dust. This was dragon-level strength, every move was beyond what a demon level could resist. Even the peak ghost-level Beast King could be easily annihilated by Zhao Zheng. Although not dragon level, it's better than nothing, I suppose. It can, like the Mantis Man, slightly enhance my blades and claws. Zhao Zheng's hands transformed into blood-black tentacles, absorbing all the shredded corpses of the Beast King, Mantis Man, Earthworm, and other monsters, increasing his strength. This made both his blade and claw forms slightly stronger than before. The only one left alive was the 100% mechanically modified armored gorilla. It was still the same point. With Zhao Zheng's current Blacklight virus, although he could devour and refine steel, he couldn't yet fully absorb and assimilate metallic elements like steel. Only when the Blacklight virus advanced further could he perfectly devour and refine armored gorilla, just like refining other lifeforms. Master's strength is unfathomable. Next, we are to enter the House of Evolution. There will certainly be many high-tech traps set by Dr. Geros. Please be careful, Master. Mosquito Girl's jaw dropped in astonishment, remaining open for a long time. After she recovered, she spoke with reverence. The stronger Zhao Zheng demonstrated his power, the greater the possibility of overthrowing the House of Evolution. By then, even if she, Mosquito Girl, couldn't escape amidst the chaos, she could seize the opportunity to get revenge on the House of Evolution and settle the score for her capture and modification. Besides, relying on a powerhouse like Zhao Zheng might not be a bad thing. No need to go inside. Blacklight. Serpent Swarm. Zhao Zheng said indifferently. As his voice fell, his tentacle-transformed hands once again became a mass of blood-black tentacles, rushing towards the House of Evolution, violently bursting through the main entrance, like infinitely extending giant pythons surging in all directions. Along the way, the blood-black tentacles encountered traps such as lasers and high-intensity firepower. Although some were destroyed, they recovered with their super self-healing ability and, in turn, engulfed the traps. No, no, no. Don't come here. What is this thing? Is he a monster? He doesn't enter the House of Evolution himself, only sending a part of his body in. He's too arrogant. Dr. Geros's genetic clones screamed. They witnessed their companions or themselves being entangled by the blood-black tentacles and instantly refined. That scene was terrifying, like hell unfolding before their eyes. Even cruel scientific experiments couldn't compare to this sight. There's indeed some difference between a genetic clone and the original. After devouring all of Geros's clones from the 1st to 8th floors of the House of Evolution, Zhao Zheng retracted his tentacles and sighed. Dr. Geros's genius was no less than Fukoge's. Although his genetic clones also inherited the wisdom of the original Dr. Geros, making them rare scientists, they still couldn't compare to the original Dr. Geros. Yet, the brains of these clones still brought Zhao Zheng considerable gains, elevating his super intelligence to the next level. At the same time, Zhao Zheng did not destroy the experimental materials and various data being processed in the House of Evolution, instead, he preserved them. The real Geros isn't on the 1st to 8th floors. Seeing the situation was dire, he took some genetic bodies and hid in the underground level of the House of Evolution. The show is about to begin. Zhao Zheng smiled, his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan appeared, and his left eye, with a more complex pattern than his right, activated. A spatial vortex emerged, pulling the entire House of Evolution, along with the dismembered armored gorilla, into an alternate dimension. Master's Kamui is unfathomable. The dumbfounded Mosquito Girl once again showered him with flattery, performing her duty with exquisite skill. Let's go, let's see the House of Evolution's trump card. Zhao Zheng led Mosquito Girl, following the memories of the cloned Geroses, to a spot on the ground where the House of Evolution had vanished. The ground here was covered by solid steel, but no matter how sturdy the steel, it couldn't withstand Zhao Zheng's dragon-level brute force. He tore it open and tossed it aside, revealing a bottomless passage. The interior of the passage was covered in steel and illuminated by lights, clearly a high-tech passage. From deep within the passage, screams could be heard, sounding very much like Garros's voice. It seems the House of Evolution's trump card has backfired on them first. Zhao Zheng chuckled, quickened his pace, and stepped into the steel passage, heading deeper. Mosquito Girl's alluring face showed a hint of hesitation, but she finally made up her mind, spread her mosquito wings, and followed Zhao Zheng's figure. The two passed through a long passage and saw a steel door thicker than a city wall. The steel door was open, and as they stepped inside, their vision suddenly cleared. This underground space was vast, big enough for over a dozen basketball courts, and entirely covered by hard steel. In this steel chamber, all the white-clad Geros clones were dead, their bodies violently torn in half, heads twisted off, blood and organs splattered on the ground. The culprit was a hulking monster, nearly 4 meters tall, standing upright, covered in a thick brown beetle shell, with beetle horns on its head. It was the House of Evolution's ultimate trump card, the Asura Rhinoceros Beetle, possessing terrifying dragon-level strength. Awesome. So awesome. The smell of blood. The most wonderful smell in the world. The Asura Rhinoceros Beetle crushed the recently torn Geros clone's corpse in his hand into a meatball and stuffed it into his mouth, a look of satisfaction on his punchable face, comparable to Kizaru's. Alright, Ashura, your warm-up is over, and the enemy has arrived. If you don't kill him, both you and I will be killed by him. The original Dr. Geros, dressed in a suit, stood unharmed before the Asura Rhinoceros Beetle, his face grim as he watched his genetic bodies brutally killed. He then looked at the newly arrived Zhao Zheng and the traitor Mosquito Girl. I, the great me, will be killed. I am the embodiment of the House of Evolution's highest technology. Only you and they will be killed. The Asura Rhinoceros Beetle's punchable face showed disdain. He even bent down, leaned close to Dr. Geros, stuck out his bloody tongue, and licked Geros from bottom to top, leaving his clean suit covered in bloodstains. The fastidious Dr. Geros was furious, cursing in his heart that the Asura Rhinoceros Beetle was not the culmination of the House of Evolution's highest scientific technology. The Asura Rhinoceros Beetle had poor character, though he possessed great power, he was still a failed experiment. Only with both immense power and the character to control that power could one be considered the most perfect experiment. So, you are the enemy of the House of Evolution. I should thank you, otherwise they wouldn't have released me. To show my gratitude, I will tear off your limbs one by one and make them my food. It is your greatest honor. The Asura Rhinoceros Beetle turned his head, his gaze shifting to Zhao Zheng, completely ignoring Mosquito Girl. As a monster created from the combination of human and beetle, the Asura Rhinoceros Beetle possessed not only the immense strength and super defense of a beetle but also the keen intuition of an insect. I can feel that you are very strong, extremely strong, but no matter how strong, you are no match for me, the Asura Rhinoceros Beetle. The Asura Rhinoceros Beetle laughed maniacally, looking up at the sky. As his words fell, he vanished from his spot. His speed was so fast that not only could the ordinary Geros not see him, but even the speed specialist Mosquito Girl couldn't perceive him. There's always someone stronger. Your strength might make you a hegemon out there, but there are many stronger than you. Zhao Zheng didn't even use his Sharingan. He delivered a side kick to his side, and with a roar, the incredibly fast Asura Rhinoceros Beetle reappeared, a look of surprise on his punchable face. His massive brown beetle-shelled iron fist collided with Zhao Zheng's leg, and he felt a power completely equal to his own. The Asura Rhinoceros Beetle's beetle wings on his back flapped, moving his body to temporarily avoid the brunt of the attack and create distance between himself and Zhao Zheng. Such incredible speed, I would be instantly killed on impact. Mosquito Girl was drenched in sweat. If it weren't for her master Zhao Zheng, facing the Asura Rhinoceros Beetle herself would likely result in instant death, even in her red mosquito state. If Mosquito Girl knew the Asura Rhinoceros Beetle's true strength, she wouldn't be surprised. In the original story, the Asura Rhinoceros Beetle easily thrashed Genos, who could contend with Mosquito Girl in her normal state. A single breath from him could scatter Genos' ultimate attack, completely demonstrating the dragon level's overwhelming superiority over the demon level. So, you are the one who is even stronger than I, the great Asura Rhinoceros Beetle. The Asura Rhinoceros Beetle, having created distance, laughed wildly. His beetle wings flapped, and with even greater speed than before, he vanished from his spot again. Mosquito Girl, Jaros is yours. Zhao Zheng instructed Mosquito Girl. As his voice fell, he too vanished from his spot with equally immense speed. In an instant, the entire underground space was filled with continuous roars. Bursts of air-breaking sounds created strong winds, originating from every part of the underground space and sweeping through it. Zhao Zheng and the Asura rhinoceros beetle were clashing. Jaros and Mosquito Girl couldn't see any of their strikes, only the aftershocks of their battle. Dr. Jaros, stay put, or your head will be severed by me. Mosquito Girl flew behind Jaros, sneering as she placed her sharp claws on Garos's neck. This action made Jaros force a smile, not daring to move rashly. Although he had rejuvenated and was a powerful scientist, this power was only in terms of knowledge. His physical strength was still that of an ordinary person, though acquiring great strength would be easy for him, Jaros. But with Garos's perfect personality, he desired to obtain perfect power, not power with an ugly appearance like the Asura rhinoceros beetle. Therefore, Jaros had never enhanced his own strength, and now it was too late for regrets. Not bad, not bad. You're the first one who can make me fight like this. As the aftershocks of the battle gradually subsided, the Asura rhinoceros beetle's massive figure appeared in a corner, his annoying face still bearing a confident smile, as if he still had some trump cards he hadn't used. You're not bad either. You're the first one who can truly match me. Zhao Zheng's figure appeared not far from the Asura rhinoceros beetle. His left hand had transformed into a blacklight blade, and his right hand into a blacklight claw, revealing a faint smile. During the decisive battle with the giant, Zhao Zheng's, strength was weak, so he couldn't be considered an equal to the giant. When facing Uchiha Itachi and Danzo Shimura, his own strength was superior, so it also wasn't an equal match. The Asura rhinoceros beetle was, in the true sense, an existence that could fight Zhao Zheng and not be defeated in a short time. Your blade and claws are very sharp, many times stronger than that good-for-nothing Beast King, but they still can't break my carapace. Let me fully experience the joy of battle. The Asura rhinoceros beetle patted his chest carapace, his beetle wings flapped, and he vanished from his spot, charging at Zhao Zheng again. In the previous battle, Zhao Zheng's arms, transformed into a blade and claws, had failed to breach the Asura rhinoceros beetle's defense. This greatly boosted the Asura rhinoceros beetle's confidence. Like an indestructible tank, he intended to defeat Zhao Zheng with brute force, using the strongest shield to destroy the strongest spear. Your defense is indeed good. After devouring it, it will surely double the defense of my super energy battle armor. The warm-up should be over. Show me your true strength. Zhao Zheng's smile turned into a sneer. The blade and claws transformed into meteor hammers, and he simultaneously vanished from his spot, meeting the Asura rhinoceros beetle. This engagement lasted only 3 rounds. Zhao Zheng seized an opportunity, dodged the Asura rhinoceros beetle's attack, and counterattacked, striking the Asura rhinoceros beetle squarely in the chest with a hammer blow, sending him flying and crashing heavily into a steel wall, forming a bottomless beetle-shaped hole. How is this possible? Isn't his strength similar to the Asura rhinoceros beetle's? Even if his hand can turn into a blunt weapon with greater force, he shouldn't be able to send the Asura rhinoceros beetle flying. Wait, those eyes are. Jaros, held captive by Mosquito Girl, was shocked. Then his gaze fixed tightly on Zhao Zheng's revealed figure, or more precisely, on Zhao Zheng's eyes. Zhao Zheng's pair of black and white eyes had now turned into blood-red eyes, with 3 black tomo rotating around the pupils. This was the 3 tomo Sharingan, the precursor to the Mangekyo Sharingan. Each upgrade could greatly increase the host's strength and observation ability, allowing them to slow down the enemy's speed in their eyes. Earlier, when Zhao Zheng used the evolved Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan to move the House of Evolution into a different dimension, Jaros was leading the genetic bodies into the tunnel and had not seen Zhao Zheng's unique eyes. Your speed has increased. No. You've detected the flaws in my movements. It seems all these abilities come from your eyes. Very good. I'm going to pluck out your eyes and eat them like candy. From within the dark beetle-shaped hole, the Asura rhinoceros beetle flew out, his tone finally showing some anger. His annoying face stared intently at Zhao Zheng's 3 tomo Sharingan, then he lowered his head to look at his proud chest plate. Cracks had appeared on the surface of his chest plate, hammered out by Zhao Zheng's powerful blow combined with dragon-level brute force. Although there were only some cracks, they didn't cause any internal damage to the Asura rhinoceros beetle, but they did ignite his fury. His annoying face, similar to Kizaru's, finally turned serious. You're the first one who can break my defense. I don't care if you're human or a monster. I'm really angry now. I just want to kill you. Let me show you my true form, Ashura mode. The Asura rhinoceros beetle roared, his body actually surging and growing. His skin color changed to purple, increasing from nearly 4 meters to over 8 meters, and his muscles bulged, making him even more formidable than before. His head's beetle horn sharpened completely, forming a towering, sharp curved horn, like an elongated rhinoceros horn. His eyes turned blood red, and green spread across his purple carapace. Mosquito Girl looked on nervously, and she could tell that the Asura rhinoceros beetle at this stage was definitely stronger than before. That explosive sense of power surged towards her, making it impossible to even think of resisting. She feared the Asura rhinoceros beetle, who was now enveloped in a wild aura of power. This is the Asura rhinoceros beetle's enhanced form. In this state, the Asura rhinoceros beetle's combat power increases exponentially. Fortunately, this is a battle space I meticulously designed. If it were outside, the Asura rhinoceros beetle's destructive power would be unparalleled. But in this form, the Asura rhinoceros beetle will lose its sanity, becoming incredibly bloodthirsty, and won't revert for a week. After it deals with its enemy, it will deal with all of us, then head to the city outside for widespread slaughter and destruction. Even the usually calm Jaros couldn't help but feel a little panicked now. Upon hearing this, Mosquito Girl's idea of escaping amidst the chaos surged into her mind again. All her combat power was given by the House of Evolution, and for Jaros, the leader of the House of Evolution, to say this, then the Asura rhinoceros beetle really would be as powerful as he claimed. As soon as my master shows any sign of defeat, I'll immediately run away. The world is vast, but nothing is more important than my life. Mosquito Girl muttered to herself, her gaze, along with Garos's, fixed tightly on the battlefield. Finally showing your enhanced form. In that case, I won't hold back either. Blacklight enhanced form. Zhao Zheng laughed heartily. A large number of blood-black tentacles pierced through his body. They intertwined and combined to form a blood-black figure whose size was completely on par with the Asura rhinoceros beetle. This figure was largely humanoid, with bulging muscles covered by a grotesque, spiky blood-black armor, like a god of slaughter conquering all in battle. The god of slaughter possessed 4 arms, one with a sharp blade, one with pointed claws, one transformed into a meteor war hammer, and one a long whip with a sword-like edge. Blood-black flames burned fiercely on his body, and blood-black energy spheres floated around him, like stars in the heavens, highlighting the god of slaughter as a ruler who had emerged from the battlefield and entered the eternal star sea. This was Zhao Zheng's Blacklight enhanced form, incorporating the strengths of Vaccine Man's and the Underground King's enhanced forms, and evolved with the Blacklight virus as its core. The aura emanating from him surged continuously, not at all weaker than the Asura rhinoceros beetle in his Ashura state. What? How can he also transform? In this form, he must be a true monster. Jaros, watching the battle, was astonished. Mosquito Girl's eyes, filled with admiration, swept towards her master. The thought of escaping amidst the chaos vanished without a trace. In such a state, her master would surely not lose to that Asura rhinoceros beetle. Among monsters, the law of the jungle is even more revered than among humans. Now, Mosquito Girl was completely subdued by Zhao Zheng's strength. Moreover, she knew that beneath her master Zhao Zheng's blood-colored armored visor, there was still a pair of demon eyes he hadn't used yet. Haha, you also have a form. Let this lord enjoy himself to the fullest. Asura rhinoceros beetle, who was about to be engulfed by the intent to kill, saw the greatly transformed Zhao Zheng, and his blood-red eyes paused for a moment before he burst into laughter. He stomped his feet on the steel ground, carrying the power to crush mountains, and attacked Zhao Zheng. The space here is too small. Let's go outside and have a good fight. Zhao Zheng did not compete with Asura rhinoceros beetle. He pushed off with his feet, carrying his grotesque armor and the myriad stars, breaking through the ceiling wall and leaping outside. Even if this was Garos's meticulously crafted battleground, it could not serve as a battleground for the current Asura rhinoceros beetle and Zhao Zheng. Previously, even in their normal states, the two of them could already damage the battleground. Now, going all out would only bring greater destruction, and this destruction would definitely obliterate the observers, Mosquito Girl and Jaros. Kill. Asura rhinoceros beetle said nothing, ignoring the tiny ants, Mosquito Girl and Jaros. He also broke through the steel ceiling and charged towards Zhao Zheng. Don't even think about escaping. I won't let you get away. Mosquito Girl, holding Jaros, flew out through the large hole Zhao Zheng had made, heading for the outside. As soon as the two flew out of the ground, they saw Asura rhinoceros beetle and Zhao Zheng fiercely fighting in the distance. As Zhao Zheng, in his black light enhanced form, swung his blade arm, energy projectiles from Vaccine Man instantly shot out, directly hitting Asura rhinoceros beetle. Boom, boom, boom. A massive explosion occurred, each explosion powerful enough to level a mountain, transforming the distant landscape, which should have been green hills and clear waters, into one deep, bottomless apocalyptic scene after another. These attacks aren't even enough to tickle this lord. From the center of the continuous explosions, a purple figure shot out. Asura rhinoceros beetle roared to the sky, leaping faster than flight, and punched towards Zhao Zheng. Under this punch, any incoming energy projectiles were forcefully blasted apart, unable to cause any harm to Asura rhinoceros beetle. Ha ha. Zhao Zheng merely sneered. All four of his weaponized arms were wrapped in blood-black flames. This was a skill from the Underground King's enhanced form, flames from underground, with extremely high temperatures. It could also provide the user with earthly nourishment. Standing on the ground, he completely feared no exhaustion. His meteor hammer arm swung, colliding with Asura rhinoceros beetle's arm. A powerful force erupted, space twisted, and both were sent flying backward. Blood and bone fragments flowed and burst from his meteor hammer arm and the purple arm. However, these injuries were rapidly healing. Zhao Zheng possessed increasingly strong Blacklight self-healing abilities, while Asura rhinoceros beetle relied purely on his explosively strong physical constitution. Don't run. Mid-flight, Zhao Zheng's blade whip arm suddenly extended, binding Asura rhinoceros beetle's legs from a distance, tightening like a giant snake coiling. When the blades on the whip first collided with Asura rhinoceros beetle's leg carapace, sparks flew. But as it tightened, it brutally pierced through Asura rhinoceros beetle's defense, embedding itself into the flesh of his legs, making Asura rhinoceros beetle roar in pain. What made Asura rhinoceros beetle feel even more bizarre was that the blade whip coiling around his legs was continuously drawing flesh and blood from within his body, Asura rhinoceros beetle, converting it into energy for Zhao Zheng's main body, and he even felt something entering his body. The blood-black flames burning on the whip also spread over his body, bringing him, Asura rhinoceros beetle, endless scorching pain. If this continued, he, Asura rhinoceros beetle, might not even last a week, and would withdraw from his enhanced form, left to be slaughtered. Come here. Zhao Zheng, who had been sent flying, suddenly yanked, pulling Asura rhinoceros beetle towards himself. At the same time, his remaining three arms suddenly extended, integrating the whip characteristic, and struck at Asura rhinoceros beetle, preventing Asura rhinoceros beetle from breaking free from the blade whip. Get lost. Asura rhinoceros beetle, flying towards Zhao Zheng, roared, continuously batting away the three incoming weapons. But under the control of Zhao Zheng's whip arm, the three weapons flew back again, fully unleashing black light. Blade frenzy, black light. Swift slashes, and black light. Iron hammer smash, making it impossible for Asura rhinoceros beetle to deal with the trouble on his legs. Around them, blood-black energy projectiles appeared again, harassing Asura rhinoceros beetle. The blood-black molten fire also completely spread over Asura rhinoceros beetle's entire body, burning his purple and green carapace to a pitch black. Black light. Myriad tentacles. End all. Black light. Fatal agony. When Asura rhinoceros beetle was close to Zhao Zheng unleashed a powerful move. The grotesque black light battle armor on his surface liquefied, shooting out countless blade-carrying whips that spread in all directions, covering all areas. Each whip had its tip strengthened by Zhao Zheng, capable of delivering super-strong penetration to enemies. After this move, Asura rhinoceros beetle's body was riddled with numerous wounds from the many blade whips, dense and severe, causing Asura rhinoceros beetle to momentarily forget to resist, roaring in pain to the sky. His head, heart, and other vital points were also pierced by the whip blades. Thump, thump. Both landed one after another. Zhao Zheng did not retract the whip blades that had pierced Asura rhinoceros beetle, only withdrawing the other widespread whips. Under his control, they coiled around Asura rhinoceros beetle again, taking the opportunity to bind him layer by layer, frantically devouring the nutrients within his body. No. This lord cannot die. This lord is the result of the House of Evolution's highest technology. Facing life and death, Asura rhinoceros beetle, pierced like a hedgehog, was unwilling to give up and still wanted to resist. His life and death potential was unleashed, and immense power surged from the depths of his genes. However, before Asura rhinoceros beetle could tear away the dense, snake-like whip blades coiling around him, the mysterious substance previously injected into his body by the blade whip arm began to take effect, causing Asura rhinoceros beetle to lose control of himself, let alone tear away the massive whip blades. That was the Blacklight virus previously injected by Zhao Zheng, now taking effect, devouring and assimilating Asura rhinoceros beetle, under Zhao Zheng's control. Your strength and power are very good, to be honest, comparable to mine. But your methods are too singular, relying solely on pure physical strength and explosive power, far inferior to me with my many methods. Zhao Zheng slowly walked up to Asura rhinoceros beetle, looking at Asura rhinoceros beetle's eyes, which were entangled and only showed a pair of blood-red pupils. The outcome of a battle is not entirely about strength, it also involves factors such as environmental countermeasures and the methods of both sides. For example, in the original story, weak tiger-level monsters, by working together and using their counter-advantages, could defeat powerful A-class heroes. Numerous weak Black S-class monsters, without combining into a higher form, could still defeat atomic samurai, who excelled in offense and sharpness. The massive elder centipede, whose every move was a natural disaster, could contend with Silverfang and Bomb, two powerhouses skilled in fighting humanoid monsters. Such counter-advantages and environmental factors were utilized exceptionally well by Gyoro of the Monster Association, allowing them to inflict heavy losses on the heroes at their first encounter. Similarly, although Asura rhinoceros beetle was powerful and could contend with Zhao Zheng, his singular methods meant he was destined to be countered and slaughtered by Zhao Zheng. Be a good boy and become my nourishment, allowing me to grow stronger among the dragon levels. Your enhanced form will also elevate my Blacklight enhanced form to the next level, Zhao Zheng said indifferently, accelerating his absorption of the Asura rhinoceros beetle's physical strength. As more was absorbed, the Asura rhinoceros beetle exited its Ashura state, its body shrinking back to its original size. I'm not reconciled. I haven't even made you use your full power, and I've already lost. Indeed, there's always someone stronger out there. After reverting to its original form, a strong sense of weakness surged through the Asura rhinoceros beetle. Knowing it couldn't escape, it uttered its last words before being completely devoured by numerous sword blade whips. Both the deceased Asura rhinoceros beetle and mosquito girl and Jaros, who were observing from afar, knew that Zhao Zheng hadn't used his true strength. At the very least, Zhao Zheng hadn't used those mysterious eyes yet. Delicious. So delicious. After devouring the Asura rhinoceros beetle, Zhao Zheng retracted his sword blade whips and roared up at the sky. His strength was climbing steadily, and his already ferocious super-enhanced battle armor grew larger thorns on its shoulders and back, forming sky-piercing horns. Zhao Zheng's body also swelled dramatically, his power rising exponentially. The super battle armor expanded with him, becoming even more monstrous while its thickness also increased. As his strength grew, Zhao Zheng's power and defense also saw astonishing improvements, having fully absorbed the advantages of the Asura rhinoceros beetle's enhanced state. Now, I am definitely at the peak of the dragon level. Only platinum sperm, superalloy darkshine when not in a state of fear, Monster King Orochi, atomic samurai in his sun wheel state, and the unconsciously monstrous armored Garo could contend with me, Zhao Zheng speculated, his body stopping its growth after reaching 10 meters, feeling the explosive power coursing through him. People in this world have a vague understanding of dragon level power. There are those who have just entered the dragon level, or dragon low, such as the dragon level disgrace Bakuzan, the two ninjas from the Heavenly Ninja Party who became monsters, and Monster Association executives like Gums. Stronger dragon level entities can be called dragon high, such as Elder Centipede, Golden Sperm in his golden form, and Gukutsu. As for monsters even higher, they are referred to as dragon peak, or above dragon. This includes Platinum Sperm, the Overgrown Rover, Monster King Orochi, and Psychos, who enhanced her power with drugs. Reaching this level means truly standing above the rest. One more step could lead to demigod status, capable of destroying continents and annihilating all surface life on Earth with ease. Regarding his own strength, Zhao Zheng was only speculating, whether it was truly so would require time to verify. Even if I'm not the strongest among the Dragon Peak now, I still have the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan to use, and a perfect Susanoo. Could the combination of these two break me into the demigod realm? After experiencing his power, Zhao Zheng's body shrank, gradually returning to human form. Putting everything else aside, with the House of Evolution now in hand, the cell replication project could begin. By mass replicating Senju Hashirama's wood release cells and then devouring them, he could gain wood release power. He could also combine the Ashura's chakra from wood release with the power of Indra from the Uchiha Sharingan, evolving the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan into the Rinnegan. With the Rinnegan's boost, Zhao Zheng would surely break into the demigod realm, comparable to entities like Saitama, Blast, Tatsumaki, Boros, and Garo in his demon form. Now, in my normal state, my strength is comparable to Gukutsu and Elder Centipede, a true dragon-level powerhouse. Among the S-class heroes, not considering skill, technology, or psychic abilities, only superalloy Darkshine could surpass me, Zhao Zheng said, a sunny smile on his face as he, in civilian clothes, squeezed his palms, experiencing the explosive power. This harvest was truly excellent. Besides the increase in strength, the House of Evolution would also play a huge role in the future. Master's divine might is unmatched. Mosquito Girl, carrying Geros, flew over from afar, her pretty face filled with deep adoration for Zhao Zheng. This battle had completely captivated Mosquito Girl's heart. Zhao Zheng probably wouldn't even need to use a bug-level genjutsu like Koto Amatsukami to forcibly change someone's will. Mosquito Girl wouldn't leave even if he told her to. Basic operation. No need to praise. Hello, Dr. Geros, I've long admired your name. You are a legendary genius scientist who, in your old age, achieved results that made you youthful again and single-handedly founded the House of Evolution, researching technology to evolve humans without side effects, intending to create a utopia for new humans. Zhao Zheng pressed his hands down, then looked at Geros, revealing Geros's background. Rejuvenation, transforming humans into monsters, and genetic clones, these three major technologies were all Geros's scientific achievements. Besides these, there were many other less famous accomplishments. And Zhao Zheng had seen these achievements in the memories of the genetic Geros clones. It must be said, Dr. Geros was truly an all-rounder, no weaker than Fukoj, Metal Knight Bofoi, and Dr. Kusuno. In the ninja world, he would be comparable to Orochimaru. To simply kill him would be a great pity. You know me. Not killing me immediately, are you trying to win me over to your side? Geros listened to Zhao Zheng's words and guessed Zhao Zheng's intentions, immediately putting on his disheveled act again. That's right, a high-tech talent like him would be highly valued anywhere. He, Geros, alone was worth an entire great nation. In the past era of warring states, various great nations would vie for him, Geros, and it wouldn't be surprising if wars broke out over it. As for smaller nations, if he, Geros, joined one, he would gain a status comparable to that of the nation's president. PFF'd. A sound. Ah, you. Just as Geros was basking in his pride, he looked down in astonishment at his chest. A blood-black tentacle shot out from Zhao Zheng's shoulder, piercing through Geros like a spear, impaling his heart. As a prisoner, if you can't recognize your situation, keeping you alive is just a scourge. Killing you is a pity, but having your brain is not bad. Zhao Zheng, facing Geros's astonished gaze, explained the reason for his action, turning Geros's astonishment into fear. Why isn't this like I imagined? Shouldn't he, Geros, live and serve Zhao Zheng? Wouldn't it be natural to have a bit of an attitude then? As a super scientist, Dr. Geros, isn't it normal for him to have his own personality? Why did he suddenly attack? Gurgle gurgle. The blood-black tentacle piercing Geros was like a living creature, continuously absorbing nutrients from Geros's body and transmitting them to Zhao Zheng. In just a few seconds, Geros was completely devoured by the blood-black tentacle, and Zhao Zheng fully acquired Geros's original brain, elevating his super intelligence to the next level. As for Geros's work, who would take over the House of Evolution and conduct scientific research? Zhao Zheng would simply create a clone, and the clone would manage it. All things considered, I've devoured quite a few scientists, Fukoj and Geros, as well as Geros's genetic clones, and even the scientists from Danzo Shimura's root, Zhao Zheng said, smiling as he felt the immense wisdom of Geros in his mind. Each of my clones possesses both impressive combat power and outstanding intelligence. This intelligence doesn't diminish with the number of clones. Currently, every one of my clones will surpass Fukoj and Geros in scientific knowledge. This was also the fundamental reason he acted decisively to kill Geros. Geros's value to Zhao Zheng was never great, and he couldn't recognize the situation, putting on airs. His death was well deserved. Let's go. We've been busy for quite some time, and it's already noon. Let's go mooch a meal off Saitama. In Mosquito Girl's bewildered gaze, Zhao Zheng first created numerous clones, arranged all of them into a different dimension, and then said to Mosquito Girl, leading the way towards Z City. Inside the House of Evolution, there was an independent power source, distinct from the outside world. It was a compressed energy source researched by Jaros himself, and it wouldn't cut off even in a different dimension, allowing them to conduct research like an isolated faction. Only when they needed materials would they gather them from outside. Zhao Zheng also immediately handed over would release and other cells to his clones to be used as experimental subjects in the House of Evolution. He expected results soon. Master, wait for me. Seeing this, Mosquito Girl flew up, her alluring and enchanting body chasing after Zhao Zheng. With Zhao Zheng deliberately slowing down, the two became afterimages, getting closer and closer to Z City. Brother Saitama, I'm back. As soon as he returned to the uninhabited area, Zhao Zheng, with Mosquito Girl in her shrunken form, didn't return to his own room. He kicked open Saitama's door and saw the bald man inside staring wide-eyed at a young blonde. After the door was kicked open, Saitama and Genos looked over. Zhao Zheng was met with Saitama's resentful gaze, while Genos immediately glared at Mosquito Girl. Ahem, well, Mosquito Girl, let's go back first. Zhao Zheng, feeling uneasy under Saitama's stare, turned to leave, only to find Saitama suddenly appear before him, his duck egg-shaped eyes fixed on Zhao Zheng. Brother Zhao Zheng, why did you randomly get me a disciple? He's too verbose, so annoying, so annoying. Saitama spoke, placing a hand on Zhao Zheng's shoulder, looking as if he wouldn't let Zhao Zheng leave without a clear explanation. Earlier, Saitama had been comfortably lying at home watching TV, enjoying himself. Who knew that not long after, this blonde man, who introduced himself as Genos, showed up, claiming Zhao Zheng had introduced him and that he wanted to apprentice under Saitama. Besides that, Genos also recounted his entire life story, annoying Saitama to no end, making him feel that Genos was a huge bother. Saitama loved peace and quiet the most, he certainly didn't want to take on a troublesome person. You evil monster, it seems you have been completely subdued by this gentleman. I hope you will no longer commit evil deeds. If you continue to do so, don't blame me for burning you to death. The blonde Genos said to Mosquito Girl with a serious expression and tone. If it weren't for Mr. Zhao Zheng, who had saved him, Genos would have attacked Mosquito Girl the moment he saw her. Oh my, our little robot has recovered so quickly. Does he want his big sister to dote on him and dismember him? How could Mosquito Girl fear Genos, her defeated opponent? She immediately let out an enchanting sound, her pretty face smiling. The tension between the two grew, and a battle could erupt at any moment. Saitama looked at the scene, feeling increasingly troubled. His small home must not be destroyed. He immediately continued to stare resentfully at Zhao Zheng. Haha, brother Saitama, your life is too leisurely, it's not good. People tend to become lazy. Genos looks serious, which perfectly complements your life. Besides, he yearns for strength. You should always give young people a chance. I believe Genos will manage your life meticulously and help you deal with some foolish monsters, which will actually give you less trouble. Zhao Zheng smiled, took Saitama's hand off his shoulder, and pulled Saitama to sit on the sofa. Saitama's personality was to act as he pleased. If he feared trouble, he truly feared it. In the original story, taking on Genos was his limit. When faced with someone like Suiryu, who wanted to apprentice, he immediately disappeared. One must know that Suiryu's talent was not bad, even comparable to Garo during his human period. He only casually practiced martial arts for a few years, and his strength had already reached the ranks of late S-class heroes. Although he didn't have Garo's fighting spirit, his talent was undeniable. Even with a disciple like that, Saitama feared trouble and was unwilling to take him as an apprentice, let alone others. Then why don't you take him as your apprentice? Saitama still looked resentful, much like a wronged wife complaining to her husband. You know my personality. I only take someone if I find them agreeable. Now there's this monster, and there will be other monsters in the future. Genos has a righteous personality, hating evil as if it were his enemy, which doesn't suit me. On the contrary, it suits you, brother Saitama. Aren't you a hero for fun? You're also a hero of justice, destined to fight evil. Who else is more suitable to be your disciple than Genos? Zhao Zheng patted Saitama's shoulder in return. With the House of Evolution, he no longer needed to devour living beings to grow stronger as he did before. He could simply obtain biological cells, replicate them, and then devour them. As for some useful beings that would be a pity to kill, he could consider taking them as subordinates depending on the situation. When it came to loyalty, Koto Amatsukami was an expert. When Koto Amatsukami was used by Uchiha Itachi, there was a cooldown period of more than 10 years after each use. However, this was due to the lack of a suitable host. If it were on Uchiha Shisui, its original owner, the cooldown period would be greatly reduced. On someone with vast chakra, the cooldown period would still be reduced. And Zhao Zheng, with his excellent strength and a pair of eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, could activate Koto Amatsukami at any time, with no cooldown period, only needing to consider the power gap between the two parties. Why didn't he use Koto Amatsukami on Geros? Besides disliking Garos's attitude, Zhao Zheng also wanted to increase his super intelligence. Alright, brother Saitama, it's lively with more people now. Let's go buy some groceries to celebrate. This time, the bill is on me, young Master Zhao. To prevent Saitama from continuing his resentful gaze, Zhao Zheng patted his chest to change the subject, making Saitama's duck egg-shaped eyes light up. He immediately stood up from the sofa. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Saitama immediately hoisted Zhao Zheng onto his shoulder, still with his butt in front and head behind, and vanished from the spot at extreme speed, rushing towards the outside of the uninhabited area. So fast. Is this Master Saitama's true strength? Seeing this, Genos's mechanical pupils shone brightly. He had originally seen Zhao Zheng's great strength, and Saitama was recommended by Zhao Zheng. He also heard from Zhao Zheng that Saitama's strength was even greater than his. That's why Genos had apprenticed under Saitama without having fought him to know his strength. Now it seemed Zhao Zheng hadn't lied to Genos. His newly apprenticed Master Saitama was indeed the right choice and would surely make Genos stronger. I'm telling you, don't provoke me, or I'll dismember you again, Mosquito Girl sneered, unwilling to be in the same room as Genos. She turned and went to Zhao Zheng's adjacent room, using one of the keys he had given her. Brother Zhao Zheng, Genos is a cyborg. If he wants to become stronger, he just needs to replace his parts. I'm purely flesh and blood. What can I teach him to make him stronger? Saitama, carrying Zhao Zheng on his way to the supermarket, asked. For a human to teach a cyborg, it seemed absurd no matter how he looked at it. Brother Saitama, true strength isn't just physical power, it's also strength of mind. It's true that Genos can become stronger by replacing parts, but his sense of justice is a bit fanatical. If you spend enough time with him, Brother Saitama, you'll see it. Your uninhibited, hero for fun, personality will be Genos's best spiritual guide. You wouldn't want to see a child, in their excessive pursuit of power, end up being consumed by it, would you? By the way, can you put me down? Zhao Zheng patted Saitama's bald head and explained. While Saitama's strength grew, his emotions, though increasingly light, faint, indifferent, were not lost. In the original story, Genos, who excessively pursued power, Suiryu, the playboy who didn't want to be a hero, even Garo, and some other heroes were all influenced by Saitama. This was Saitama's charm, he could subtly influence others, making Genos less extreme, making Suiryu want to be a hero, leading the inherently kind Garo to turn over a new leaf, and even making Sweet Mask follow his heart, abandoning his celebrity pride to prioritize protecting the public, and so on. Since you put it that way, what else can I say? I'll just teach Genos well. But I've never been a teacher, so I don't know what kind of person I'll turn him into. As for putting you down. Haha, no way. Who told you to take on a disciple for me without my permission? Saitama burst out laughing. His immense strength made it impossible for Zhao Zheng to break free, so he was shamefully carried to the supermarket, completely devoid of the dignity a dragon-level powerhouse should possess. The two successfully arrived at the supermarket, bought groceries, and returned without encountering any monsters. Everything went smoothly. The frequency of monster appearances had been increasing recently, but it wasn't an everyday occurrence. Some small fry monsters were dealt with by heroes without Saitama needing to get involved. Only the monsters Saitama encountered, or powerful monsters that heroes couldn't defeat and made headlines, would be handled by Saitama. I'm back. Zhao Zheng and Saitama returned to the uninhabited area, pulling out a large quantity of groceries from the alternate dimension. Saitama, watching from the side, couldn't help but feel envious of this ability. Master, let me help you. Hearing the commotion, Mosquito Girl emerged from the adjacent room and proactively helped Zhao Zheng carry the groceries. Genos also lent a hand. With Saitama and Mosquito Girl as the main chefs, and Zhao Zheng and Genos assisting, the four worked together. A sumptuous lunch soon filled the large tabletop formed by two tables pushed together. Mosquito Girl, your cooking is quite good. Zhao Zheng took a sip of the soup Mosquito Girl had prepared, his eyes lighting up. The soup was truly delicious. Recruiting Mosquito Girl was definitely the right choice, her culinary skills alone were enough for her to serve as a personal secretary. It made sense, too. After Mosquito Girl survived Saitama's attack in the original story, she and Geros reconciled and started selling takoyaki. It would be impossible for her to have no cooking skills. Thank you for the compliment, Master. It's a pity my current body isn't suitable for cooking, otherwise, it could be even more delicious. Mosquito Girl waved her sharp, slender claws, looking regretful. She was now a monster, a hybrid of a female and a mosquito. Although she could control her own blood and shrink her size to enter Saitama and Zhao Zheng's home, she couldn't change her body parts, her former hands were gone forever. According to the data, you are only a semi-finished product. After becoming a complete form, although you will retain mosquito characteristics, your hands and feet will return to their original state. In battle, you will have an enhanced monster form, similar to Asura rhinoceros beetle, but not as powerful as him. I'll proceed with your modification later, Zhao Zheng said while savoring the soup. In the original story, the Mosquito Girl who sold takoyaki later had mechanical prosthetics attached by Geros, which were mechanical arms. This allowed Mosquito Girl to conveniently sell takoyaki and also added a touch of cuteness to her romances at the time. Of course, Zhao Zheng wouldn't arrange mechanical prosthetics for Mosquito Girl, that would simply lower her capabilities. Instead, it would be better to continue cultivating Mosquito Girl to her complete form. At that point, her form would be convenient for daily life, and her strength would also increase. Her normal state would possess the strength she currently had in her red mosquito state, placing her at peak ghost level. If she were to further enhance into her red mosquito form, she would likely be promoted to dragon level. All of this Zhao Zheng learned from Garos's memories. Releasing Mosquito Girl halfway was also intentional, allowing her to defect solely to collect her data. He hadn't expected it to cause such a big problem for Zhao Zheng, and also bring about the demise of the House of Evolution. Really? Thank you, Master. Mosquito Girl exclaimed excitedly, feeling even more certain that following Zhao Zheng was the right choice. Look at her life now, it was so much better than being imprisoned and experimented on at the House of Evolution. The meal concluded, and Zhao Zheng, accompanied by Mosquito Girl, excused themselves, leaving the room and returning to his own. Not bad, the room is quite clean. As Zhao Zheng entered, he surveyed the spotless living room, nodding in satisfaction. He felt that Mosquito Girl was more suited for the role of a personal secretary. Master Tilda, seeing that only she and Zhao Zheng were in the entire room, Mosquito Girl, for some reason, blushed, as if she was about to enter her red mosquito state prematurely without having absorbed a large amount of blood. What are you thinking? Are you that eager? Zhao Zheng noticed Mosquito Girl's abnormality, looked at her, and immediately understood what she was thinking. Then, without another word, Zhao Zheng pulled Mosquito Girl into his arms. His ordinary eyes transformed into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and with Kamui activated, a spatial vortex swallowed their figures, appearing in a desolate, dark alternate dimension. Within this space, there was only a dark continent, with no sun, moon, or stars above, and no signs of life, yet there was air. Only after Zhao Zheng had previously placed the House of Evolution on the Dark Continent and invested numerous Blacklight clones into it did this Dark Continent gain a semblance of life. Master Tilda, inside the House of Evolution, in a luxurious large room, Mosquito Girl let out a groan. Zhao Zheng's goal of subduing Mosquito Girl was completely achieved. In his previous life, Zhao Zheng had experienced intimacy, but none could give him such a unique experience as Mosquito Girl, who fully brought out the mosquito's characteristic offsucking blood to its fullest extent. A unique battle continued until the next morning. Neither of them was ordinary. Mosquito Girl was a demon-level disaster, and Zhao Zheng in his normal state was a dragon-level or higher powerhouse. A long battle was perfectly normal. The final outcome was unsurprising. Mosquito Girl was utterly defeated, her forces scattered, and Zhao Zheng emerged victorious. However, Mosquito Girl was not without gains. After being nourished by Zhao Zheng, she actually possessed peak ghost level strength in her normal form, and could reach dragon level when entering her red mosquito form. And this Mosquito Girl was still a semi-finished product. Once improved to her complete form, she could reach dragon level in her normal state, and her red mosquito enhanced form even had the potential to reach dragon level or higher strength. That's the end of part 2. Part 3 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories.